Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ordinary Humans, Extraordinary Choices, a podcast about ordinary humans who've navigated periods of their life in extraordinary ways. The goal of this podcast is to show you that you can begin making extraordinary choices at any stage of your life to start making progress towards your dreams, and that you never have to accept that today needs to be anything like yesterday was. I'm your host, Vamsi, and today's ordinary human is Justin, also known as Shiva Fang online. I met him in the New World MMO, which was released around September 28th, 2021. So I've known him about a year and a half. We reconnected recently, and this podcast ended up being about 7 hours long because that's just how long we had this conversation. We both love this type of conversation. We both researched a lot of things while we were talking, and the topics meandered quite a bit. But we discussed various things, including the COVID pandemic, the way totalitarian governments tend to consolidate power, ideas such as rational progress compared to using violence or force to make progress, as well as a multitude of other things. He also went deep into his idea behind innovation and how we both innovated in various MMOs, and especially how he did things in Guild Wars 1 with his guild. And I had just forgotten how much I enjoyed talking with him and innovating with him, because ever since we stopped playing games together, innovation has been fairly low, with most other people that I've met. Because for many people, following the meta and doing things the way that they're done normally is just comfortable and easy. Even for me, I just tend to look things up and follow them. But when I was around him, I remember that we both loved innovating together and we made each other better in that way. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy this conversation, and there's definitely a lot there. I will make sure to put in some timestamps in the description. I'll try to go through and label different parts. We might even break this podcast up into multiple segments so that it's not a 7-hour conversation for people to listen to, because that might just be too long for most people to want to listen to. Other than that, of course, please join my Discord, give me feedback there. As always, I love listening to feedback. Any YouTube comments as well, I'll do my best to respond and take the feedback from there as well. Thank you for tuning in, and I hope you enjoy the conversation. I have here with me Shiva Fang. He's been a friend of mine since roughly September 2021, when the MMO New World came out, designed by Amazon. That's where we met. And we connected and bonded over a lot of topics since then. I basically ended up leading a guild in New World, and Shiva Fang became a person who helped me quite a bit with learning leadership and understanding myself and how to be a better leader, as well as he was very innovative in the game and helped us as a guild make progress. And just me, when I was a player in the guild before I was leading it, could relate to him over a lot of things.
We
Other than that,
experimented a lot. We experimented a lot.
we experimented a lot together. Yeah, like we did a lot of theory crafting, testing, more so than I have done ever in any game since then as well, right? Because I'm realizing I took it for granted. There aren't many people in games who are willing to do that. And I'm definitely more motivated to experiment and innovate when I have someone else doing it with me,
Well,
rather
for
than when
me,
I'm alone.
it's not about, like, most people just want to follow what everybody else is doing, and I don't like doing that. I'm like the opposite of that.
Mhm.
It's like the more that people do something, like, I don't want to do what everybody else is doing. I'm just going to try this thing that seems cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
Would you?
especially people say it's bad. Like, people are like, "Oh, this is bad. Don't do that." I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm going to do it anyway." And if it turns out bad, oh well. At least I experimented with it.
At least you found out why it was bad.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I have a couple of questions for you. But before that, let's see. What else did I want to say? So I think you are roughly in your 40s, early 40s, mid 40s,
Early 40s.
early 40s, and you have a passion for programming. You currently work assisting people with their technical issues, I believe, or what was it?
Yeah, I work for a company that does tech support.
Hmm.
I'm now in quality control.
You're now in quality control. You've advanced quite quickly, from what I understand, by being diligent with your work and performing better than most people there in your position.
Yes, the company that I work for is new in French Canada, so it's like very,
Hmm.
very small.
Hmm.
Like, it's a big company. It's a company that's been around for like 100 years. Um,
Hmm.
but the French Canada line for the tech support that I'm in is like only 2 years old. So there's a lot of room for growth. And yeah,
Yeah.
when there's a small pool of people to choose from and you're one of the top people, you kind of get noticed.
hmm And also, he's, I would say, like a self taught expert on Myers Briggs. And he's also a fan of etymology. And just like me, he's an autodidact in many fields, meaning he teaches himself, learns a lot of things, very passionate about learning and exploring.
I wouldn't
And
consider myself, I guess I wouldn't consider
not an expert.
myself an expert in Myers-Briggs, but
Yeah.
I guess I know enough about it that I could be considered quite knowledgeable in the area.
hmm
So it's one of those things. It's one of those. It's the other opposite end of the what's it called, the Dunning-Kruger effect. People talk about the Dunning-Kruger effect, where it's like the people who the less you know, the more you think you know. And so
hmm
you talk with confidence over things that you know nothing about. That's the low end of the Dunning-Kruger effect. The other
hmm
end of it, that people don't talk about so much, is
You're underconfident. Yeah.
that people who actually know what they're talking about are like, yeah, but anybody could do this. So
Right.
like anybody can do this. It's easy for me, so it must be easy for everybody else. And so people
hmm
who actually know what they're talking about tend to undervalue their performance because they assume that anyone can know what they know.
hmm Yeah.
So,
And the reason I bring that up is because in the discussion we were having just before this recording
mhm,
started, you used Myers Briggs to draw connections. You basically have a lens on life and personality, and let's call them people conflicts or differences between people
mhm,
and people problems. You have a perspective on it that's based on Dunning Kruger. And you said something interesting, which is that you believe that it would be the perceiving types, the P in Myers Briggs.
mhm,
Or sorry, did I say Dunning Kruger before this instead of Myers Briggs? My bad. If I did, I meant
whichever.
Myers Briggs. Yeah.
No, I was
But
talking
so
about Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, no, go
yeah,
ahead.
you were. And yeah, I'm aware of the other end of the Dunning Kruger curve as well. That uh, so the perceiving types in Myers Briggs are the people who would like my podcast and like the way that I am because I tend not to judge. I tend to
Uh,
seek out.
what
Yeah,
happened? So let me summarize the conversation that we had that was related to
sure.
this before we began recording. So you were showing me the explorers versus leaders.
Hmm.
There was
Good point. I should
a
open that up.
blog.
Also, I should share my screen so that you
Yeah.
can see what the people on the podcast can also see. Great.
Um,
And yeah, go
so
ahead.
if you want to bring that up so that
Explorers versus
everybody can
leaders.
see
Yeah.
it. Yeah, you were showing
Yeah.
me the explorers versus leaders,
hmm
and you had read both of those, and it struck me that and this of course is very very broad.
hmm
I don't look at the Myers-Briggs as being like 16 boxes. I see them as tendencies.
hmm
They tend to be like think of like a dot matrix where it's like you could be anywhere on this spectrum between these things, and you tend to be like within the realm of this particular point. So I don't look at it as like a hard rigid box thing, but
Yeah.
so I tend to speak in generality. This is very INTP common. Like I people are
By the way,
very
just for the listeners, I should clarify that yeah, you and I are both
we're both
INTPs, which is
INTPs.
yeah.
I will go off on tangents. I will think about like very abstract things, and I will like make three different leaps. And so, if you don't understand where I'm going with something, you're probably a judge, or you're probably a very linear thinker, or you're a sensor, and that's fine. Uh, so,
Oh, is sensor like S? Is that another?
INTP. So INTP is introverted, intuitive thinker perceiver.
hmm
And so the opposite of the intuition is sensing. So
hmm
intuitive people tend to rely on seeing patterns and seeing like um, thinking in very abstract concepts and making connections between things that don't seem relative. And sensors will tend to leap between concepts very easily, and they'll tend to make connections between things that don't make a lot of sense. And
I
that's why
thought that was intuitive, or
that's what sorry, the intuitive. What did I say,
oh,
sensor?
right,
That's
right.
the
Yeah,
intuitive.
you
Yeah,
did. Yeah,
the
because so
end
the
intuitive
ability to draw meaning.
draw
Yeah.
meaning from things that don't seem connected. And so it's
hmm
very common for INTPs. Well, so there's also extrovert versus intuitive. But anyway, so
hmm
extroverts. So how how it works is that for an INTP, the way the function stacks is that the intuition is extroverted, which means it's drawn externally. So I'm looking at outside forces and drawing connections. And so it's very, very common for me to see how things look, and make deductive leaps on how the finished product will be. Like I can see, oh, this is following a pattern that I've seen before or that I've studied before, and therefore the outcome is this.
Wait, are you extroverted or introverted in the
Introverted,
Myers-Briggs?
introverted.
Okay,
So,
because this
so
is interesting because this fits what you were saying. You tend to act first and reflect later. You're shooting that ranging
right.
shot.
So the way the function chart works for the INTP is that
Hmm.
things alternate. So the
Okay.
top function for the INTP is thinking,
Okay. So
and
thinking goes.
that's
Yeah.
introverted, right? So introverted
Right.
thinking is dominant, and that's why it's an I. Um, the ENTP starts with extroverted sensing. Sorry, extroverted
Mm-hmm.
intuition.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they're ENTP, because their dominant function is extroverted.
Mm-hmm.
But it alternates. So the thinking and feeling are opposites. So I have introverted thinking and extroverted feeling at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is why INTPs are considered robots a lot of the times. A lot of times they're not aware of how they're feeling, but they need it. They need that social connection because our feeling is extroverted. We crave a social connection, but it is such a like it's like the last thing on our plate to deal with. We
Mm-hmm.
don't handle our emotions very well. We're not very good at it. We're not very good at forming relationships. We have to learn how to a lot of times we have to process our emotions on an intellectual level because our thinking is such a big part of who we are. Now,
Mm-hmm.
the reason why sensing so we're because our dominant function is a what's called a deciding function, thinking and feeling are deciding functions. The introverted part of it is first. So the other two functions are are observing. So sensing and intuition are observing functions.
Mm-hmm.
So they're how you see the world. So
Mm-hmm.
everybody has their top two are one observing and one deciding.
Okay. So how
So
you observe, how you take in information, and how you use it to make decisions.
correct.
So
So
if I make decisions rationally based
right.
versus make decisions based on personal value system and social consideration.
Exactly.
Thinking. Okay.
So we have introverted thinking dominant.
Mm-hmm.
The function after that, so they alternate. So the opposite function is extroverted. It reaches outwards, and so that's
Mm-hmm.
what usually happens is that there's an extroverted. So either you have a dominant extroverted um, observer where you're looking at the outside world and then taking them inward to process them,
Mm-hmm.
or it's the other way around. So the INTJ, this goes back to what we were talking about judges versus receivers. The INTJ, it's flipped. They have extroverted thinking dominant, so they will want to
Mm-hmm.
make decisions that affect everybody's opinions. They will want to talk things out. They will want to um, collaborate and make decisions as a group. They don't.
Mm-hmm.
So introverted thinkers will make decisions that work best for them, whereas extroverted thinkers will tend to want to make decisions that benefit everybody. And that is
Mm-hmm.
very, very what's the word? Loosely described. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but on the other hand, they have introverted intuition, which means that they will draw inward to look at how they value things rather than looking at the patterns externally. Um, so
Mm.
I'm seeing your screen now. I wasn't she had shared it, but I didn't click on it.
No worries. No worries.
So,
I was
um,
looking at all of the things as you were saying them, like the four categories and all that.
anyway, so
Mm-hmm.
we and this is the problem with me is I will go on three layers of tangents if you let me. Um, and of course, with you being as curious as you are, you tend to ask questions in mid sentence, and so we wind up way off topic from where we started.
That's okay.
But
That's okay.
that's how we roll. Oh, I'm more explaining this to anyone who's listening because this
True.
is just how we roll.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
so winding back a little bit, as an intuitive, as a perceiver,
Mm-hmm.
as an intuitive perceiver, uh, I will tend to see the patterns that I will, and to a sensor and a judger,
Mm-hmm.
um, it will seem as like, oh, you're just guessing. Like there's no way you can possibly know that. It's like, no, no, no. There's a pattern here. And of course, like at the worst end of this is schizophrenia, where it's like, no, no, there's a pattern here, and oh my god, it's all connected and aliens and blah 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 blah.
Mhm.
But to the sensor, that's what it looks like. It's like there's no way you could know that, because sensors want to have the linear path. They want to have everything laid out in a row. They want you to prove it. They want you to prove it based on a linear chain of events that they can follow. Whereas the
Mhm.
perceiver, like if you started showing me the linear cause and effect, I'll be like, yeah, this is boring,
Mhm.
and jump to another conclusion. So anyway, now let's winding back to the what we were saying originally. So that's why I say that as intuitives, um, people who are sensing might not be able to follow this conversation. They would already be lost, just because we've already leapt three tangents in, and they'd be like, I can't follow this. So
Mhm. But
now
I'm following. Yeah.
you're following, because you're also an intuitive perceiver.
Yeah.
Um, the Now, going back to what we were talking about with regards to the leaders versus explorers,
Sure.
when you were showing me that explorers are bad leaders, what you were showing me this, it occurred to me that, as described here, and this is a very, very loose generalization, a very, very loose analogy, but it seems to me that the leaders as described here are predominantly the judger types, whereas the explorers tend to be the perceiver types.
Mm.
The main difference between a perceiver and a judger, and this doesn't show up in the function chart. It just basically changes how the functions stack. The letters are actually the, like INTP and whatever, are they don't actually mean as much. The function charts are what matter the most. And and that's where it becomes like pairs of opposites, and that's where it becomes a
How
little
do I
bit more.
find a function chart? MBTI function chart? Is
Yeah.
that the
So
one?
if
Yeah.
you were to look at the do, do, do,
Maybe tell
do,
me which image fit.
the second one,
Second one. Got
that
it.
one there. So
Okay, let's open
those are the
this.
function charts for the 16 types. So if
Okay.
you look at
So
INTP,
we are
we
INTP
should
here.
have had this up while I was explaining it. So the INTP, you can see there's got thinking dominant.
Thinking is the biggest, then intuition, then sensing, and
Yeah.
then feeling.
And so the side that
Okay.
they're on, like I was saying, we
Is
have
how.
we have
Mhm.
introverted thinking, but it's so large that it goes into the extroverted side as well. So like we're so thinking dominant that we're both introverted and a little bit extroverted. Um,
Interesting. Maybe
um,
that's why I can sense emotions or think about people's facial expressions and their body language and things like that.
well, and see, that's the thing, is that INTPs are very, very good at reading body language when they learn how to, but they do it
Yes.
cognitively. They don't do it instinctively.
And
So
this is
if
why I
you
spent a year like learning empathy consciously by
yes,
philosophizing about it and
yeah,
practicing it.
we
Right?
have
I didn't learn it by feeling. I learned it by thinking and
exactly.
then I
So
learned to
if you
feel.
scroll down to one of the other, I don't know, like just have a look. Like if you look at the ESFJ, for example,
ESFJ here.
one just right below us there, they've
Yeah.
got extroverted feeling dominant. Like they're the ones
Mhm.
that just they're the ones that are like in the flow with the social aspects, and they're like the complete opposite of us. They're like,
But if they had to describe it or verbalize it or conceptualize it or philosophize about it, they would have trouble putting it into words,
you
maybe.
try and have a rational conversation with them, they're like vapid. They have no like they're thinking, they're introverted thinking, they're at the bottom. They tend not to be able to rationalize very well. It
But
bores
they
them.
can make good decisions based on their feelings,
But
right?
but
Accurate. Yeah.
yeah. So like I said before, thinking and feeling are deciding functions. They make
Right.
their decisions based on feelings and values,
Right.
um, rather than rational thought. So for you and
Right.
I, what is rational and what is true is what matters. For
Right.
feelers, it's what they value. It's what feels right. It's what um I'm a little bit tired. It's a little bit late, but
It's okay.
I just lost my train of thought. I'm
It's
struggling,
okay.
and I'm struggling to explain it because it's not how I process. Like I said, we've got
Mhm.
feeling last, um, and so
I'm
our
thinking it's like deontology, where your moral values are based on what is strictly good or bad, not based on the results
yes,
necessarily.
yes, yes, yes. And
Right?
this is where it comes down to things like, oh, you got to do this for the greater good. It's like, yeah, but it's not rational, right?
Right.
Um, And
Yeah.
the flip side, from their point of view, the
Mm-hmm.
rational thinking is bad because we can rationalize ourselves into some very, very terrible we can rationalize ourselves into some very, very terrible concepts because yeah, like logically it makes sense for that terrible concept to be true.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas feelers will wind up going into something that's terrible because like the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So
Mm-hmm.
neither one on their own is bad, but our thinking and feeling are diametrically opposed, and so that's where the biggest conflicts are between the thinking and the feeling. Whereas for us,
Mm-hmm.
the intuitive and sensing are closer together, so there's less of a gap between how we perceive the world and just how and a bigger gap between how we make decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Versus like the ENTP, for example, my roommate's an ENTP. His into like it's the same functions
Let's
but in
find
a
that
different order.
here.
There at the bottom.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. So it's the same functions, but in the opposite order. So his extroverted intuition is first, his intuitive thinking is second. His bigger gap is in how he takes in information versus how he makes decisions. So
Mm-hmm.
he has a harder time seeing perspectives than I do. Like he will reject how other people can come to a different conclusion than I will, and he will be very
Mm-hmm.
very focused on like his opinion being right, whereas I'm more open to seeing the different perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
So all that said, it strikes me that the thing that you showed me with leaders and explorers is that it seems to me that the leaders are all the judger types.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and because for judgers, it's about the end result. Judges want to, by and large, and this is a huge oversimplification because we're talking about 8 different types here, but by
Mm-hmm.
and large, the judges are more about the process, or sorry, more about the results, whereas the perceivers are more about the process, or more about the journey.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's very, very much, and going back to what we said before, I'm absolutely talking like an expert. So anyway, yeah, so for explorers, it's more about sorry, for perceivers, it's more about the journey, and more about finding the path and finding about the process of how you get to the end goal.
Mm-hmm.
So very, very much an explorer mindset. Um,
Yeah, it's fascinating to me. One sec, I'm just going to make a thread because I realized for the last one I made a thread in Discord and I put all the links in there as well.
okay, and that way you can refer to them later.
Yeah, and I also realized I can just link the thread to people. People in the Discord will look at the thread as well, right? And I want to build the Discord community to be a central hub for most
Okay,
of the
so you
resources. Yeah.
want your viewers to be able to access the Discord?
Yes. Yeah. Every
Okay,
viewer can access the Discord.
nice.
And I also made a channel for podcast guests. And I think every viewer is a potential podcast guest in my mind
You're happy.
because I'm
I'm
really,
happy to be interviewed whenever you want, whenever you want to, because usually when we talk, it usually winds up being very, very philosophical. Um,
and you enjoy that. Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
what's next? What else did you want to talk about?
Yeah. Yeah. I have some ideas. One sec.
Sure.
We're going to discuss innovation, leadership, a bunch of that stuff. Uh,
I mean, like you said, you should have been recording when we were talking before because we said
eh,
all
eh,
kinds of stuff.
yeah. Yeah. We've already. And this is the funny thing is like, I realized, I think the reason I quit my job to do this is that I've always been starved of conversation like this. It's why I was so happy in New World when I was able to get this kind of conversation every
I
day with
like
the
there was a
yeah.
period when you weren't there and I missed you. I was like, oh my god, I miss. Oh no, and it's also when we quit. I was just like, oh, I miss talking to Vamsi.
Yeah, yeah. And that's that like I probably enjoyed the conversation more than the game. And I think I even said that multiple times, right? That I was happy to lower my effectiveness at the game because I was talking to people and I was just running in circles instead of being efficient.
Yeah,
Um,
which
but then I
was
did
annoying when I actually wanted to play and get something done, and you were the
right.
healer that I needed to.
Yeah. And that's why I try to put in effort. Then, okay, let me automate some gameplay skills so that I can do them while talking anyway, instead of just accept the situation because I can improve at both.
Right.
I can do both if I try, if I learn. So, okay, I will put in some links. So there's the Myers-Briggs chart. There's all of this. Yeah, so this judging versus perceiving. Let's come back to why initially you mentioned this. You said, okay, so explorers are
Well,
perceiving types and
let's have a look
yep.
at this example or this
Yep.
explanation. So, judging types approach life in a structured, organized, and carefully calibrated way, creating
Mm-hmm.
short and long-term plans to help achieve their goals. Schedules to-do lists are comforting for them. They prefer knowing what they're getting into feeling frustrated in situations of ambiguity and change. People with this preference gain a sense of control by taking charge of their environment. They are self-disciplined and decisive, going for closure at the earliest possible opportunity to avoid stress. Judges have a work first, play later mindset and struggle with open-ended plans. They would rather come up with these different contingencies. They would rather come up with three different contingencies than deal with the problems as and when they arise. At work, as in life, judges take the responsibility and deadlines very similarly. They are very specific about what needs to get done, and they expect others to do as they say. They can come across as domineering and inflexible, but it's all about the need to operate in a structured setting. So this is very much like the leader concept as described in that other post. So perceiving types, on the other hand, approach life as free willing, spontaneous way, preferring to keep options as preferring to keep their options open than make a clear plan of action. They perceive structure as limiting and seek flexibility in their lives. They like adapting to new situations and feel frustrated by the daily grind of routines. People with this preference gain a sense of control by making choices only when they are necessary. They
Mhm.
view deadlines as elastic and often put off decision making to the last possible moment. Oh my
This is
God,
me. Yeah.
this is so me. Then they spend so much time as possible with exploring new options. They would rather start a new project than close down. You're highlighting it. That is, yes, I will start like 10 different. This is so common for INTPs that we will start 10
Yeah,
different
like
projects.
so this is why I wrote you that list. Did I show you that
You,
list of the seven
the seven,
Yeah.
yeah, you showed it to me.
Yeah. And look, but the thing is, every time I try to make a calendar, I can't stick to it. Like,
No, no,
I'm trying to make a calendar. So what it
that's
ends up being is a calendar of what I did, not what I plan to do,
yep,
right?
yep.
Like, because I just make
And then
decisions.
next week you're like, this calendar sucks. Let's make a new one.
Yeah. Yeah.
As the workers in life,
Interesting.
receivers are relaxed and adaptable. They enjoy life now and they enjoy life now and work later, and are always scanning the horizons for new options and new opportunities. They come across as unreliable and flaky, and that's all driven by the need to keep their options open. And this is where judges and perceivers tend to have their biggest conflict. Is that
Mm.
judges will perceive well judges will judge a perceiver as being flaky.
Hmm.
um and it's because we and to a degree, and honestly we are flaky, we literally are. But the thing of it
Hmm.
is that we're also open to the new ideas instead of focusing on the rigid structure and the rigid concepts and like doing what came before. We're looking for new ideas. So
Hmm.
for me, and so this is the thing that we bonded over a lot in New World, where I knew that I wanted to tank with the ice gauntlet as my secondary weapon. So in New World, you have two different weapons,
Hmm.
and the tank pretty much has to be sword and board as their primary weapon, because that's
Which is a sword and shield.
sword and shield,
Yeah.
right? Because you
Right.
have to be able to generate threat and you have to be able to block. Um, and most people gravitate towards either the great axe for more damage or the healing staff to heal for sustainability.
Hmm.
My plan in New World, and also I'm reasonably sure this is what I'm going to do in Ashes
Ashes of
Creation when it
creation.
comes out as well,
Hmm.
is to have ice magic as my secondary so that I can crowd control.
Right.
I wanted to be able to control the battlefield. I wanted to be able to have a basically a sticking point where um, people would have to people and or mobs, depending on the context, would have to deal with me because they couldn't get away from me.
And mobs are monsters,
Mobs,
basically.
mobs being the enemy monsters in
Right.
PVE. So if we're in a dungeon, we'd be talking about monsters. If we're in PvP, we're talking about other players.
Right.
Um, so that's kind of the mentality that I had with that build.
Hmm.
I wasn't even considering blocking with the ice gauntlet. I had no idea that it was even an option until you did the
Right.
math. You did the math. You showed me the math. I didn't even look at your math. I'm like, hey, that's cool. I like this idea. Let's give it a try. Um,
Right.
and we were talking. We were relating this, and I've told you this story so many times, but we were talking about it again today,
Hmm.
where there's this one particular day, the very first time we were doing a town when we were defending our town. We were doing a town siege, and I had fallen off the wall, and so I was on the outside of the wall where all the enemy players were, and I was like, I'm dead. There's no way I'm going to survive this. But I had my ice
Hmm.
gauntlet out. I had spec into the talent where we use mana instead of stamina to block, and it only blocks physical. It only blocks melee attacks. It doesn't block range attacks. But I had someone with I had someone with hatchets on me. I had two people with swords on me. I had someone with a great axe on me. They were all trying to kill me. I was
Hmm.
caught in a corner. And in any other situation, I would have been dead in 2 seconds. But
Hmm.
I had my ice gauntlet block up. I was blocking. They were wailing on my ice gauntlet, the force field that's created by it. And when my mana went down, because it uses mana instead of stamina, when my mana was almost full, I cast the spell that turns me into an ice block, where I basically take no damage. The ice encasing takes the damage, and while that's
Hmm.
up, I regenerate my mana. And then by the time that wore off, I was blocking again, and then I could switch to my shield to block and based on stamina until the ice block. I basically stalled them. It was like a good 5+ minutes. They were just,
And
I'm sure they were so frustrated, like, oh my God, this guy just won't die. But it's like, and it's like,
yeah,
you know what? And there's a part of it where it's like, yeah, I'm not doing anything. I'm just standing there, but
yeah.
I'm occupying 4 other players.
And the funny thing is, the more you wouldn't die, the more invested they would become. They would double down,
Exactly.
and they wouldn't want to just leave you. When sometimes the correct
Exactly.
move is just leave you and move on, because
No, and they should
they
have. They should have
they should have.
absolutely left me and moved on into something else, because I was being like, even though I wasn't doing anything, I was occupying 4 other players. That's a
Right.
net 3 players,
Yep.
like that I was occupying just by
Was this in
standing
the
there.
war where we were defending Win what was it? Weaver's Fen
This
or
is the
something?
very first. This is the very first time. I think it was the first
War.
Weaver's Fen war.
We kind of did it for practice, and he put the lower levels in
It
and
was
stuff, I
for
think.
practice. We
Yeah.
had the lower levels in.
We had a scrim, like quote unquote scrim, where the other team knew that they wouldn't take the territory even if they beat us. I think we made an alliance, like a deal of some sort.
I don't remember,
I
but
forgot. Okay.
whatever it was, I was
Hmm.
I was occupying 4 other players, and I like,
Hmm.
and so this is and so your viewers won't know this, but I played Guild Wars back in the
Hmm.
day. Um, I was in the alpha test, and I used to do this. We had one of the testers' name was Augie Salick. Um,
Hmm.
and he was in a guild called Idiot Savants. So for those who don't
Is
know
that
guild,
French?
Idiot Savants. Well, I mean,
Oh, idiot savants. Okay, so
idiot
you're
savants.
isn't that an oxymoron?
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
interesting.
So the Guild Wars was trying to get an esports, and so they did
Hmm.
have one world tournament. Idiot
Hmm.
Savants was the runner-up. They were beaten out
Hmm.
by Korean team. So yeah, there you go.
Who's this?
So big Machugalarge there. That's Augie Salak. I played a lot with him.
Okay.
I
Who is
don't
this? Just your cape? You know who this player was wearing this cape on the right?
um don't know for sure.
But this was the cape that you wore then.
That is the guild logo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
Okay.
So Augie wasn't the leader. The leader was
Are you in here in this
I
list?
am not on that list, no.
Okay.
Because I did not make the cut for the core team. My computer was really
Hmm.
bad. But
Hmm.
Augie and I, Big Machugalar there and I, did a lot of just
Testing.
same kind of thing that you and I did during the alpha
Right.
test. The devs
Yeah.
hated us. We would tell them exactly what we're gonna do. We would like, okay, we're ready heal ball, because what happens is that if you get monk elementalists into a ball and
Hmm.
heal, like you're unbeatable. Like at the
Hmm.
time, you couldn't beat a heal ball.
Hmm.
And what's his name? Finney? No, not Finney. Isaac. Oh my God, my brain is not working. The skills developer guy. Um,
Hmm.
he he decided to run, and we would. It's funny because we would tell them what we were doing, and sometimes they would nerf it literally that morning, the morning of the test.
Hmm.
Um, but in this particular case, we for the heal ball, the Isaac, I don't remember his name, the skills guy, he decided to run a skill called, you can Google this, called Epidemic. If you go type in Guild Wars Epidemic, Guild Wars, Epidemic skill Guild Wars. Um, So spread all negative conditions to the remaining durations to the target foe and all adjacent foes. So I think he was running a Mesmer Ranger. So what he would do, or Mesmer Necromancer, what he would do is he would poison one person, and then he would cast Epidemic because he knew that we were in a heal ball. He knew that it would spread to all of us. The problem was that the heal ball, the heal area skill was so powerful that it didn't matter how much poison. We had 9 stacks of poison. I was like, yeah, whatever.
Mhm.
So we had everybody had heal area. Um, we had 2 people who would be casting, I think some kind of stone elemental spell, that cast stones on people. And yeah, we were like, what do you do when you've got 8 players who are all healing the entire group?
Right. So why did the devs hate you if all you were doing was pointing out
I use
things that were
hate it.
wrong?
I use that in the like in the
Uh-huh.
rivalry sense. It's like, oh my god,
Okay.
this team is gonna break your stuff.
Right,
Um,
right. So you were the best bug testers they could have. Balance testers they could have.
The first time we broke the first time we broke 8 versus 8, we did Blood is Power heal party, I think the skill was called. Blood is Power is a skill that lets you'll take damage and then your target will gain mana regeneration.
Mhm.
And at the time, heal party did not have a range limit. It will heal your party no matter where you were. We literally stood at the starting point of the map, casting Blood is Power on each other and casting heal party over and over and over and over and over again. And again, we couldn't die. Like the party just didn't die.
Heal party. Let me look
Heal
that up.
party. Uh,
Heal entire party. Oh, so you just kept healing each
we just
other
kept healing the party. We were
and
just
removing debuffs
And if you type
and
in Blood is Power,
blood is
we literally
power. Yeah.
just looked in BIP, and
Target ally gains 356 energy regen. And is energy what you use to do the
energy
heal
is what you
to
use
your
to do
monks?
the heal, and
Okay.
casters have energy regeneration base.
What does
So
this cost? Blood magic. Does it cost HP?
I'm pretty sure
Health sacrifice.
heal.
Yeah.
Yep,
So wait, you're using HP to give energy, you're using energy to give HP,
yep,
and if the ratios are high enough, you have an infinite
yep.
loop, which is what you
And
have.
all of them said this is not going to work. I'm like, trust me, let's give it a try. And it's like he's like, it's not going to. It was so
So
broken.
he was wrong.
Our
Yeah.
team did not die. Our team did not
Right.
die. We actually caused a bug. So Gail Gray was the community manager for Guild Wars,
Hmm.
and she was on our team. I don't know, something about the way we were casting heal party over and over again caused a bug.
Hmm.
Her character model froze.
Hmm.
Like she could not play the game because like something happened and like it completely bugged out the system, and it
Hmm.
basically made her something happened that made her invincible. So
Oh, okay.
we completely broke the
This
game.
happened in New World too. There were people being
Yes,
invincible by like dragging their window or
yeah,
something, right?
it was
Yeah.
kind of the same thing as that, where it was like something happened and it froze Gale to be invincible in the same way that that screen grabbing thing did.
Mhm.
Um,
By the way, hold on before we move forward. Something's happening with your microphone
oh,
where, like, occasionally, periodically, you sound like you're getting further away or like, or kind of muffled. I would say.
oh,
Do you know what that is?
I don't know.
Okay, like now you're clear, but sometimes when you're talking, it gets like you're muffled. Is it maybe that you're moving your head while you're excited or
I
something?
might be moving my head while I'm excited, but I've got a headset. So
Oh, so that's weird. So the mic should move with you. I wonder what else it could
is
be.
this what it sounds like?
No, now you're just super far away. It sounds more muffled, lower quality. I guess I'll let you know when it happens again, and maybe we can figure out
Okay.
what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
it's all good
So
now.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
anyway, so that's kind of my chop is that I practiced with, even though I
Hmm.
wasn't in the cut for the top guild, not the top guild. I guess they lost to a Korean team, a South Korean team. Um,
Hmm.
but the first world championship, they came in second place.
Right.
And so that's kind of the quote unquote pedigree that I've got. And as I was telling you just before this, like when the elementals got added to the alpha test, we knew the elementals was coming because we had elementalist mobs that cast elemental skills.
Hmm.
And the mesmer class was available as a secondary, but the mesmer class wasn't available as a primary at the time. My main
Hmm.
character was a ranger mesmer, where I
Right.
had was ranger primary with some mesmer skills,
And that was an unconventional combination, I'm
and that
guessing.
was an unconventional combination.
Right.
That's
So let's segue this into innovation because that's how all this
and that's
started. And we were discussing Steve Jobs before that. You brought up Steve Jobs.
well, this is
Yeah.
the innovation that I'm talking about,
Right.
when the elementals was out of the game,
Hmm.
my first thought was, okay, well, we have a system where you have a primary class and a secondary class, and the primary class determines what armor you can wear. How
Hmm.
does a warrior elementalist work? Because the
Hmm.
warrior, as we described with energy regeneration, the warrior only has 20 base energy and 2 energy regeneration,
Hmm.
whereas the elementalist has 30 base energy and 4 pips of regeneration.
Hmm.
The warrior casts basically about half the spells. Now, what's interesting about this is that the ranger kind of splits the middle. The ranger has, I think, 25 energy and 3 pips of energy regeneration.
Hmm.
Um, but the way they get so they're better able to use warrior skills that cost energy. Warriors tend to try and use skills that don't use a lot of energy, but some of the warrior skills do use energy. But those are better used on ranger warriors. Especially
Hmm.
because the ranger has a skill that lets them reduce their energy costs of physical skills and touch skills. That's a whole separate build. The touch spell ranger is another build. We won't get into that. I will
Right.
actually technically we are, because the skill that I was telling you about shock was, if you search up shock. So anyway,
Hmm.
um, I built a warrior elementalist, and for the first 8 versus 8, and this is when we had opened it up to international. This is when the 8 versus 8 tests were international. We wound up going up against a team that wound up using our heal ball strategy. It had
Hmm.
been nerfed a little bit, but they were doing heal ball. They had elementalists, and at one point, and they were so like they were so good. They were so tied up, and I was actually going fire spells. This is before we started using shock. I ran up. I basically ran into the middle of their heal ball. The thing about heal area that's a downside is that it heals all the players in the area,
Including
including
enemies.
enemies.
Right.
So
So you have to be precise.
after we had been wiped a few times, I was just like, screw this. I ran in the middle of their pack, and I cast
Ratted as in
Firestorm.
yeah,
Uh, and
ratted.
and being a warrior, I had the armor to take a few hits. I was also standing in their heal balls. And
Hmm.
Firestorm, they scatter. They had to scatter because Firestorm
Right.
does so much damage. It's a point blank. It basically casts fire around where you're standing,
Right.
and they had to scatter. Like the point blank fire was such a high amount of damage that they could not stand in it,
Right.
um, and even with their heal ball, and
Hmm.
they just scattered. And then by the time once I had them scattered and disorganized, they were easy to take down. Um,
Hmm.
but that kind of paved the way for us to explore with the warrior elementalist, and what they this wasn't my tech, but what they gravitated to is shock. Shock, what it does is it's a touch based spell. So like a primary elementalist wouldn't necessarily want to use it because they don't want to go into melee combat. um, you cast shock, you run up, you cast shock, knocks them down. And so while they're on the ground, you can start hitting them with your hammer skills and build up adrenaline. There's a resource called adrenaline. By the time they stand up, you've got enough adrenaline to do the hammer knockdown. And then you knock them down with the hammer, and then by the time they get up after that, your shock is recharged. So you can have two, if you and so basically the meta that it's Vamsi used for the first for at least the first worlds. I don't know about after that because I didn't really follow it after that. Was to warrior elementals with shock. And this came from me thinking that warrior elementalists were not going to work, but I wanted to try it anyways to see what would happen.
Hmm.
Right.
And yeah, so this is the thing you look for. So that's why I wanted to segue into innovation in general, because I think for a lot of the listeners, all the Guild War 1 specific stuff, it's hard to
It's
track
hard to
and
track.
follow.
Yeah,
But once we get into like Steve Jobs and innovation and basically your technique of going, so first of all, you're a contrarian.
I'm absolutely
You
contrarian.
you're you're automatically repulsed by the status quo.
Every
Number
time,
one.
so
Yep.
the quote unquote effective builds, um,
Hmm.
I don't want to gravitate to. Another good example. Another good example is Magic the Gathering, which more players will be familiar with.
Mhm.
In Shadows over Innistrad Standard,
Mhm.
red was considered to be the worst, or the worst color, because
Mhm.
red, like a lot of the core damage spells that red normally has, weren't there. Um, Red and blue
Shock,
were
torch,
both,
whatever. Yeah,
yeah, all the direct damage, all the enemy destruction stuff.
the burn. Yeah.
The burn just wasn't there. Um,
Mhm.
and the big decks at the time were green white tokens, which created a lot of tokens and built them up. Um, what was the other one? Uh, Collected Company was a big one. Collected Company was just broken. But I don't want to go too much into that. I played red. I played a red vampire deck. Well, actually, it wasn't even a
Mhm.
vamp. It wasn't even built as a vampire deck. It had a lot of vampires in it, but it wasn't actually a vampire deck. And
Can you
it was.
name the cards that were in it or some of them?
Oh, I'm trying to remember. There was a.
Or I could look up a list of all red
Uh,
cards in
look up
Innistrad if that helps.
look up the red cards in if you go to
I could just do this deck builder and go to Innistrad. No, wait, that's the format. Advanced search maybe.
yeah, here we go. So go
Where are the block
go
sets?
sets.
So Innistrad.
Uh
So this one would be
start
Shadows over
shadows,
Innistrad.
shadows over Strad, color
Filter
red,
results. Okay, where's
color red.
color red?
And most vampire decks were going red black. And by dropping the
Were you
black,
mono red? Were you mono red?
I was mono red. Most vampire decks were
Okay.
going red black because black had a lot of um
And then would the format have been like standard at the time
it would
or
have been standard at the time, but not standard now.
which is
I
what
don't
well,
I don't
stuff is
think it
still
will.
showing up. Boros aggro.
Yeah, those are the new.
uh How do I like look up a full set?
I
MTG
don't
cards
I don't
maybe?
I don't use that site. What's the site that I use? Why can't I remember the site that I use?
So here, if we go over to format, no, set, Shadows over Innistrad, and
Go
we
to
filter
scryfall.com.
scryfall.com.
Yeah.
I might have just figured it out by the way.
Okay.
Shadows over Innistrad, advanced filters, and go to color red. And now I think I'm displaying all cards that are red and from Shadows over Innistrad. So that's not too many. So you've got Lightning Axe. That sounds like a burn spell. That looks familiar.
Yeah, but Lightning Act requires you to discard a card, and it's great for. I'm going to do this on Scryfall. It's great
Sure.
for there was Madness. I had a little
Mm-hmm.
bit of Madness, but Madness basically when you discard a call, you can cast it for cheaper.
So
Um,
advanced search on Scryfall, and then let's see,
Formats, no,
sets
sets,
Innistrad, Shadows
shadows.
over Innistrad.
Actually, I did use Madness. There was one particular Madness card that I had. I need to
Was Madness where
see.
you take one of their creatures and use it against them, or no?
Madness is so if you look for a card called Incorrigible Youths.
Incorrigible Youth
Yeah,
or something else?
Incorrigible Youths.
You. How do you spell that last
You
word?
the word youth with an S at the end.
Oh, youths. Okay.
Yeah.
Incorrigible youths. Shadows over Innistrad. Got it.
Yeah. So you can
So
see there that it has madness. And so if you discard this card, discard into exile, when you do, cast it for its madness cost or put it in your graveyard.
so
So
you used other cards that would discard this card, and then you could play it for 3 instead of
yes,
5
you could
mana.
play it for
Okay.
3 mana instead of 5 mana. The other
Right.
card that I had, um, Sin Prodder was one of them. What was the card that I had that had trample? It was a 1-drop cast. Was it in Shadows or was it in the one before it? It must have been in the one before it. What was the one before it called? Elder's Moon. search. Fury Blade Vampire. So if you look up Fury Blade Vampire, are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, look up
Fury Blade Vampire.
Fury Blade Vampire. Yeah.
Fury Blade
Yeah,
Vampire.
just yeah.
Hold on. Let me just do it here. Fury Blade Vampire.
There you go.
Eldritch Moon. It's a
Yeah,
different set. Okay.
yeah. This was the set before.
Begin.
It was the same block, but the set before. So at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may discard a card. If you do, Fury Blade leads +3/+0 till end of turn. It has trample.
Right.
So
So this is how you would be aggro. You'd get past their blockers and do damage to their health total,
my
while
my
also discarding your madness
my
cards to
perfect
use them.
and so incorrigible use has haste. So my
Okay.
perfect curve would be Fury Blade Vampire,
Into incorrigible use after
discarding
discarding it the previous
incorrigible
turn.
use to Fury Blade Vampire, attacking with
Right.
both.
Right.
And so I didn't have a lot of burn. I had one
Right.
one burn spell. I forget what that was from the set before. Dragons of Tarkir. It's a spell that deals more damage. It's a spell that deals damage to the player. I won't get into the name of the card because I don't remember it. But it's a spell that deals damage to the player if you have a dragon in play, or if you can show a dragon from your hand. And then I had like Thunderbreak Regent as the dragon in my hand, and I didn't even care. So many players would try and play around Thunderbreak Regent. Thunderbreak Regent, I didn't even care if I got it out. If I got it out, it was great, but it wasn't the end of my thing. Anyway, the point being, I played red when everybody thought red was the worst color.
Mm-hmm.
Is the long story of this? Is the long and short of the story?
Right.
And
And you made it work and you succeeded.
I won $100 for a $20
Right.
entry. I think I didn't make the top. I think I came in 10th.
Right.
In the Calgary Star City Games. Star City Games had a tournament here, so it was a cash
Right.
tournament where I paid $20 entry fee and I won $100 because I came in 10th
Right.
with a color that nobody else was playing. There was literally
And
one
that's the
other
thing.
person
People
doing.
don't know how to play against it, and it's also just people don't explore. They miss possibilities because they are closing off.
They missed
Okay, so there's something. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They missed possibility exactly. They missed possibility because they're closing off their options.
Mm-hmm.
Even players that I was playing against were trying to tell me to add black to my deck for vampires because I had more sustainability. But it's like I don't want more sustainability. I want to go fast with this deck. I hate playing red. I don't even play red. Red is the least color that I like to play. I do not like burn decks. I do not like Sly. But I saw an opportunity here where there was a synergy within the red cards that was counter to what people usually thought of when they played red. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so that's where the innovation comes in. That's where it's like I will take the path least traveled to try and find the options that people are overlooking. And usually what winds up happening is whatever I'm doing becomes the meta later. I'm just at
Mm-hmm.
the forefront of whatever that technology is. Now, and sometimes it doesn't work. There was one game where I played where I don't even remember the name of the game, but it had a multi-classing system. Um, and I wanted to be a druid warrior. And people were like, no,
Mm-hmm.
no, no, don't do druid warrior. Druid warrior is bad. Uh, do warrior druid instead. Warrior druid is better. I'm like, okay, no, I want to be a druid warrior. It was bad. It was absolutely bad. The skills just didn't line
So
up.
sometimes it doesn't work out. That's the
And
lesson you're
sometimes it doesn't
teaching here.
work out. Sometimes
Yeah.
sometimes things are considered bad for a reason. Warrior
So
druid.
wait, that's happening with your mic right now. The thing.
Okay, so I'm waving my hands around because I'm excited.
Oh, so is your hand coming between you and the mic or
I
something?
don't know. It shouldn't be.
It's happening. It just happened there for only some of the words in your
How about right
sentencing. It
now?
shouldn't be.
Like literally right now.
It's
Is it happening?
happening literally right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about now? Is it happening now?
No, it's not.
Okay, it's literally what I'm waving my hands around and like wiggling my torso.
Yes, it's happening right now. Yeah. So I guess your hand waving is somehow getting in the way of the mic or the audio. The acoustics are changing.
The
That's interesting.
acoustics are changing and like my head is tilting and I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so I can't be as dramatic as I normally am.
I mean, maybe you can if we move the mic a certain way. I'm just thinking. Um, Man, I wish I had you in person because I've been thinking about how do I set up a podcast because I have a good mic, a Shure MV7 sort of here. I'll pull up
I
an
have a
image,
good mic, but
and
I
I have
never
a
use it.
stand for it as well. Huh?
I have a good mic, but I almost never use it. Um,
Okay, maybe for the next time we'll set that up
maybe for
then.
the next time I'll try and set it up in
But But yeah, I have this mic and I have a stand that goes with it that can
Okay.
clip onto a desk and stuff. So like if I had you in person,
Yeah.
we could definitely do. Yeah. And probably at a certain point I will have the budget to like travel to people to interview them, right?
Right.
So that would be cool. Yeah.
Or
I could
fly
travel
me
to
or fly me
Alberta
to Vancouver.
or fly you to Vancouver
Um,
for a trip. Yeah. Yeah.
anyway, so
Yeah.
um, yeah, that's kind of the innovation that I like to do is like I'd like to
Hmm.
find the things that are just not very common and not
Overlooked.
very
They're just overlooked. Yeah.
overlooked.
And your intuition probably points you to something like, because I'm guessing your hit rate is higher than most people who just do, or like if you told me, Vamsi, just pick the thing that you think is least likely to work and then go try it, that's probably not going to work out that often.
No,
But you have a higher hit rate than that because your intuition points you to things. And this is what I wanted to bring
I
this
do
blog post
things
up.
that are interesting. So and
Yeah.
I do
So
this.
here, look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this. Okay. To be a successful scientist, for example, it's not enough just to be right. You have to be right when everyone
Yep.
else is wrong. Conventional minded people can't do that. So okay, this blog post is really interesting. He basically goes into classifying people by four quadrants.
Sure.
So two axes, their their degree of aggressiveness, or sorry, the aggressiveness of their conformism,
Hmm.
and their independent versus conventional mindedness.
Hmm.
So you have aggressively conventional minded, passively conventional minded, passively independent minded, and aggressively independent minded. And he goes into arguments for like which ones are most common.
Hmm.
So the aggressively conventional minded kids are the tattletales. They believe not only that rules must be obeyed, but that those who disobey them must be punished. The kids in the lower left quadrant, the passively conventional minded, are the sheep. They're careful to obey the rules, but when other kids break them, their impulse is to worry that those kids will be punished, not to ensure that they will. So they enforce the status quo, these other ones, these aggressively conventional minded. These ones, they try to obey the rules, but they don't do much about it. So aggressive versus passive, I guess.
Hmm.
Uh, The kids in the upper right quadrant, the aggressively independent minded ones, are the naughty ones. When they see a rule, their first impulse is to question it. Merely being told what to do makes them inclined to do the opposite. Now,
Yep.
I was like this as a kid. You probably were as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, actually, I was the first
Uh,
one as a kid.
you were okay. You were here.
Yeah. I
Okay.
was, but
Interesting.
see, I was both the first and the third. Like I would
Okay.
question the rules, but I'd also be the type to like follow the
Enforce
rules
them.
and tattletale on others who didn't follow the rules. I
Okay.
don't like this quadrant system because like
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm literally the first and the third.
Right. So
Depends on the
already there's a flaw
context.
there. Yeah.
Um,
And then here, the kids in the upper right quadrant. Oh, sorry. Here. Where was the last one?
I don't know.
Oh no, I guess this was it.
Oh,
Passively,
that's
oh
the one.
here,
That's the
I
one you
missed
missed.
this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the kids in the lower right quadrant, the passively independent minded, are the dreamy ones. They don't care much about rules and probably aren't 100% sure what the rules even are.
See, I
So
had
they're just
elements
dreaming.
of three of those as a kid.
Right.
So I
The
don't
ones the one you were missing was which one? This one. Oh
the
no.
passive this one's cheap.
This one.
The passively conventionally minded. That
Right.
one I
So you
didn't
were
do.
aggressively conventional minded, passively independent minded, and aggressively independent minded.
Right? Like
Yeah.
I would be the type I would always question the rules. Don't tell me what to do, but tell me why.
Yeah.
Like I need to know the why. But
Hmm.
when it came to school, like I followed all the rules and I kind of got upset when other people didn't follow the rule. I was the type of
Right.
person like if I have to follow the rules, everybody else has to too.
Right.
So I don't I don't I don't necessarily agree with that coordinate system. I understand what he's trying to convey there, but I don't think it correctly classifies people because it like there's different content. Like
Hmm.
for me, there's a difference between like I will follow the rules if they make sense.
Hmm.
And like I'm good with rules, but when it comes to ideas and concepts, that's where I'm not conventionally minded and I want to do the opposite.
Hmm.
Um, because ideas are not rule. And I think, okay, you know what? That's an interesting thought. Ideas are not rules. And I
Ideas
think
are not
and I
rules. Yeah.
think a lot of the judging types and a lot of the other players consider ideas to be rules. So they'll say
Mm.
this is the best build, and it just because it is. You have to do it this way, and this is why, and everything else is less efficient and therefore bad, right? And that's a rule.
Hmm.
And that's the kind of thinking that I want to challenge. That's the kind of thinking that, and it's not even that I want to challenge it. It's just that that's the kind of thinking that I just automatically go to. I will do my own thing and create my own thing, And if it becomes the popular thing, I become less interested. If it's something that everybody else is doing, I don't want to do it anymore. That's kind of the way that's the way I play games. Um, yeah, you're uncharacteristically quiet.
Yeah, sorry, I was typing something.
Okay, I was saying
But yeah, I
you were either
heard you.
thinking about something, or or your microphone died,
Or I was engaged in something else. Like,
or
yeah, I
you're
was
engaged in
typing.
something else.
Yeah, yeah, those three. Um, I heard you. I'm just thinking about like how would I relate to that? And then yeah, I was also drawing out this diagram, right? Of
Yeah.
like I drew it out exactly the way he laid it out. So conventional versus independent and aggressive versus passive. Um, and I guess the main thing he said is like the let me see it through. He had this thing about Princeton's professor Robert George wrote about how I sometimes ask students what their position on slavery would have been, and had they been white and living in the South before abolition. Guess what? They all would have been abolitionists. They all would have bravely spoken out against slavery
Nope.
and worked tirelessly against it.
Nope.
He's too polite to say so, but of course they wouldn't.
Nope.
And indeed, our default assumption should not merely be that the students would, on average, have behaved the same way people did at the time, but that the ones who are aggressively conventional minded today would have been aggressively conventional minded then too. In other words, they'd not only have fought against slavery, but they'd have been its staunchest defenders.
How controversial are we allowed to be on your podcast?
You can be as controversial as you want. I'm not afraid.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's one of the questions that's often asked is about
Hmm.
about the about Nazi Germany, and
Sure.
there's this one picture where everybody's doing the salute except for
How do
one
I find it?
person.
Nazi Germany picture.
I have no idea. There's a
Picture. One
picture.
salute.
One person wasn't saluting. There, that one there with the red circle.
Y-
That one there with the
This
red
one.
circle.
Okay.
That's
That's
the
you.
image
Yep.
there. So that one person there,
Is
everybody,
not saluting. He's crossing
everybody,
his arms. Yep.
everybody thinks that they will be that guy. Everybody thinks that
Right.
they will be that guy.
But most of us are not.
The COVID and this is why I asked how controversial we can be. The COVID
Sure.
pandemic proved this false.
Right.
Because when governments were doing a lot of
What you would say
absolutely,
fascism.
absolutely
Fascism.
fascistic stuff
Yes.
about
They were consolidating
you have
power.
to
They
have
were
your health
controlling.
passport, you have to show your
Hmm.
papers everywhere you go, you have to prove that you were vaccinated, never mind the fact that the vaccine never prevented spread.
Hmm.
It never was intended to. Now they're now telling us it was never intended. Now that the evidence is showing that it doesn't prevent spread, they're now saying it never intended to prevent spread, even though that's the
Hmm.
entire reason for the health passport in the first place. So
Right.
everybody thinks that they will be that guy, but 95% of people said that they wanted the passports enforced. So
Hmm.
no, we have absolute proof that when it comes down to it, the government will convince you to do the most authoritarian bullshit if
Right.
pressed.
Yep. Yeah.
People will not stand up to the status quo,
Yeah.
no
And
matter how fascistic it winds up being.
right. And it's not just governments. We see this on small scales in classrooms, right?
Absolutely,
How many people will challenge a teacher who says something wrong? Right?
I
Very
would.
few. Yeah, exactly. You would, and I remember I did, and I became the guy who asked questions and brought up things, and teachers would roll their eyes.
I
Other
had
students would even roll their eyes. Yeah.
I remember in social studies, I
Yeah.
had a teacher who was telling us about latitudinal and longitudinal lines, and he was
Hmm.
trying to tell me that the latitudinal lines were longer near the equator.
Hmm.
I'm like, no, no, they're not. They can't be because they're
Right.
circles. They're circles. Circles are not
Right.
the lines in a circle is infinite. They're not longer or shorter than one another. You can say that the circumference is larger near the equator, but the line themselves is not longer because it's a circle.
Right. And this is where you and I tend to run into conflict is we care about the precision and accuracy of the words we use and the facts that we convey.
Right?
Right.
And
But other people would find that pedantic.
is that, and it is pedantic
Yep.
because even at the time, I knew what the teacher was trying to convey, but I
Right.
also knew that the way he was saying it was wrong and it wouldn't fit. So one of the things
Okay.
that you probably are the same way. The way that INTPs tend to view the world is we have kind of like a foundation of knowledge,
Hmm.
and for me it's like a puzzle piece. It's like the pieces that the information that I take in, it has to fit with what I already know. It has to have a
Hmm.
place where it locks.
Mm-hmm.
And if the information that I'm taking in doesn't lock anymore, I reject it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why it's very hard to gaslight me. It's very hard to tell me information that's false because it's like, well, that can't be true because that contradicts everything else that I know,
Right.
right?
But you're open to then what's the word? Re-understanding everything you know
Right.
to then fit in this new piece of information
And
if
that
it's valid.
and that's
Yeah.
the thing is if someone convinced me that my base assumptions are false, I can easily fit it in, and I'm not, and I'm happy to do that. If someone
Right.
can make a valid, and this is where it comes down to the thinkers versus feelers, it's because I'm based on rationality. If someone can
Right.
can tell me why everything else that I've learned is false, then fine, I can form a new paradigm. And so
Right.
that's why that's why when going back to COVID a little bit, when I'm based on informed consent and I want to understand what the risks of a vaccine are before I put in my body, and my
Mm-hmm.
health minister here in Alberta is telling me that it's safe and effective and not telling me the risks.
Mm-hmm.
But safe and effective based on what metric? Like safe and effective based on what metric? You're you're
Right.
you're spouting a dogma. You're repeating a line to me without giving me the foundational knowledge that I need to accept that as true,
Right. And you'd
right?
be much more likely to believe the guy if, or was it a girl? I don't know.
I was a girl,
Uh,
Dina
okay, the
Hinshaw.
woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you'd be more likely to believe the woman if she told you about what research was
Yep.
done, what concerns did they address, what error correction
It,
mechanisms did they engage in? Meaning, how hard did they try to find their own mistakes first?
exactly. And the
Right.
thing is, if they had told me that the five top side effects of the thing, I would have taken
Mhm.
it. I probably would have taken it
Right. So
based
if
on
they had disclosed, so again, this is transparency, one of my core values, right?
right.
Like if they had disclosed what they knew about the bad, and I've noticed so many people, they try to hide the bad and lift up the good. When I just tell people the good and the bad,
Yep.
they're actually more likely to just like to trust me, and then to actually make a good informed decision. Because ultimately, I don't want people to make a decision that is bad for them anyway,
Exactly.
right? I want them to make the decision they think is best. But I'm realizing now with COVID and everything, the government didn't want people to make the decision that the people believed was best for themselves individually.
Right.
They wanted them to make the decision that the government believed was best for everybody.
Exactly.
And I had this discussion with Tropical in the first podcast episode, Andrew, and it seemed that we had an argument about when to ban drugs. Basically,
Hmm.
at what point should you ban drugs? And I basically said that, for example, he said, "Is it unethical for social media companies to create echo chambers for people?" And I said, "I don't think it's evil if you're." He used the word evil, so but unethical evil, I can use them, I think, interchangeably in this case. But basically, I said I don't think it's ever evil or unethical to sell a product that people want for
Exactly.
themselves, right? Because we should trust people to decide what is best for themselves. And if we think they're wrong, then we should work on education. We should work on rational persuasion. We shouldn't use force or violence because ultimately every law that the government makes is backed up by guns,
Yes.
right? At its root, we're saying we'll put you in jail using the threat of guns and force
Right.
if you do not follow this law, which means that we should be very, very careful when we're deciding that that's something. So, like a government that is enforcing legal contracts or, having a police force to stop murder, violence, like those make sense to me as times where you have to use coercion and force and
Hmm.
violence. But if you're going to jail someone for smoking cigarettes, to me that seems wrong.
Hmm.
And that was kind of the argument we had. It's like, because I know cigarettes are really bad, I know alcohol is really bad, I know that it's actually worse than some of the drugs that we have
We
banned.
had
So
prohibition. We had prohibition,
we did,
and it didn't
and then
work.
bootlegging alcohol happened. Yeah.
Like people
Yeah.
talk about Al Capone. Al Capone's industry was completely funded by alcohol.
Hmm.
If
And there was that
alcohol
whole thing with the CIA importing cocaine and profiting off of it, right?
if
And
alcohol
controlling the
wasn't
drug
banned,
trade.
if alcohol wasn't banned, Al Capone
Yeah.
wouldn't have an industry.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing is when we ban things like guns, like alcohol, we actually make it easier for criminals to do their job and to succeed.
Yep.
The what do you know more about the CIA and cocaine? Because I haven't researched
I
that,
don't know
but
enough
I
about it.
just okay, yeah, neither do I. So we'll just skip it. It's not that important. I might research it for future episode and bring it up if viewers are interested
Sure.
or listeners are interested. Yeah. Um, but yeah, so for similar reasons, all successful startup CEOs are not merely independent minded, but aggressively so. Quoting Paul Graham's conformism post again.
Mhm.
By the way, I realize my podcast is going to be so bad for people who are only listening and not watching because I'm highlighting text and stuff.
Well, you're reading it as
So
well.
yeah, I am reading it, but I need to be more conscious of making it better for listeners. But yeah, so he also writes in the last few, and this goes into free speech, which I'm sure you and I are both fervent supporters of.
I'm a free speech absolutionist.
Yeah,
Absolutist.
absolutist. Yeah, so am I. Because, we were about to find out why, right? In the last few years, many of us have noticed the customs protecting free inquiry have been weakened. Some say we're overreacting, that they haven't been weakened very much, or that they've been weakened in the service of a greater good. The latter I'll dispose of immediately. When the conventional minded get the upper hand, they always say it's in the service of a greater good. It just happens to be a different, incompatible greater good
Mhm.
each time. So we've seen this time and time again in history. And I think the reason I love philosophy so much is because it's not just about the COVID situation, it's about centuries of patterns, right? It's like history.
Yeah.
We learn from our mistakes. That's why they say those who do not study history are
There
doomed to
there
repeat it.
is ne there I cannot think of a time ever in history
Hmm.
where censoring speech and burning books was ever for the greater good. It was
Hmm.
always claimed to be,
Right.
but it was always proven wrong
And
every
it was short
single
sighted.
time.
Yeah.
And
Not
so
only was it short sighted temporally in terms of time, but also short sighted conceptually in terms of ideas.
every single time I
Hmm.
hear of speech being censored or um, conspiracy, like the media claiming that something's a conspiracy theory.
Hmm.
I'm starting to get to the point. This is my contrarian mind. I'm starting to get to the point where I'm like, oh, that must be true then,
Right.
because otherwise they wouldn't fear it so much.
Right. But now, this, by the way, this is something I need to overcome myself because I grew up as a contrarian, but I realized it was not ideal. I think I even discussed this in the New World Guild a year and a half ago, where I said I need to learn to be independent minded, which is to say, because when I'm contrarian, what happens is that I just do the opposite of tradition and status quo.
Right.
But actually, tradition has a lot of value because it's
Oh,
centuries of error correction built up over
yes.
time, right? So tradition has a lot of value, traditional knowledge.
Yep.
It's very robust. It's gone through a lot of trial and error.
I didn't.
So if I just do the opposite of tradition, I'm likely to fail at my goals. But independent mindedness means that in the areas I care about and I want to do better than tradition, I'm willing to put in the effort to think for myself and apply good philosophy and learn and then try to come up with a better solution that works for my life.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Um, I I was raised Jehovah's Witness, and I spent a
Hmm.
lot of time distancing myself from Christianity, especially being gay
Hmm.
or homosexual.
Hmm.
Um, however, the I as I get older and as I see the way society is going, I'm actually starting to appreciate Christian values more and more for the foundations of society that can underpin them.
Hmm.
So even though I don't agree with necessarily the theological concepts behind Christianity,
Hmm.
the societal function as an underpinning of society. I'm literally making redundant statements.
Hmm.
The societal functions the functions that they provide that underpin society
Hmm.
um, can't be denied
Hmm.
or can't be overlooked or understated. As
I
we
really want to introduce you to Elliot Temple because he wrote that responsibility initiative, fallible ideas thing. He wrote the Steve Jobs thing. He's a philosopher. He's who I learned a lot of these ideas from.
right,
He was a student of David Deutsch. Because unfortunately now David Deutsch has been like having a harassment campaign against him that is publicly documented. And like he even wrote a blog post, David Deutsch's mistake in philosophy and scholarship. So I now think Elliot Temple is a significantly better thinker than David Deutsch. Like I've had to discount a lot of David Deutsch's ideas after seeing mistakes and issues with him.
okay,
But with Elliot Temple, like he even discusses this thing about tradition because he actually said that the militant atheists, for example, Sam Harris,
hmm
are getting a couple of things wrong. One of them, or maybe a lot of things wrong. But and I don't, disclaimer, I could be wrong about these things. But the key thing that I took away personally was that religion has value.
hmm
Basically, it has value, and I think it's in the traditions and the knowledge, and even the moral knowledge, especially, right? Like we think that religion constrains people, and I think to some degree it does. Like I'm an atheist. I believe Elliot is an atheist, but I won't speak for him. I'm an atheist, but I don't want to treat religious people as if they're bad because I think you wrote somewhere something like, well, I should try to find it, but roughly maybe this idea that most Western religious people, say Christians, are good people. Like they live life by good Western values.
So as much
Mhm.
as I dislike the religion of the Jehovah's Witnesses, like I said, I was raised as one.
Yeah.
They are honorable people.
Right.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
They
Honorable is the word I'm
will
looking for.
they
Yeah.
if they are going to tell you that they're going to do something, they will do it absolutely.
Right. So
They
they have integrity. They
have
keep their promises.
they have a oh
Yeah.
my god, I remember this one argument between my brother and my sister-in-law where
Hmm.
my sister-in-law lied about something. My
Yeah.
brother was so livid. It was and she was like, it's a tiny little lie. It's not that big of a It's like, no, no. Because they have a very fundamental belief that Satan is the father of the
Honesty.
lie.
Mm.
And so when it comes down to words being important,
Hmm.
like if a Jehovah's Witness gives you their word that they're going to do something, you can pretty much bank on it.
Right.
Um,
Their word is their bond.
so I mean, like I said, as much as I think the religion is fundamentally flawed and horrible, the people themselves, like you can't fault them.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah. So this is something Elliot Temple wrote, Why Integrity Matters. Integrity primarily makes your own life better. It's hard enough to think clearly and rationally and face reality, even if you're consistently honest.
mhm,
Try to be honest all the time and you still may fail. Make a bunch of exceptions in your relationship with reality and you don't have much chance.
mhm,
Lying to others requires having dishonest ways of thinking in your head. You will use them to lie to yourself too.
mhm.
It's much easier to recognize lies directed towards others, and you should take them as a warning sign about your dishonesty in general, including with yourself. Associations with others matter too. Who wants to deal with a liar? Liars lose out on opportunities for mutually beneficial cooperation, and if your lies screw someone over enough, you risk them seeking revenge. Most of all, when you lie, you're disrupting your own relationship with reality.
Tying what you just said back to Myers-Briggs
Yep.
functions a little
Yep.
bit.
Let's go back. Yep.
Um, the functions each have a thing that they care about the most,
Hmm.
and I don't know them all. But
Okay.
introverted thinking, which you and I have.
So
Um,
this introversion here. Yep.
this is more about the function. The function. Do you remember the
Rather than the
16?
thinking part.
It's introverted thinking. So there's eight
Okay.
functions: introverted thinking, extroverted thinking, introverted sensing, introverted feeling, introverted intuition, extroverted intuition. Um,
Hmm.
it's the image with the 16 types with the different circle ovals.
You want me to open that up? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do that. One sec. I'm just finding it. Got it.
And so I don't know all of them. Like those are the eight functions and how they stack, depending on whether they're extroverted or
Right.
introverted. INTPs and ISTPs, and also ESTPs there on the top right. And
Hmm. So
the,
you can see how ESTPs are introverted thinking, but their thinking is mostly introverted and only a little extroverted. Whereas
exactly.
INTPs have a huge extroverted function
Yep.
and an even huger thinking function,
Yep.
or introverted thinking function.
Exactly. So
So their thinking function is just massive.
so the
Now it's similar for sensing with ESTP.
yep.
Yep. Okay.
So that's how it is. The dominant function we're just so good at it that we kind of do a little bit of both. Now,
Right. Right.
the introverted thinking
Hmm.
is about accuracy
Okay.
and
Accuracy to reality specifically.
accuracy to reality. And so
Yes.
this is where INTPs are, first of all, they're bad at lying,
Hmm.
but they do not like and I know that from my roommate who's an at the very bottom. It's cut off there.
ENTP.
So
Yeah.
he's got the same functions as me, just in a different order, because his intuition is
Hmm.
first, and
Hmm.
introverted thinking is second.
Right. So this.
We
Yeah.
don't. I do not like making an accurate statement,
Hmm.
and this is why people talk about us being pedantic or whatever. It's like
Right.
inaccuracy. It's not even just lying. Lying is is the next level. Even being inaccurate is such an oh my gosh, an anathema.
Anathema. Yeah.
Anathema.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
You're anathema to it, or it's.
I
How are
haven't.
you tired? You just woke up, right? But I
Oh,
guess this is
I
intellectually
was I
draining.
was sick, so I had a nap, and it wasn't. So
Ah, you
I
were
didn't
sick.
sleep. I just had a 3-hour nap after work.
Okay.
But it's
Okay.
such an anathema to me. I don't like, and this is why I say something like if I say, be precise in your speech exactly. I don't even like saying something like this will happen, like this
Hmm.
is true. I don't even like saying that something is true,
Hmm.
like because I don't know for a fact that something is true.
Hmm.
Right? I tend to say things like this tends to be the case, or it seems to me like, or this appears to be the case. Right? I will tend to like couch and of course to a lot of judging types, it looks like I'm trying to weasel out of things where it's like I'm not making definitive statements, I'm not being authoritative in my speech, but because it's about accuracy, like and so if you think about if I'm not willing to say something that's inaccurate, lying, just forget about it. Like lying, like I will like it feels wrong to lie, and not even like in a moral, like Christians will talk about it being morally wrong to lie and blah 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 blah. It's like no, it feels wrong to lie because not only am I not saying something that's accurate, it's something that I'm saying something that I know to be false. Um,
Right.
and it just feels so wrong that I can't do it well. And I stutter over it.
Yep. Now, this is I remember even like 40 minutes ago, I wanted to bring up your childhood story, and this idea that you told me that you never learned how to lie, you never learned guile.
I've never been good at guiling
Right.
about being guileful. Um,
Right. And this was the thing, because like so there are many people I've met who believe that children learn to lie naturally, that it's just in their blood, it's in their nature. But I don't think that's true. I think our culture and our society teaches them to be dishonest. I think that kids are actually pretty rational. It's not that they've learned how to be rational. It's that they don't get super emotional about mistakes. Like you'll see a kid fall over when they're learning to walk, and they'll pick themselves up. It's only when they learn shame and guilt and fear from other people around them that they begin to apply those to themselves, and they start to feel frustrated when they fail, and they start to lose some of their persistence and some of their ability to ask questions directly without fear of reprisal. They learn that, okay, I need to follow the authority of those above me. I need to not offend those in power. I need to not make them feel bad.
I
So,
know that when I was
mhm,
a kid, I tried to lie to my mother whenever I had done something bad,
okay,
but I
because you were
was
afraid
never.
that she would punish
I
you.
was afraid of punishment,
Now,
but
what if you knew that your mother was not going to punish you for doing something bad and it would just be a way for you to become better?
yeah, I probably like. I remember. I
Hmm.
remember. My mother had this thing with birds and a ball. Like it was a string with a ball at the bottom, a metal ball at the bottom, and the ball was a weight, and it caused the birds to fly. Um,
Hmm.
I don't know what it's called, but are you looking up images of? Yeah.
String ball at bottom birds.
No, nothing like that. It's metal. It's like a
It's like a
spinning.
wind catcher, or what do they call dream catcher?
Not really. It's like a. What was the first?
No.
It's not a dream catcher. No, it's like
Okay,
a.
it's
It's like a.
mechanical bird flying ball mechanism. Wait, or something. No, we're gonna find it. We're gonna find it.
uh,
No, maybe like toy bird flying. Wait.
it's like a
No.
diorama.
Okay, hanging bird flight diorama.
Hanging. No. Hanging
No.
metal birds. People are like, "What's going on?" Like, this is what
Yeah.
INTPs do. We need to find the answer.
Hanging bird flight.
Hanging metal birds.
But also, I've realized that if
Oh,
I just do my best to connect with the
wait.
guest, the podcast guest, like eventually there will be listeners who are fine with that, and I don't mind having some bad episodes, or like some episodes that are not for some people. That's okay. For other people, it will be for them. Like I think I've always been okay being polarizing and just being for a few people, but for those few people, they will love it more than anything else
Right.
because it is so special for them. And that's what the New World
Anyway,
Guild was like.
so what
Yeah,
what
go ahead.
happens is the ball
Hmm.
is a counterweight. So well, actually, technically,
Right.
the birds are a counterweight to the ball. The ball pulls the gravity down. It causes the birds to spread out because the way the metal
To fan out.
is.
Yeah.
They fan out because the ball is pulling down, and the birds wind up counterweight to the ball, and it winds up
Right.
being a balance. I had a friend who was over, and she
Mm.
pulled on the ball and it came off, and she was just like, "Oh my God, don't tell your mother I did this. Tell her you did this." And I'm like, and when it came around to it, what she asked me was just like, "Yeah, yeah, Adrian did it." Like it was just like I didn't know how to lie about it. I didn't know how to claim that I did it. It just wasn't in my nature to do that.
Right.
Um,
And I'm guessing if you did it, if you pulled the ball and Adrian said, "No, no, no, don't worry about it. I'll tell your mom I did it."
and I and I
And your mom shows up, you'll probably just say, "No, I did it."
and I
But
like I knew that I don't I don't think and I think I knew that my mother wouldn't be really like she would have been upset. Like she was going to be upset about it. I don't think she would have been mad about it. She wound up just
mhm,
taping it up and it wound up being fine. Um,
yeah, exactly. Like, but to a kid, that can be disastrous because they don't know. To them, that is their world, right? That mistake is the entire world. And the funny thing is, even in my 20s, I made mistakes at my job where once my boss found out, he's like, "Oh, that's fine. Here's how we can fix it."
yeah,
Whereas for me, I'm like, "Oh no, I just cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just made a mistake." Like, the whole world collapsed around me in my
I
head.
remember uh,
Yeah.
a friend of mine was babysitting and she came over, and so this
Mhm,
2-year-old um, was playing with an armadillo that I had, which I didn't have any emotional attachment to this armadillo. It was given to me by somebody else. I was a stone
mhm,
armadillo. And the kid picked it up and he was playing with it and he wound up smacking it in such a way that the tail broke off.
mhm,
And this kid, look how this kid's face was. He was just so horrified. He was kind of looking up at me with his pleading eyes, because
mhm,
in his mind, I think he knew that he was going to be in. If he had done something like this at home, he was going to be in trouble. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I was like, yeah, whatever. Oh, that's too bad. I had no attachment to this armadillo. I didn't care. I didn't care that the kid broke it. But the
mhm,
look on his face was just thought. This kid was 2 years old.
mhm,
Um, so yeah, that was an interesting experience for me.
mhm. Yeah, it's so Fumbler, right? You remember
Yep, I
Fumbler?
remember from there.
I'd love to get him on the podcast at some point. Just for the listeners, he was one more person in the New World Guild. I stayed in touch with him. He quit the game pretty early on because of security concerns. Like people were injecting HTML code
Yep,
to
I
like,
remember that.
it just showed how the game was not
Oh yeah.
constructed
Oh,
securely.
I
So he didn't
remember. I
want to risk.
remember. I remember Sank's video on that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Sanctionite made a video about that.
Sank
Yeah,
I
so
made a video about that.
Sanctionite was yeah, he was upper echelon. He runs the upper echelon YouTube channel. He
Yeah,
was the one who started the guild initially before I ended up sort of leading it. Because he quit the game because it was in a bad state. The devs were not updating it. It was super buggy, and he didn't see a future in it
no.
at the time. So with Fumbler, something he told me about was his colleague and how she has been raising her kids with this style. Like her and her husband have been raising their kids with this style called unschooling. Um, and I don't know much about unschooling. I don't endorse it or advocate for it. But what he told me about her kids really made me feel that our current parenting, I already knew this, but it made me feel even more strongly that our current parenting, traditional parenting is broken. And we just create broken human beings, through our parenting and our schooling and our culture. But what he said was that she has kids who some of them didn't learn to read until they were 8 years old.
Hmm.
Um, but they once they started reading, they were happy to read and they learned a lot. And basically, she doesn't force them to learn anything until they want to. And so they explore life at the pace that works for them. And Fumbler also grew up this way. I won't go into too much detail because it's his life and he can talk about it on the podcast if he wants. And I want to protect his privacy. But he he learned by exploring, right? And so everybody learns differently. And so the qualities of these kids who were parented in this way is that they will call their grandparents out on bullshit. And the grandparents are actually kind of mad about it because to them it's an ego thing, right? A status thing. They don't like being called out by a 6 year old when they're being shitty. But the kids will call it out. They'll go like, hey, that's shitty. Don't do that. Or, like, why are you doing this? For example, why are you lying? Or why are you putting this other person down? Or why are you right? Because kids can really know. If a kid has no fear of reprisal and no fear of withdrawal of love or fear of punishment, then they can be very perceptive. They can be very creative. But I think we crush their creativity and their perception and their ability to notice these things very early on. And then even unconsciously, they just start to have less questions. They start to become less creative and they become the adults that we know today, the kind of husks. But I do think every adult has the potential to reignite their curiosity, reignite that ability to be honest and that ability to, you know, uh, be effective in the world and connect with reality and be their true selves. I mean, for me, it was after high school. the funny thing is high school crushed my curiosity, and after that I started to reignite it. I started to read more books. I started to become curious again. But in high school, I felt that there was no point to learning because school made learning seem unfun.
Yeah.
And I've met so many adults who think that learning is a chore because our whole structure in life, high school, college, jobs, it makes learning a chore rather than something intrinsically fun.
It's very common for INTPs
Mhm,
to not do well in school, even if they're
mhm,
exceptionally gifted and skilled. And teachers will
mhm.
be like, "Oh, they're not living up to their potential, and I
That's
don't know
exactly what my high
why."
school teachers
Oh,
told me.
it's 100% always.
Yeah.
I was looking at my
Yeah.
report card from like kindergarten grade when I was like, "Does not play well with others." I'm like, yeah, it's because it like it's like the emotion the extroverted feeling isn't there. Like, you know what? I don't play well with others because I don't know how to connect to others. I want to connect
Mm,
with thoughts, not people.
right.
um,
Abstractions, you're in your mind. Yeah.
and
And
then
you told me,
the learning is
yeah.
so rigid that you can't really grok it. You basically like school is just repeat what the teacher says. And when the
Mhm,
teacher is wrong, and I can show
mhm,
that the teacher's wrong, it doesn't matter because the curriculum says that the teacher's right.
right.
It's like that's so. I mean, I was a C average student. Most
Yeah.
in INT like Einstein famously dropped out of school. Um, I for and Einstein is an INTP,
Mhm.
a classic INTP. Um, so yeah.
I didn't know that actually. I didn't know that Einstein was.
Oh
What do
yeah.
you mean a closet INTP? As in he didn't come out about it, or
No, a classic INTP.
oh, classic, not closet. Okay, my bad. I
he's
misheard.
like the like
He's the archetypical
he's the
INTP,
archetypical INTP.
right?
Because like he famously didn't know how to do basic things like tie his shoes or make a sandwich. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's very common for INTPs because we lack this because we also have the weak introverted sensing where we're not aware of our surroundings. Like I didn't learn how to
Mm-hmm.
tie my shoes until I was like in my 20s. I struggled with it, like physical stuff like that, like um
Mm-hmm.
physical like motor skills. I didn't even know how to whistle. Like people like whistling
I
was
don't know how to whistle. I still don't.
yeah, whistling is not like
I've tried to learn it. Yeah.
physical things like that just don't come naturally to us. We're
Yeah.
slow to develop them.
Mm-hmm.
And people are like, "Oh, you just put your lips together and blow." And I was like,
Mm-hmm.
and then the funniest thing was in my 20s, all of a sudden, like I was just kind of walking down the street, I started whistling something. I'm like, "Oh, I guess I know how to whistle now."
Mm-hmm.
You literally just put your lips together and blow. But for whatever reason, as a kid, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Um, and
By the way, maybe we should take a 2-minute break. I have to go use the washroom. I can always cut that out in post.
okay,
But also, it's a good idea to check in on your feelings and like your tiredness levels
yes.
because maybe you want to wrap up and do another episode later,
Well,
kind of thing.
and that's another thing that INTPs are very, very bad at is knowing how we
Yeah,
feel internally and how we're doing physically. So that's a
yeah.
very good
I haven't
idea.
eaten since last morning, for example, right? So it happens. Yeah,
Oh, I will go days without eating if I don't think about
yeah.
it. And, like if
Same
I'm
thing
playing
for
a
me.
video game, I don't realize
Yeah,
how hungry I am until I stop playing the video game. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm actually hungry.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Once you're absorbed in your work or whatever you're doing,
yeah,
it's hard to pay attention to your physical sensations.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break
Okay,
and
I'll
then come back.
see you in 2 minutes.
Yep, I'm back.
Okay. I just got back like 10 seconds ago, so
Yeah,
pretty good timing for
I
me.
saw you scrolling around the screen when I was putting on my headset. Um,
Okay,
Getting up and stretching my legs actually made me less tired, so that's a bonus.
that's good.
Um,
Yeah, actually, I have a standing desk from the CRA, but they're going to take it back now. But I started using it just a few weeks ago, and it's so nice. Like even during my second podcast episode, I was standing during the talk, and I get to
nice.
move around, like it's shift my balance from left to right and stuff, and it
Yep.
feels really good.
I
Yeah,
now you know what kind of desk you want to get.
yeah. I mean, you should consider one as well. Um,
I don't.
I believe there's Desk
Mm,
or
a
Varidesk.
standing desk wouldn't work with my setup at the moment. Um,
You'd need some more space or something.
yeah, the desk I have is pretty solid, and it's got like a shelving unit on top of it, and that wouldn't work with a standing desk.
So
Um,
Varidesk has some like adjustable desks or things that go on top of desks like this.
yeah,
They've got some
and
options.
the way the way that my work is very secure, so I can't just take my computer out into the living room or anything like that. So yeah,
Right. I mean, my laptop has to be connected to through a VPN
yeah.
and all that.
Same
Yeah,
with mine.
same thing,
I
I
don't
guess.
have to be in an office. I have to be in an office with the door closed and stuff like that because it's all very
Right, right. Yeah, same requirements.
data protection stuff.
Yeah,
That
makes sense.
yeah.
But yeah, so in terms of check-in, how long? Let's just decide. Like, how long do you want the podcast to go on from?
However, I mean, I don't know
Now?
how long you want the podcast to go for. It's your podcast.
No, so like I've looked at Huberman's podcast, Chris Williamson's. Like some of them go on like 4 hour episodes. Jocko Willink, 4 hour episodes. Like, so I have no issue with that, because
I
I can tell
mean,
they're.
I'm
Yeah,
happy to talk. Like when you and I get talking, we'll talk until we get tired, pretty
right.
much.
Yeah, and I have no issue having like 1 4 hour episode instead of 2 2 hour episodes. It's not a big deal
Well,
to me.
you
Like
could
I don't.
always split it down the middle too. It's like, oh, this episode's 6 hours long. Let's break it into 3 parts.
Yeah, and just post it as three. That's fine too. Like yeah, as series one
So
with Shiva Fang, series two. By the way, do you prefer people know you as Shiva Fang or
sure,
Justin?
I don't care.
I mean, pick one.
I don't care.
Flip a coin.
Shiva Fang's
Okay, I'm
fine.
gonna flip a coin, or I'll just pick
just
Justin
just
because
go
maybe first name.
just go. Oh,
Yeah,
okay, fine, whichever. I don't care.
yeah, yeah. Um, I'll go with whatever people prefer.
Although
But if they don't prefer,
although
yeah.
I will say I don't
Mm-hmm,
care, but I would caution you not
mm-hmm,
to say the person's first name unless they ask that they give you permission. Although I guess you could have cut it out, but like
yeah,
I said, I don't care. But it's just something that I
yeah.
caught.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
should check with the person first. That
because
makes sense.
you asked if I would prefer to be called Shivafang or Justin, and then you were and then I was like, wait, you never right? Because yeah. Anyway, like I
Yeah,
said, I don't care.
Shiva Fang or your first name. I understand.
Even when I referred to you as Vamsi like earlier, like at the very beginning of this,
Mm-hmm.
I said your name. I was like, there was a part of my
Thinking.
brain that was like, oh wait, and then I
Yeah,
looked and
yeah.
I'm like, no, you go by Vamsi in Discord now, so that's fine.
Yeah, yeah. Also, I made the thread with Shiva Fang slash Justin, but probably I should have asked again, right?
Right?
Before I did that. Yeah, yeah. I agree. You're right. That's a good habit to get into. And this is the thing with you and I, like how we value fairness and ethics and stuff is like, even if there's an ethical breach that we don't care about personally, meaning it didn't harm us in any way,
No,
we'll still point it out because we could see how it, as a system, it could harm in the future, cause
exactly.
harm in the future, right? So yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Uh,
So also, it's a matter of
mhm,
these are things that so these are things that I've encountered that have caused me problems in the past and conflict in the past. So one of
mhm,
the things about going back to Myers-Briggs is that um, I guess the reason why I don't consider myself an expert in Myers-Briggs is because I only really know our type. I don't really know the other types.
mhm.
But our third function is introverted sensing, and the third function can kind of be thought of as a child. It's like a childlike brain.
Mhm.
Introverted sensing seeks comfort, and for us, the introverted sensing, one of the things that it does the combination of the introverted thinking and the introverted sensing winds up creating a little bit of a feedback loop where when we do something that makes that gives us problems, especially if it causes social conflict, we tend to get stuck on it and we tend to try and avoid doing it in the future. Like when we do something that makes us so uncomfortable, we seek to try and avoid it as much as possible. And so we
Right.
wind up learning and correct me if I'm wrong, because obviously I'm basing a lot of this on how I see it. I don't talk to a lot of other INTPs, so correct me absolutely if I'm wrong. But whenever I do something where I get in trouble for it, I tend to want to avoid doing that thing in the future. So,
Yeah, this is what leads to my overcorrection. So I ask zero questions after being told I asked too many,
yeah,
right? Or
overcorrection.
I will withdraw completely when someone like so. And overcorrection is a problem that many
Yep,
people face. Like if their boss tells them you did this a little wrong, can you pull back a little bit? They'll pull back way too much because they feel like they're way too afraid
yep.
to touch against that boundary again. By the way,
Overcorrection and rejection of being a rejection averse.
right,
Are
rejection averse. Yeah,
Yep,
now I can tell that I've started to build better habits around this because I'm starting to notice when I'm about to overcorrect
yep,
and I start to think no, I should be willing to make the same mistake again in a different way
yep.
and that's okay because I still need to value, you know, making mistakes rather than missing opportunities. You
Right.
still need to value, because there's actually value in butting against the same boundary 3 or 4 times in a different way each time. You learn a lot more about yourself and the world
Yes.
and what the expectations are. Because part of the issue is that the people who are helping you correct or giving you boundaries or help, like asking you to change, don't know how to define the rules clearly enough. So you can follow the rules
Yes.
that they give you inexplicitly, like
Oh
the implicit
God.
rules they're laying out, and then you have to butt against the boundaries in a different way where you're breaking a different rule that was
Yes.
unspoken,
Every
and then you'll learn
single
that rule.
job
Yeah.
where I have had the most conflicts. So
Hmm.
my one of my work styles is constant. This comes down to when we were talking about
Hmm.
being conformist versus an independent. I forget exactly what you said.
Right.
But
Right.
I actually have a conscientious work style. I try to follow. I like to follow the rules. I like to stay within the rules. Again,
Hmm.
because this comes down to the sensing, the introverted sensing. I follow this comes my upbringing because it was in a bit of a rigid religion. I tended to gravitate towards being the good boy, following all the rules so that I don't get in trouble.
Mm.
That was kind of the mental framework that I operate on
Hmm.
as a child, and I kind of still do today. All of the conflicts that have come in through work have been because the rules themselves were contradictory. I was
Hmm.
having conflicting instructions
Right.
that, especially when it came to time management, that could not be met. And my the most recent job where this came up was I was a courtesy clerk at Safeway, and
Sorry, could you repeat that? You
I
skipped
was
some
I
words.
was a courtesy clerk at Safeway.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay. So my job was like bagging groceries and doing general cleanups if something was spilled, finding products, putting products away, doing price checks,
Hmm.
stuff like that.
Hmm.
When COVID happened, despite union rules about sanitation is actually a different job. It's the general clerks that do that, not the courtesy clerks. But it got added
Hmm.
to our list of things to do,
Okay.
even though it wasn't in our union contract and they weren't following the union contract. We're supposed to be paid differently if we're supposed to do things outside of our contract. We're supposed to get paid $25 an hour if we do something outside of our contract for more than 15 minutes. That was never
Compared to
followed.
the usual wage of.
And the usual wage was $15. Like it was.
Okay, so you basically get an extra 50% more than that,
Yeah,
extra
because
75%. Yeah.
courtesy clerks were supposed to be like an entry level thing, and there wasn't the risk of the union when it was drawn up was that they didn't want courtesy clerks to be kept having things added to their jobs, so they made it extremely punitive, where they're
Right. They
basically
didn't
paid
want
double.
scope creep.
They
Yeah.
didn't want scope creep on the courtesy clerks, which is exactly what was happening during COVID,
Right.
and um, so the thing of it is that most courtesy clerks just they most courtesy clerks do half-ass job, right? They just kind of do
Hmm.
whatever. If they have conflicting instructions, no big deal because they only did half the work anyway.
Hmm.
But there was me and one other courtesy clerk who are extremely conscientious. You tell me to do something, I'm going to do my best to do it. And
Right.
so when you give me too much work and they
You will basically die trying.
I will die trying unless I
Right.
stand up for myself.
Right.
And then I
And
get
asserting
pissed off.
boundaries is something we both struggle with, I'm pretty sure.
Well, what happened was I was getting pissed off, and I started
Right.
snapping, and I started telling the manager off.
Right.
And of course nothing changed. I basically wrote a letter to the union. It laid out exactly what our time management was, and
Hmm.
how the task that we were doing physically time management wise was impossible unless there was two courtesy clerks, and then they cut
Hmm.
back on the courtesy clerks down to one, and it was like there's no way I can do this much work. Never mind the fact that it's not out of my
So you
contract.
were the only courtesy clerk after that.
Only courtesy clerk on at a time. I wasn't the only one that worked
Right.
there, but
You were the only one per shift.
there was
Right.
only one
So
per
the
shift. There
so
was
coverage was halved.
coverage was halved when we were supposed to be doing double the work. And
Right. So
most courtesy
they quadrupled the burden on you.
and most courtesy clerks kind of just did whatever, and it didn't matter to them because they're kids, and they don't have the conscientious work style that I had. But I had the conscientious work style where this kind of thing mattered to me, and I just said fuck
Hmm.
it, bye. I just stopped showing up for work
Right.
because I have an avoidant personality, and I don't like conflict, and so when I've decided to give up on something, I will just disappear. I don't. I won't tell you. I won't. I won't. I won't. I won't write a letter saying that I quit because I would rather just quit. if I decide to quit,
Mhm. Yeah.
because that's just how
Yeah. Confrontation can be hard.
confrontation is hard. I don't mind being
Eh,
confrontational if I think something can come out of it. Like if I'm arguing with the manager over the rule, over the union contract or whatever, that's one thing. I will have that argument with somebody. But if I've decided to quit, like why give 2 weeks notice for a job that I've already decided to give up on? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And 2 weeks
Um,
notice is not a legal requirement, it's just a courtesy.
it's a there the there are contingencies for if you do, where I live anyway. There's contingencies if you don't give 2 weeks notice, where um, they can hold your pay for a little bit longer. It will hurt you if you're trying to get a reference for the job for another job, stuff
Sure.
like that.
But
Um,
they can't sue you and they can't send you to jail, as far as I understand,
there-
unless maybe their contract has something specific that they can sue you for.
exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. You can't go to jail for it. It's not a criminal
no,
offense. Yeah. It's the same thing at the CRA, because the funny thing is, they were talking about my 2 week notice, and they were willing to find a way to waive it or work around it because they can tell that I'm so determined to leave.
right,
Like, because the funny thing is, like, the 2 week notice is almost for the employee's benefit in a way, like when the employee values the pay and the stability. But if the employee has no need for the money, then
yep,
it, they don't have leverage, or no need for the reference and all that. Um, but I obviously don't want to leave them in the lurch. So I said,
right,
yes, I will stay my 2 weeks. I'll do my best to assign my responsibilities and leave things in a way that is good for the business, right?
right.
Because to me, that is my responsibility because I've taken on this work. I better complete it or assign it effectively,
And I've
right?
had jobs where I've done exactly that. Don't get me wrong. It's
Yeah,
not something I
of
will
course.
never give 2 weeks
But this
notice.
this Safeway clerk thing is not where you had ongoing projects. It's where you show up and you do your job.
Exactly.
There's no ongoing responsibility.
There's no ongoing projects, and
There's no continuity of work. Yeah,
also I didn't feel respected in the work that I did. Other than this, I mean,
right,
everybody appreciated that I was competent. Like I knew that
right.
store like the back of my hand. Like I remember this one day where like again, this comes down to this conscientiousness thing. The if a customer asks me where something is and I don't
Mhm,
know where it is, I feel like I should know where it is. So
mhm,
I'm gonna ask everybody, even after the customer's gone. I'm gonna ask everybody until I know where that thing is, so that the next time a customer asks me, I know the answer.
mhm,
Because not knowing an answer is like death to me. It feels very, very bad to not know the answer to something that I should know the answer to.
mhm,
Um, which is why I'm now in quality control, which is where I do this at work all the time. But
mhm,
I remember this one day where a customer came up to me asking for where something was. I think it was like Lysol wipes or something like that. I don't even remember. And I knew exactly where they were. They were on an end cap by the doors where we go upstairs. So I take the customer to where they were, and I pointed them out to her. Shortly after that, the manager at the time and the assistant manager, this is the manager that I respected before the staff changed. The manager that I had a conflict with was a different manager. So the
mhm,
manager that was there that I respected, and then and his training manager came up behind me, and bear in mind these are the ones that do the ordering for the store, so they're the ones that should know where things are because they're the ones that order it.
mhm,
They said to me, it's like she asked us the same thing and we didn't know the answer. When we saw you take off like a bull, they're like, I bet Justin knows where the answer. I bet Justin knows where it is. So they followed me to see where I would go to find the thing.
mhm.
So when it,
Yeah, I mean, I'm like this too. I'm like a human database. That's what I've
right,
labeled myself, right?
right,
Because whatever job I'm doing, I'm a sponge. I absorb everything. And I thought maybe this is because I'm young, but you're
no,
in your 40s and you're still doing it,
no,
right? It's just a personality thing.
it's a
Yeah,
personality trait. This is
yeah.
just the way we have a hierarchy of knowledge or our mental stack or whatever you want to call it. Um,
Mhm,
and so it wasn't that I was bad at my job. It wasn't that I wasn't respected at my job for what I knew. But
mhm.
when it came down to what I was being asked to do versus what was actually my obligation to do,
Right.
um,
You felt you were being taken advantage
I
of, which you were,
I was just like,
right?
and it wasn't just
Yeah.
me. It was it was all the courtesy clerks. And the thing of it
Right.
was is that the thing that pissed me off the most is that most of the other
Mhm.
courtesy clerks, because they didn't have that work ethic, they were standing around talking most of the time, even though there was work to be done. So
So in a sense, they
to
weren't being taken advantage of because of their low
right.
conscientiousness.
So
Right.
from the manager's point of view, if they're standing around talking, obviously we have too many courtesy clerks because
They have capacity.
they're
Right.
getting their work done. apparently, allegedly,
Mm-hmm.
and then they have time to stand around and talk. Whereas people
Right.
like me and the other Kirsty clerk, I was about to say his name, but that wouldn't be fair to him.
Right.
The other Kirsty clerk who was highly conscientious.
Mm-hmm.
I swear this person I'm talking about, he was autistic, like absolutely autistic. Um,
Mm-hmm.
um,
By the way, not a bad
yeah,
thing
not
for
bad. I'm
anyone
not saying
listening.
that projectively. I'm just
Yeah,
saying that
it's a fact.
I'm
Yeah.
border. I'm border. I'm considered to be on the spectrum. I probably have like Asperger's or something.
Yeah,
Um,
people have told me that I might be as
as
well.
far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned, the autistic spectrum and INTPs are one and the same thing. They're just different ways
Right.
of explaining the same thing. Um,
Right.
but this other courtesy clerk, I guarantee he was autistic,
Mm-hmm.
and he would rant. He would go on rants. He wouldn't ever say. He was the type that wouldn't say anything to management, but he would go on rants to me about how things were and how unfair things were, and I agreed
Mm-hmm.
with him because I felt the same way. And so um the sorry, I'm fidgeting now. I'm sidetracked.
It's okay.
I lost my train of thought. So yeah,
Take your time.
for the conscientious work style, where we want to do the best we can because we feel obligated, we feel obliged to,
Mm-hmm.
we get stuck on trying to do everything and there's too much work to be done.
Right. And then you blame yourself when you can't do the work. But eventually,
Oh,
the
I
thing is,
never did. I never blamed
yeah,
myself.
you
I
never blame
knew that it
yourself.
was
Okay.
too much work.
Right.
But
There's something I want to show you. Mm-hmm.
someone less self-aware than I would blame themselves. And I
Right.
know I
And
would have when I was
I'm
younger.
the kind of person who would blame myself for not finding a way to do everything
Yep.
rather than realize that it's unrealistic
Yep.
standards and then take the step of discussing it with the manager or
Yep.
something. But yeah, I want to show you this because I think this relates. So yeah, it's a 2-minute video from Daigo. Do you know Daigo?
No.
Street Fighter esports player,
Okay.
considered one of the most prolific fighting game players of all time. He was successful for over a decade, which is very rare in esports.
Okay.
And he has a lot of good philosophy. For example, he believes in intrinsic motivation rather than extrinsic. So even
I
in
agree with that.
tournaments, he would limit test. He would hold on. Actually, I should just show you. I should show you this. The people on the podcast, I'm sure, will like this as well if they're watching. If they're listening, we'll try to just describe it, I guess. But this is a very classic fighting game clip where Daigo 7 kick parry. Yeah, he does an extremely mechanically intensive move
Hmm.
in the heat of the moment at the finals of a tournament. It gets very loud. I'll just warn you now. And his nickname was the Beast. So he is playing. I believe, yeah, he's playing this guy with the yellow hair, Ryu. The quality is really bad because it's very old video.
Okay.
And yeah, we'll see what happens. So he's got like 20% of his
Yep.
HP health. The enemy has like 70-80%.
Yep.
So he's very close to losing.
Justin's turtle style. Overcome Rao. Now on the verge of putting Daigo down. 1-0.
There's a sliver of HP left on Daigo,
Ooh.
and the enemy has about 40% HP.
Oh wow. So I know enough about fighting games, but I don't know this one specifically. It looked like she did some kind of a combo finisher
Yep.
that put her into like an automatic, like a chain of events. And he
Right.
wound up not only ducking her series of kicks, but was punching her, well, basically punching her in the crotch, frankly,
Mm-hmm.
in the middle of her kick sequence.
Mm-hmm. Here, let me read out what this blog poster wrote.
Sure.
Ian, I sent him an email years ago, by the way, just appreciating him writing this blog post because I've referred to it, and since then I've referred to it many times over the years. But yeah, so even if you've never seen a match of Street Fighter or even heard of the game, I think this clip conveys a sense of wonder. In this version of the game, a character can parry an opponent's move by moving the joystick in the direction of the other player on the instant their attack would hit. By doing so, your character doesn't take any damage from the attack, unlike while blocking. In this clip, Daigo is playing as Ken, the blonde fighter in white. He's facing against Justin Wong, the top American player in the world and still a tremendously formidable player, who's playing as Chun-Li, the woman in blue.
Mhm.
Daigo's health was so low that if any attack hit him, he would lose. He suspected Justin would try and finish the round with his super move, so he figured his only chance was to parry every single move of the combo and follow up with his own, all with no margin for error, and backed into the corner. Needless to say, he did. It's without question that Daigo is one of the most skilled players, even so far, to have been referred to as the god of execution. Execution meaning the ability to pull
Right.
off a move. I've been following him for some time, partly for his skill and partly due to his enigmatic nature. For one of the top players, he's known for appearing disaffected, almost monastic, as if tired while playing. He's also fairly quiet for the scene, rarely celebrating his own wins. In interviews and videos, he offers small pieces of wisdom like aphorisms. People post memes with quotes of his like these.
So,
And then there's a screenshot of him. Instead of worrying about how people view you, care about whether or not you can give yourself a passing grade. Yeah,
so
that's all.
does he have to put his controller towards the player for each one of those kicks?
Each one of those 7 kicks. So we're going to go over it again. I'll mute the sound so the podcast listeners don't have to get wrecked again.
Right.
Their ears wrecked. But yeah, so he's literally moving the joystick with perfect timing, like picture perfect timing on each of the 7 kicks. It's a 7 kick combo. So each of those 7 kicks and that final kick he's parrying, I think it's 7 total. And then he also has to execute his own combo,
Yeah,
which itself is hard
because
enough to do.
he's also he's hitting her while she's
Yeah.
doing that.
Is he actually doing damage to her while she? No,
Look
he's
at
not.
that.
Oh, she did take a sliver of damage in one of the
Oh,
in between
okay.
one of those. So
Maybe
I think
I'm misunderstanding the animation. Oh, okay, no, those are his parry moves. Okay.
right. Okay, now he does damage. Now she took a bunch of damage,
Yeah.
and then he goes into his own combo and he kicks her.
Because
And yeah,
after that last air kick that he blocked, he jumped
yeah,
up and then he did a downward downward drop kick.
right,
And then he did his own combo.
right. And this is fascinating to me because it was like when your back is against the wall and you have no other options, you perform at your best, kind of thing. Because that's an exceptional player. Somebody who, because have you heard that saying that in crisis or sort of when things go to shit, you perform to the extent of your training or your habits. But
Yes.
some exceptional players perform beyond their habits or training somehow. They become stronger in adversity rather than just neutral or weaker, you know? And that's fascinating to me.
However,
Because
he had to
yeah,
have developed the muscle memory
mhm.
to perform that
But I
before
don't think
this.
he's ever parried that combo in practice tool or anything like that before. That's the thing. Because it's not something you can drill per se. You can drill parrying in general, but I think he was in the zone and in the flow and he executed
Yes.
beyond anything he'd ever done. Because that happens too.
Yes. But
Like there are hockey
you
players.
have to have
Yep.
enough practice at general parrying to
Right.
know
Yes,
how
you
to
do,
do
for sure.
something.
Yes, you need to build the right foundation
Yeah.
to then be able to surpass your limitations in
Right.
the moment.
So
For sure.
it's not about, and this comes down to intrinsic
Mhm.
versus extrinsic as well. This
Yes.
is which is the point of what you're talking about, is that you
Right.
have to do a thing enough times to the point where it becomes innate, so
Hmm.
that you can do it. I play enough video games, not necessarily fighting games, but I play enough video games where this is kind of the same thing,
Hmm.
where I've performed it a skill enough times that when it comes down to it and I perform the perfect execution of something, it's not that
Hmm.
I've drilled that particular thing. I haven't drilled that particular event, but
Hmm.
because I have the baseline mechanics of it, I can do it kind of perfectly.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
like it's kind of like though I was telling you about the time I fell off that wall, where
Mhm.
if I had hit the wrong button at the wrong time, I would have been dead because I had 4 players attacking me. But
Right. Exactly.
I knew that I knew to hold down my block. I knew exactly when I needed to pivot from blocking to turning into a block of ice. I don't like
Mhm.
that the
And
skill is
then
still
back
ice
to
block.
blocking.
And then back to
Yeah.
blocking. I had to know when to switch to my shield.
Hmm.
Um, so all of those things combined to, I mean, I did eventually die. I did eventually die. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I survived that thing, but I held
It
those.
was a good death.
I held those 4 players
Yep.
occupied. They were attacking me rather than attacking the gate.
Right. And this was a timed war where every moment of time they're spending
Yep.
inefficiently is getting them closer to losing.
Yep. because
So yeah,
because when
that
the
was a good
timer
death.
because when the timer runs out, the victory is ours.
Right.
Because we
So
were
the
defending.
attacker is under pressure to win within a certain time limit. The defender just has to stall out for that time limit. It's
Exactly.
30 minutes.
So if I'm stalling out 4 players, that's three.
Yep.
That's a net 3 players that
You're getting closer to winning the war for us.
I'm getting
Yeah.
closer to winning the war just by being a tank, which is literally what I was. I was literally a tank.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't kill it even one-on-one. I could not kill any of those players. The way my character was built was pure stamina. I had no damage. And people and I bet you anything that they're like, oh, this is just an ice mage player. This player's probably got low constitution. He's probably probably all magical damage, glass cannon. This will be easy. No. I was a constitution-based tank who just happened to be using Ice Gauntlet to block your damage.
So you were deceptively tanky. You looked like a mage, but you were a tank.
Even though I was wearing
because of the
though I was wearing heavy armor. Like, come on, man. I'm wearing metal armor. I'm not wearing cloth, but I've got an Ice Gauntlet.
People will still make mistaken assumptions.
People see the Ice Gauntlet. They see the magical flashy damage. They're like, oh, look, it's a weak tank.
Or a weak mage.
A weak mage. I'm looking forward to Ashes of Creation when I play a battle mage.
I'm looking forward to playing that with you.
Mage,
It'll be very
I want to be one of my characters is absolutely going to be a mage fighter. Or sorry, mage fighter, which is a battle mage. And I swear rogues are going to come up to me thinking that I'm going to be squishy, and I'm like, my secondary is fighter, which means that all of my spells are point blank. Boom, 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 boom. Block with my shield, set them on fire, point blank damage. Boom. That's my class fantasy. Is point blank damage. Beat them up. Oh, the rogue wants to go toe to toe with me. Have fun. Here's a fireball in your face. Yeah. Anyway.
Let me get back to this Daigo thing because I think you'd like a lot of his thoughts. But I just remember there's one part of this where he says you only need to work 3 hours a day towards your dreams. Because as a kid, he overworked a lot. He thought he was working well, grinding, but he was actually burning himself out and just suffering. Upwards of 15 hours a day and not sleeping properly. So he actually says sustainability is another one of his key tenets. Daigo takes this in a few different angles, emphasizing picking a goal that you care about even without the promise of riches. That's why I'm doing podcasting.
Right.
Something you're willing to do day in and day out. He writes about working towards the future, towards continued success instead of aiming for a single award or win. And this is again intrinsic. And Coach Cupcake, who taught me in League, he also talks about this. Like he says he's never had extrinsic goals like reach the finals of Worlds or hit a certain rank in League or anything like that. And even in tennis, he didn't have extrinsic goals. Instead, he felt like he played for the intrinsic feel of each game and the intrinsic self-mastery. Kind of like as you get better at playing the piano, you feel better about playing the piano. It feels better.
Yep.
It's the same with League or mastering any skill or sport. The intrinsic enjoyment improves as you approach mastery. And you'll never attain mastery because you will find ways to innovate on what mastery is as you reach it, right?
Right.
Like you will become one of the best in the world and you will push forward what being best in the world means. There is no limit. Bruce Lee talked about that, right? As he improved, he realized there were no limits except the ones that he set in his own mind. There were no physical limitations to self-improvement.
I watch a lot of speed running, and speed runners often find new tricks in a game that allow them to do something better and faster. I was recently watching a video on the speed running of...
You watched that Summoner Salt guy?
No. That's
Summoning Salt? No. Okay. I think he makes like speedrunning analysis videos or things like that. At least I saw a couple of them. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a channel very much like this. This was King's Quest 3? I think it was King's Quest 3.
King's Quest 3 speedrun?
Yeah.
Analysis? Or why almost no one runs this King's Quest 3 speedrun history?
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the video right there that I was watching.
Right.
And
the first runner, the Dreaded Eagle. So he goes over each of the shortcuts and what changed, right?
Yeah, basically.
That's what Summoning Salt does as well. Yeah.
So what everyone was doing in the middle of the video was they were going to get the reason why this game is so hard to speed run is because the wizard You basically have 20 minutes to do everything you need to do while the wizard's gone.
Is this the wizard?
That I think is the player.
Ocean Man.
That's the
Where's the
captain.
wizard?
Um,
A pirate's life
you'll probably see him near the beginning,
near the beginning.
because they
Okay.
don't really play him. Anyway, there's a wizard. You're being held captive by a wizard,
Mm-hmm.
and after a certain point, he will disappear, and he will go on a quest, and then you have a few minutes to do what you need to do, and
Mm-hmm.
he will come back, and if he catches you somewhere you don't belong, you die.
Mm.
And then there is this 5-minute unskippable boat ride. So all the pictures where you see of them on a boat, that's a 5-minute boat ride
Mm-hmm.
where it's unskippable.
Yeah.
And you see that he's carrying a box. One of the tricks that they found is that if you're carrying the box, the wizard will not appear on the boat. So they pick
Oh,
up the box to carry the box so that the wizard doesn't appear on the boat.
right.
As one of the tricks, because
And they just found this by trial and error.
you're supposed
Yeah.
to defeat the wizard before you board the boat, but they found a trick so that you don't have to defeat the wizard.
Right.
But anyway, the other thing is the feather.
Mm-hmm.
You have to make a potion with either an eagle feather or a fly wing.
Mm-hmm.
And the eagle feather is pure RNG. You have to enter a room. You have to wait for about a minute to see if an eagle appears. Otherwise, you have to reset it. And that's why, because there's so much RNG and so much time waiting, that it's so hard to speed run. And so what the guy did at the end, his name is Santa Claus, which is why you see the Santa Claus. It was a whole thing. Um,
Mm-hmm.
he wanted to do something completely different. He wanted to do something unconventional. All these speedrunners had found a path that worked best for them. We'll call it it's almost like a neural network with gradient descent, where you're finding the least mean error, but there might be a better least mean error somewhere else in the formula, but you don't know
Mm-hmm.
where it is. So they had found what they thought was the optimal path. They couldn't figure out a way to improve on it. Santa
Mm-hmm.
Claus, instead of using an eagle feather for the potion, he wound up using a fly wing for the potion because the fly wing was easier to get. But
Mm-hmm.
the downside was that the fly potion could only be used once. He couldn't use it multiple times. So he wound up losing speed in a lot of other areas, but the speed gain he gained by it not being RNG offset that. And by doing an unconventional strategy, or what was thought to be an unconventional strategy at the time, he he performed optimally.
Mm-hmm.
And because this game is just so annoying to speedrun, no one has, as far as I know, no one has tried to challenge it. Yeah.
It makes sense. So here's the thing: people get complacent and comfortable in what works.
Right.
I've quit jobs in the past because I was getting comfortable and
Yes.
complacent, and I didn't like who I was,
Yeah.
who I was becoming. I could tell that I was not becoming the hungry, innovative, creative person I wanted to
And
be.
that's
And this is
why in
yeah.
MMOs, that's exactly
Mm-hmm.
why in MMOs that I do not want to play the quote meta.
Right.
I do not want to because I know I won't enjoy it.
Yeah. And if you play League of Legends, you probably wouldn't want to play the meta either.
No.
And there's this guy named LS who's a very innovative. He was recently diagnosed with autism, by the way,
Yeah.
and he posted a YouTube video about it. But he talks about how, like, so he was a coach for just a very short period of time, and many people value his innovative thinking, but also he's very controversial. Lots of people hate him, and that's partly because he gets very emotional. He strawmans people in philosophical arguments.
Right.
He attacks them personally. These are all things I've heard secondhand, so they may
Right.
not be true. I haven't studied him too much myself, but in drafts in professional League of Legends, he would draft things like Ivern mid,
Hmm.
and Ivern is like a very rarely picked jungler, and he would put him in the mid lane, and then Ivern would enable his team because he's kind of an enchanter. He makes his teammates stronger,
Right.
and he summons this big golem. You'd probably enjoy Ivern as a
Oh,
champion.
it's out. As soon as you said he's an enchanter that enchants to the team,
Yeah.
so there was an old test on Guild Cafe for personality types in MMOs, and I am the quarterback, um, indirect support. So I like to do things that make the team stronger in indirect ways. So a healer is direct support. You directly support your party by healing them.
Mhm.
The only class I have ever played that actually fits my play style is the Guild Wars 1 Mesmer.
Utility or
Debuffs.
what? Debuffs. Okay, so you like to make enemies weaker.
So in Guild Wars 1, there's no tank. The warrior
Right.
does not have the ability to hold aggro.
Okay.
So one of the things that I do is it's not even that I make the enemies weaker. It's like I'm countering their spells because Guild Wars
You
1
protect your teammates by nullifying the
by
enemies.
nullifying the enemy. So what?
Exactly. So
So
that's why
what?
you like Ice Gauntlet, because you'll slow the
So
enemies so they can't get to your teammates.
exactly. Well, the tank is
Yeah.
the closest. Is the second closest thing to how I like to play.
Right.
So the Guild Wars Mesmer, they're kind of like an enchanter in a lot of other games. But they
Right.
have Guild Wars 1 had a counterspell mechanic where you could see what an enemy is casting, and you can see their spell bar.
Right.
And so Mesmers have the ability to interrupt spells if they're cast within the right time frame.
Right.
So they so I'm disabling their spells. I'm causing their skills to have like if they I have one of the things I have is the next spell that they cast will become disabled for 5 seconds, takes it off the board. And it makes it so that they can't cast the spells that they used to. If they have a rotation that they like, if I disable one of their spells, I've just interrupted the rotation, right? So things like that. And the thing I like about it is that people who don't play Mesmer don't know what a Mesmer does. They
Right.
don't, because
They haven't taken the time to study it and learn how to play against it.
I'm not putting buffs on players that they can read. All
Right.
of my things are affecting the enemy. If you're playing
Right.
against a Mesmer, you know that you're getting frustrated. You know that your skills aren't working the way they're supposed to. The Mesmer is pissing
Yeah.
you off. You don't know what they're doing, but they're pissing you
Right.
off. If
And
you,
that'll
it,
tilt you and frustrate you if you're not, mentally resilient
yep,
and working
yep.
to understand, seeking to understand.
And
I've realized this, dude.
and
Curiosity is so
and
powerful.
if a Mesmer's on
Yeah.
your team, you don't necessarily know what they're doing. Like I've played, especially
Yeah.
in Kantha region, I've played with
Mm-hmm.
people. Literally everybody was the assassin,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm there as a Mesmer, and they're like, they told me that they thought there was the party leader thought I was useless, and then one of the
Mm-hmm.
other person was like, it's like no, the Mesmer is the only reason why we're still alive. And it was
Mm-hmm.
true. If I stopped, if I wasn't there, they wouldn't. This was a team of all assassins. If I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't there, they would not have survived that mission
Mm-hmm.
because assassins were kind of glass tanky. They were kind of glass cannons. I was the only reason why they weren't getting wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
But people don't know this, and I kind of like that they don't know this, because it's like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you only win because I'm here. And I had this a few times in New World, where because I didn't have a healing staff, people thought I was a bad tank. I was like, no, like I'm the type of tank that if the healer's in trouble, I will go to the healer. I will ice Nova the area, get all of the tails on me, get all of the enemies on me, and I tell the healers, like, if you are in trouble, run towards me so that I can put up an ice storm and basically crowd control.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm already looking forward to Ashes of Creation, because there's 64. Is that right? 8 times 8, 64. Yeah. There's 64 different class types, and I already know people are already talking about how the Dreadnought, how tank, and tank fighter, and tank cleric are going to be the meta. And I'm over here looking, tank mage, tank summoner, tank bard. Those could all be cool, right? Like, I could already see a day where people are like, yeah, no, tank mage is useless. Don't, like, what are you even going to do? It's like, yeah, I'm going to crowd control.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you have a dungeon where enemies are swarming at you, and
Mm-hmm.
your healer keeps dying because they keep getting swarmed, well, I'm going to be the guy that's going to be like, no, all these ads, no, we're going to freeze them in place while and have them focus all their attention on me.
Yep. And I remember this because I was playing a healer.
Yep.
I was light armor. In fact, I was light armor when other people were saying be medium
Yep.
or heavy. Um, and I was rolling around. And the funny thing is, when people switched to light, I switched to heavy, and I was trying out heavy armor, right? But the interesting thing is, I remember that you made it your priority to peel for me, which is you would stay
Absolutely.
next to me. You wouldn't get distracted by anything else. You would focus on, is Vamsi staying alive?
Is
or is
Vamsi
he
staying
under
alive?
threat?
Because I know
Yeah, and
that I needed you to stay alive. If you like,
yeah, and if I'm alive, everyone else will live,
right?
basically.
And
Yeah.
so I remember dungeons where I had there was one major boss, and I
Mhm.
had that boss's aggro, and I was still teleporting over to you to try and peel for you, even while the boss was chasing me around.
Yeah, and you would use your block skill to still survive and all that. By the way, Ivern here, the reason I thought you might like him, he has a lot of utility. So one thing is, so his Q, he roots enemies,
Yep.
and then an ally can hit the enemy and get a dash to them, basically. So a lot of utility. And the allies get dash to their maximum attack range of the enemy. So this ranged champion gets dashed to just within her attack range, so she's still safe. Meanwhile, the melee champion, who's a tank, you can see he's a spiky porcupine kind of guy.
Yep.
He gets dashed to melee range, so he can immediately use all his spells in at melee range and CC to like set up things. And now both of them just got to dash to that guy. And then he also can destroy jungle camps very quickly by setting them up. So he's not intuitive as a laner, he's intuitive as a jungler because he can clear jungle camps. And yet, as a laner, you can still use this skill to take away enemy jungle camps when you have free time, and mid is the lane that you can roam from most. It's in the middle of the map.
Okay.
His W skill, he creates a bush, which gives utility because your teammates can sit in the bush and enemies can't see you unless they walk inside or put in some way of vision, some form of vision.
Okay.
So you can literally put a bush in front of their turrets and siege them from long range with your team. In the middle of a lane, you can put it in front of objectives. He has a lot of utility in that sense. And then, yeah, I mean, he has a bunch of other utility. I forgot what his E does. It looks like it gives a shield to an ally, okay, which explodes and slows enemies. And this guy is not picked that much. And the funny thing is, what LS did is he drafted this in a pro game. Oh, and his ultimate, you'd love this. He spawns a tank called Daisy, like a big golem. And the golem tanks for him, and it also slows enemies and applies CC to them. And it's really disruptive. Yeah, you can see how it attacks enemies multiple times and then knocks them up.
Okay.
So this basically is an ally that can tank for you and do a bunch of disruptive things. Can tank turrets. And look at how he's putting the golem between him and the enemies. And the enemy just can't chase him through the guy. So yeah, you'd probably love playing
I
something
think that
like
would be
this.
the kind of champion that I would gravitate to.
Yeah.
I played. Is this the game with the Spider Queen, or is that the other one?
It might be Elise, Spider Queen. Hold on. It might be Elise the Spider Queen.
No, it's
Yes, this is
actually a
her.
giant spider. It's
Well,
probably
no, she turns into a giant spider. Is it a champion or is it in the game? Like Wildmaw, maybe?
I think it might be the other game. It might not be League. It might be the other one.
Like Dota?
It might be
Or?
Dota.
Okay. I don't think Dota has a giant spider. It has Roshan, who looks like a big beast.
No, this is a spider because your entire thing is you set up a web, you hide in the web, and you can create spiderlings.
Oh, Broodmother.
Broodmother.
Yes, Broodmother. There we go. Yeah. Okay, no, yeah, you're right. You played Dota
Yep.
then. I played Dota as well. I played Luna, who had glaives and she would farm everything really fast. And even in League, I play ADC, the class that farms a lot.
Yeah, I
the role
played
that farms a lot.
Broodmother, and there's a troll. There's a troll. I think he's a spear.
Troll King or something.
Sorry, not troll.
Troll Warlord. I mean, this might be him. Why is it going to counters? But
no,
my
I don't think so.
No. Okay. My point with the Ivern thing was that he drafted it in a game, in a competitive professional game in the LCS, which is the NA league, like highest league.
Yep.
Although NA as a region is not that strong compared to Europe and Korea and other places.
Okay.
And Worlds is ultimately where all the people come together, so it's the most competitive. But he drafted that, and they won the game, and the enemies did not know how to play against it. And he was smirking during draft because they just had no idea what he was doing in draft.
Yep.
And then they started banning Ivern mid. Like they started just banning Ivern. And no one bans Ivern,
Right?
Just,
like why?
Yeah.
Like you don't ban us. You don't ban it. So I've shown you Team Fight Manager. We've talked a lot about Team Fight Manager, and it's kind of
it's a MOBA manager, right?
Exactly.
It's the same.
And exactly that. Like I will ban the things that I'm afraid to play against. Because I don't understand them.
Right.
Um,
And the answer is not to ban them forever, but to seek understanding
right.
over time. And this is what I was about to say, which is that curiosity is such a powerful tool. And I've realized the more I lean into curiosity in my life, the more like invulnerable I become over the long term. Like it is so hard for people to hurt me. It is so hard for bad situations to affect me
Yeah,
negatively. It's so hard for anything to keep me down when I'm invested in curiosity.
exactly.
Like I've never found that I can be angry and curious at the same time. I can't be frustrated and curious at the same time. I can't be dejected and curious at the same time. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
negative emotions just lose all their power when I'm curious. So
Curiosity
yeah,
is a driving force for INTPs for sure.
yeah,
And
that
that's
was the Einstein quote, right?
right. It's
Yeah.
important to not stop questioning curiosity as its own reason for existence. Exactly. Um,
Yep.
and this is one of the reasons why I'm so looking forward to Ashes of Creation. I've had so many people. We've
Hmm.
had conversations about how, like, oh yeah,
Hmm.
we've played your class and we know that it sucks, and that's why this is like there's going to be a meta. It's like no, no, no. But there's also going to be meta breaking with 64
Hmm.
classes. There's absolutely going to be a meta breaking. Whatever you're doing that makes you so
Hmm.
powerful, there's going to be something that you're weak to.
Right.
And
And just like that, in League, by the way, there are some people who, and I did this because coaches will recommend that you play only one champion to learn the game. The idea is that you can't learn a champion and a game at the same time. So you pick one champion, you get used to them, you automate all of their skills and the way they work, and then you are able to learn the fundamentals of the game. So in Ashes, I'm betting there will be people who will pick any one of the 64 classes and make them work to an extremely high level.
mhm.
They will become specialists, and I'll probably be one of those. Like, you know me, I don't switch classes that
you
often.
are you are almost always play the healer.
Yeah, I'll probably play some kind of. I was thinking either healer or healer summoner, basically.
Healer summoner. Okay, I know you're
Yeah,
talking about
one of
healer bard. Um,
healer bard could be interesting too. Yeah, like double utility
I need
healers
to
could
see
be
what the
interesting.
summoner can do.
I have always liked summoners because I think I always like making things fight for me. Like I played necromancer in Diablo. I played like I like using
I
mobs to
don't
tank for
think.
me.
See,
Yeah,
the thing is that I don't think summoner secondary will create creatures. Just like that would be more of a summoner cleric. Um,
healer is cleric. Oh, so you're saying cleric summoner won't, but cleric primary summoner secondary won't. I think they did say you will still be summoning some things,
I
or that
think.
every class can summon
I
things,
think.
but the summoner class will have more
I think.
options.
So I don't think you'll have minions. I think
Okay.
your spells will turn into minion-like effects. So the one example
Okay.
that we have is the warlock. So if
Mhm.
you go into the Ashes Creation wiki and pull up the warlock,
Okay.
the warlock can
Warlock.
turn his fireballs into elementals temporarily. I don't know if they'll have hit points or if they're just like a graphical thing, but
Mhm.
their fireball will be like an elemental that will chase.
So mage with summoner secondary. So let's try.
So if you're a mage primary with a summoner secondary class, you're going to be able to pull from the identity of the summoner. Being able to temporarily put a servant on the battlefield that might be this fire elemental. Instead of firing off a
That's fine.
ball, you'll
Yeah.
summon this fire elemental that surrounds your target and deals damage over time, and perhaps even
Okay.
slows them. So it's not like you have
Yeah.
a pet that will be attacked.
Because the pet is not moving. It's more like it's a debuff attached to
It's
them.
more like it's a debuff
Yeah.
attached to them than
Right. That
anything.
makes sense to me.
So
So let
I
me look
think
at
I think a
shaman.
cleric, I think a clown.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have enough. We don't have a lot of information about the other ones.
Mm.
Is the unfortunately. So I'm thinking the shaman will create maybe you'll have totems that will heal in an area. Maybe you'll create like a fairy that will have a hot that will follow a
So
player.
summoned weapons. Summoned weapons. I'm imagining like a flying sword or a
And
flying
this is what I'm
book.
thinking with summoner tank. Like maybe summoner tank, maybe I can create a shield that will float around you, that will block
Right.
damage for you,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I'm summoning in the sense of creating a thing that's being a thing that support, but I'm primarily a tank. So I'm summoning an effect that will block things for you.
Hmm.
And I think that kind of feels, and of course this is all theory crafting. I'm creating this vision of something that this may not even be where they go with it, but
Of
I
course.
can I
Yeah.
have a vision of how a tank summoner, which is the keeper, I have a vision of
Mhm.
how the keeper could be a tank and a summoner in
Right.
a way that tingles my class fantasy like
Yeah.
I,
I
I
understand.
can I can see creating or even like maybe creating a doppelganger of myself as a summon thing to be the way I mitigate damage is by having a doppelganger that's a summoned
Yeah.
copy of myself,
And
right? Things like that.
yeah.
And
By the way, we know that Stephen Sharif, the founder of Ashes, like the developer, is basing this on D&D and Pathfinder,
Mhm.
right? So Gravecaller, there's a summoner slash cleric in the Pathfinder community that has a thing. So probably if you look up your tank slash whatever it might be in Pathfinder, tank slash summoner or summoner slash tank, you might have an understanding of where they could come from or
Right.
draw inspiration from. But sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. And so that's another thing that I'm leaning towards is that
Mhm,
my favorite tank class
mhm.
was what was the name of it? The human tank in the Warhammer MMO.
Oh, is that
If you look at the Warhammer MMO tanks, there's only 4.
Age of Reckoning? Is that one?
Yeah,
Tank classes. Let's see.
there's one for
ROR wiki.
there's one
Yeah.
there's one for each there's one for each race.
Tank. Swordmaster, Knight of the Blazing
Knight of the
Sun,
Blazing Sun.
Ironbreaker. Knight of the Blazing
Yep.
Sun. Okay, Empire.
So the Knight of the Blazing Sun, what it did was it had basically buffs.
He's directing a force of allies in the heat of battles.
Yeah, so they had
You bolster your allies, kind of like a paladin, it sounds like.
it wasn't even really quite like a paladin. It was like you had
Oh, and you have 3 paths. Which path did you choose? Conquest, Vigilance, or Glory?
uh,
Glory, probably. Excel at inspiring troops to
yeah.
ever greater feats of courage. They can be found leading by example. So you're like a leader.
So the best example in D&D would be the marshal. There's a marshal
Mm-hmm.
class in D&D that had auras, but
Okay.
they weren't like paladin auras
Okay.
in
They
Warhammer.
were like monk auras or what?
It's hard to explain.
Okay.
But anyways, the point being is that it's a supportive
Mm-hmm.
class where it's like I'm tanking, but I'm also buffing the allies,
Yeah, you're a
and
supportive
so
tank. You make your people stronger.
and so that's why I say that even though I'm almost certainly gonna at least try the tank mage, is like tank summoner and tank bard are
Mm-hmm.
also kind of things that I can gravitate towards because they would be
Or tank
interesting.
cleric. Yeah.
Now,
Whatever
see,
might buff
if
people.
I go
Yeah.
tank cleric,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going death. I'm not going life because
Right.
everybody's gonna be tank life.
Right. And you want to go death to then debuff them.
I want to go
And to
death to be different,
okay, you want to
right?
go death to be different, but if you're death, you're also debuffing them, it sounds
Exactly.
like.
I'm sure
Yeah.
it's a debuffing class, right? And the thing is,
Right.
and I do this in D&D too, is I make a class combination that's interesting. I
Mm-hmm.
don't make a class combination that's effective. However,
Right.
I also like being effective. So I will make
Right.
something that's interesting and then I will make it as effective as I can.
Right. And you'll eventually modify it towards effectiveness while straying off the beaten path.
Exactly. So
And just starting off the beaten path makes you more likely to innovate anyway.
exactly. So
Yeah.
in D&D, one of the characters I made was a Goliath Goliath. This is 4th edition. Goliath hybrid barbarian bard.
Mm-hmm.
And my concept for the character was that he was a battle dancer. Like, right? So
Mm-hmm.
his bard skills were through the dance and motion of battle, right? The fluidity of motion, of artistry, of the form of battle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was broken. Like it had I had combinations of skills that were and every single character that I make, and I always do. Like I said, I always go concept first. I always want to do something weird, but I always find ways to make it broken. I am always the most powerful character at my table because I will find the mechanics that make this absolutely ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just how I am. It's not so much that I'm just doing something weird to be. I mean, I guess I am hipster in that way, just because I'm doing something different. But I also make
Mm-hmm.
it as effective as I can. Um, so and so, yeah, I will probably be meta breaking whatever the popular thing is. I will probably find the counter to it just because I'm trying something different. And like you said, if you don't know how to play against something, it's just like when I fell off the wall. People didn't know how to play against a defensive ice mage. It wasn't in their skill set to know that you can't attack me with you can't attack me with melee weapons. You have to use ranged weapons. If someone shot at, if there was a sniper over there shooting at me, I can't. The ice gauntlet doesn't block ranged attacks. A musketeer would absolutely destroy me. Yeah. Anyway.
No, see, I don't know. I feel like you're cutting yourself off because you feel like it's going on too long on a certain esoteric topic. But I've also realized that many people like passion. They like listening to
Right.
passion, and I know I'm one of them. And also, remember Dream from the New World Guild? Because there was a time I was talking in the Discord channel. There were like 10 plus people there listening to me,
Right.
and I was passionately talking about something. And then I cut myself off and I apologized and I muted my mic. And then he unmuted his mic and very calmly said, I like listening to you. And then he muted his mic again. And that single statement from him changed the trajectory of my life for the better.
Really? Yeah. Nice. I
Yes,
remember that. I
because it
was there.
changed my perception. You were there. You
Yeah.
were there, exactly. It changed my perception of how annoying I am when I'm talking. Because I realized I might be annoying to 90% of people, but for 10% of people, maybe they like listening to me. So let me then not change for the 90%, but invest in the 10%.
I remember I had friends in this was just as my business course was wrapping up. We were around the table. There was probably 5 other people there. And I don't usually talk much, but there was something, I don't remember what, but I was on a passionate like rant about something. And I just kind of felt like I was taking up all the air because no one else was talking. And I kind of stopped talking and I kind of apologized. And one of the people there was like, "No, you are so fascinating."
Mm-hmm.
And
And that's all it takes,
yeah,
right? For us, it just takes 1 in 100 people to appreciate and see us for who we
yeah,
can be, for us to invest in that rather than try to change. And I think most of the suffering that I faced in life is from trying to be something I'm
right.
not.
And that's exactly it. And that's exactly what my problem has been too. And that's why I stopped doing
Mhm.
that.
Right. And when I lean into who I am and just decide there's 7 billion people in the world, I need maybe 10 or 5,
Yep.
to work with. I don't need to be liked by the masses.
No.
I can be liked by a very small sliver of the
Yep.
minority who is perfect for me and I'm perfect for them. And that's all. That's fine. And I've been finding those people. They're the people who have been messaging me saying, "Hey, I want to hear your next podcast episode. When is it?"
In
And I'm like,
in
"Yeah."
this conversation, I have not stopped because I was getting too esoteric. I stopped because I was running out of steam, and you haven't asked a question that I could use to springboard off of.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah.
For me, like it's impossible for me to run out of steam because I create new topics as I go. Like you can see that, right? Like the connections I make in my mind
Yep.
are so unintuitive to people.
Yep. Well, they're intuitive to
But
me, but then I
they're
think the
intuitive to
same
you.
way.
Yeah, yeah,
But
fair enough.
no, but though because they are intuitive.
Hmm.
It's just that most people can't keep up with the intuition.
Right. That was some feedback I got on the first podcast where someone told me like I need to be aware of the other person's speed of processing and thinking
Yeah,
because it seems that I was going too fast for them. There were
very
times that they could
very
not
likely.
keep up, and to get the topic off of themselves
Well,
because
that's
they
the
couldn't think
thing.
quickly enough. Yeah.
INTPs will. The thing is, the way
Hmm.
we. I like it like a spider web. Is that we have this
Hmm.
web of concepts where,
Hmm.
if I think about it, this is how I see it as a web, where it's like
Hmm.
the concepts have threads that connect them together, and
Yes.
and e- even one individual thread that I would make between two concepts, people won't see, even just
Right.
the one. But because it's like a spider web, I can jump from one concept to 3 connected thoughts
Hmm.
and be somewhere on the other side of the web. And if people aren't on my speed, they have no idea what I'm talking about because I've jumped over 3 different concepts, and
Hmm.
those 2 concepts aren't directly related. They're only related 3 steps away.
Hmm.
But to me, I can follow that train of thought because those things are connected. Because you're intuitive
Hmm.
enough, you can kind of see where I'm going as I make those connections.
Hmm.
I will
Also, because I have a wide enough web of knowledge, like I've read a lot of
exactly.
books and stuff, right? We can
Oh,
share
your
terminology.
web of the things of the books that you've read is greater than mine. I don't read as much anymore as I used to. Um,
But you've had life experiences.
and I
You've met
certainly
people.
don't read a lot of the personal development stuff that you have. I've been more into fantasy and fiction. But yeah, I do. I mean, I have a curious mind. I pick up things as I go. And of course I'm the type of person that if I have a question about something, I'm going to Google it. Like, oh, that's interesting. What's that about? And
We're both Wikipedia readers.
when I have a question, I need to know the answer, right? I'm not the person who's just going to be like, oh yeah, whatever, not my problem. No, I need to know the answer. And yeah, Wikipedia reader, exactly. Like as soon as if I look something up, I will find my answer, and then I will have 3 more questions.
Right.
Or I will be going down a Wikipedia rabbit hole where I'm clicking on the next link, and then the next thing I know, I've read like entire novel on Wikipedia.
Yeah. And before you know it, like 6 years later, you'll remember something you read on the Wikipedia
Something
page as well, and you'll
obscure.
bring it up in a conversation.
Something obscure. Like I don't even. I can't even think. I'm sure there's an
And
example
it'll become
recently.
relevant. I mean, I heard it when you were talking to my dad, right? You started to bring up esoteric stuff, like how people who are knighted, it was originally about the devil's advocate coming in to,
Yep.
like the term devil's advocate came from people coming in. Describe the
Anointed.
story.
That's the canon. What are they called? Saints. When saints are canonized, they have to bring in a devil's advocate, and that is literally an advocate for the devil as for why this person should not be considered a saint.
Right.
And that's where the phrase devil's advocate comes from, is because it's literally the advocate for the devil to not canonize a saint.
And did you say they would come and list out all the sins of the saint or something that they've committed or things like
I'm
that?
not sure. I'm not sure exactly what they did, but it probably had to do with their sins. I'm sure it did.
Right. And this links to what you said as a Jehovah's Witness, that lying is the devil's, what was it?
The devil is the father of the lie.
Devil's the father of the lie, right? So honesty is a core value.
Although that is not a Jehovah's Witness thing. Jehovah's Witnesses don't do saints. That's a Catholic thing. I dated a Catholic. And he was the one that told me all about that. He was really into the saints. Like he was like he knew a lot of the saints. He knew a lot about them. He would go on, like he would talk about saints like pretty much forever. It was like it was so interesting to hear about the saints and how which that in itself helped me out later in life too, as I understand more about mythology and understand more about the nature of the divine and the pagan deities, and how realistically the Catholic view of saints is not, and actually a lot of pagan deities are saints. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see the parallels between pagan religions and the Catholicism saints, and how they basically fill the same function.
Right, and many religions you'll start to notice overlap and similar conceptual design, I would say.
The more I study occult philosophy and Hermeticism, the more I realize that all religions have a fundamental truth. And Hermeticism winds up being like the kind of the root language that kind of connects them all. Yeah, we haven't talked a lot about this because this is something.
Is that Hermes?
Yeah, so Hermes Trismegistus.
Trismegistus.
Yeah, the Trismegistus means thrice great.
Thrice great?
Yeah. So
great 3 times.
Yeah, great 3 times.
Interesting.
So yeah.
Was he the one who flied, or was that?
Yeah.
He had the wings on his shoes?
He's the one with wings on his shoes. So he's most known as the messenger. But he was also like there's the
caduceus symbol. Isn't this used for the Hippocratic Oath?
Or
something similar?
No, that's the rod of Asclepius. That's a common misunderstanding. The rod of Asclepius is the healer staff.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So
I do want to try to pull this back to the original Daigo thing. That's why I keep going back to that page to remind myself.
Right.
Because if I don't remind myself, like I actually like when discussions branch out into different things, but then I'm trying to work on like tracking the branches as they split and then making a conscious decision. Is this branch what we want to talk about, or do we want to go back to the root or the trunk?
Yeah.
So the reason I brought this up was I initially wanted to show you a Twitter post he made talking about emotions, and he talked about the value of anger.
Okay.
Right. And that was related to your time at Safeway. By the way, I remember wanting to say this. whatever that Safeway branch or franchise or however it works, the general manager there, whoever was making the decisions at that Safeway, I don't think this was a full Safeway Corporation decision. It was probably just that branch. I just wanted to say, if you're listening to this, you can suck it because you made poor decisions for the good of your business, for the good of your employees. It was lose lose. You should learn
Right.
and improve because you fucked up. So yeah, you should get better. That's all I'm gonna say.
When
And
your staff
yeah,
tells you something, it means it matters to them, and to just brush it off,
take it seriously.
take it
Yeah.
seriously. And
Yeah, so they didn't look for the big picture. They saw that some people were lazing around and they assumed that all of them were.
yep,
But they're actually hurting their most valuable employees, the
right,
ones who are doing the hardest work. And that's a misconception. And I think this is a common misconception. People think that numbers matter, but I think the majority is often wrong. And innovations start out as minority ideas. And you need to look at qualitative value rather than just numbers. And yeah, and if you do look at qualitative value, your most valuable people, you'll find that in terms of numbers, it's again the Pareto principle and all that, right? It's like
but it comes
if
down
if
to
80% of your results are coming from 20% of your people, then focus on those 20% of people and boost them.
part of the problem actually is because
Hmm.
the courtesy clerk, we were talking about indirect support. The courtesy clerk
Yeah.
is the most indirect support you can think of. None of my supervisors really knew what I did during the day. I kind of
Right.
just did my own thing and made things work. And I had to do, I had to do a sweep every hour. I had to do, I had to restock shelves. I had to put things away. I had all kinds of things to do, but they were all self-guided. They weren't things that
Right.
I wasn't directed specifically to do. And so
Hmm.
I just made things work. And so, but nobody knew exactly what I was doing at any given moment. So
Right.
as far as anyone knew, like I could have probably gone into the broom closet and fell asleep for an hour, and no one would have known, uh,
Right.
as long as I
And this
answered a
is the
page when I got paged.
yeah. Right. Right. And this is the concept of like the underappreciated but valuable jobs. So the bass player in a band, right? The meme is that the bass player gets laid the least
Right.
by the groupies, or the producer in a show rather than the director, or things like whoever does the work that has an impact but is hard to notice, hard to be appreciated,
Hmm.
or this idea that women in workplace tend to be the ones who do the tasks that won't get them promoted or get them credit but need to be done, like ordering more supplies, taking the dishes out of the dishwasher, things like that. At my last job, it was generally the women in the office who were doing that. So I started doing it because I was like, this doesn't make any sense and I need to contribute. I'm also using dishes and all that.
Right.
um, and maybe I can ask them, hey, can I help order supplies or can I help manage inventory or things? And I don't think I got any like promotions because of it, but I did feel some appreciation from them because I was trying to help.
Yeah.
And I realized ultimately I don't need appreciation that much. I need just a bit of appreciation
Hmm.
and knowing that I'm doing what I believe is right. And that's more than enough to sustain me in life, to be
And
happy.
that comes down to what I was saying about indirect support and me playing the mesmer class, where it's like
Right.
you don't really know what I'm doing, but you know that if I'm not there, it doesn't work.
Exactly. So they'll miss you only when you're gone,
Right.
but they won't know you're there when you're there.
Right.
Yeah. And this is kind of what I'm noticing with many of my startups, right? The indie game startup, the esports startup. Like with the esports startup, I'm seeing that there's a values conflict. I'm trying to figure out how to address it and solve it. And many times, my colleagues are saying, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, we like you. But I'm saying it's not about liking me. It's about trying to be effective so that this organization does as well as it can.
Hmm.
I don't want it to fail in a year because we didn't address problems early when we could have, when we decided that they're not big enough to address. Because to me, they're kind of big problems. They're mismatches in value. They are the fact that if
INTP,
I'm,
they're good at
Mhm,
like we're good at seeing the patterns and spotting the problems. Like I can call out things.
mhm,
Oh, I did call out things 2 years ago that I knew were going to be a problem.
mhm,
Again, getting into the controversial topics, I knew
mhm,
that mass lockdowns would cause an economic depression.
right.
And people called me a conspiracy theorist and that I have nothing to base it on. Oh, look, we're in a recession. We're in a depression. We're not in a
I mean,
recession.
that cause and effect is kind of obvious to me. Like if supply chains get
Cause and
disrupted,
effect
if businesses,
are
yeah,
so obvious to an INTP, and it's so mind-bogglingly obvious to people like us that we can't even understand why no one else can see them, and it is so frustrating. But they can't.
Yeah.
They need that. They literally need us to see it. But then when we tell them, they say that it's not grounded on anything. The sensing types
Right.
will need us to prove it. But it's like, well, no, it's evident because we've seen this pattern so many times. It's like, yeah, but it won't happen this time. It's like, yes, it will, because it always
Mhm.
does.
I did want to ask you before I forget. From this chart, you talked about the sensing being introversion in the INTP. I noticed that the sensing is even more
Yeah.
introversion, like even less of in the extroversion
Oh.
side for the ESTJs. So what is that like for them? Do you know?
I think that's just a quirk of the graph. I don't think that's accurate.
Oh, this isn't accurate. Okay.
I don't think the proportion by which it's over the line is accurate.
But what would it be? So how did you describe sensing introversion? Oh, this is where you avoided conflict
So
and you didn't want.
the
Yeah.
third function is like a child. So if you think about like a
So
6-year-old,
is this like a child as the
no,
second
no,
function, or does that not work?
no. For
Okay.
the ESTJ, it's the extroverted sensing that's like a child. The third function is like the child in the family. It
Hold
winds
on.
up being
Extroverted sensing. How do they have extroverted sensing in
the
ESTJ?
blue end, the green end,
The green N. That's sensing.
extroverted intuition,
Isn't that intuition?
extroverted
Oh,
intuition. I
extrovert.
misspoke.
Right, right. Okay, okay.
Yeah, the extroverted intuition there is the
So is
child.
it always the third function from the top that is like a
It's the
child?
third function from the top that's like a child.
So
I read an
what? Yeah.
article. I don't remember. I couldn't source it, but I read an article how the first and third functions, if they're out about, if you're using your first and third functions and not your second function, that's where a
Mm-hmm.
lot of personality disorders are come from, like narcissism and like a lot of other
Mm.
really like obsessive compulsive and a lot of the other things. If you're
Or
thirst
like neuroticism.
like neuroticism, a lot of those because you're
Mm-hmm.
for the INTP, this is what we're talking about. It winds up being a loop. So if you're
Mm-hmm.
if you get too focused on your introverted thinking and your introverted sensing, you get
Mm-hmm.
caught up in this loop where you, or at least I actually am really bad for this, where I am
Mm-hmm.
trying to avoid conflict so much that and I get caught up in my own self
Mm-hmm.
estimate of myself where I think I'm doing really poorly because I don't have any outside external framework. Like you get caught up in this mental loop that's all internal, and you need an external source to break you out of it. Because
Mm-hmm.
if you're not using your extrovert intuition, if for whatever reason you're taught that thinking outside the box is bad, an INTP will just get will drive themselves insane with that thinking sensing loop that's all internal with nothing to validate it. Um, yeah. And so that extrovert intuition, seeking that outside perspective, is needed to break out of that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the same for all the functions. If you get
So I would need to then develop my intuition and even some of my extroverted feeling. By the way, if this is extroverted feeling, is that why I can like
yes,
I
yes,
empathize very
yes.
strongly. Like yeah. Yeah.
the
Like if someone's crying, I will cry.
the thing
And
is,
it's yeah. Yeah.
we INTPs, especially when they're young, get the reputation for being robots, and that's because the feeling it's our fourth function. We're not very good at it. It's not something that we gravitate to. But the thing is that um, we are so extroverted feeling is very emotional. Like introverted feeling tends to be more about values and internal thoughts and internal like just internal integrity. But extroverted feeling needs companionship. It needs that care. And it does recognize traits in others, and it does have a lot of empathy for others. And so we have a lot of really deep, like people think because we don't react emotionally, and when we are emotional we don't know how to express it because we have to express it through a thinking a rational level, and
Mm-hmm.
we tend to have a feeling, we tend to go through life a lot of times when we're, especially when we're younger, thinking that
Mm-hmm.
emotions don't matter and that only rationality matters.
Mm-hmm.
And so this kind of leaves us a little bit stunted. I actually, the only reason I have as much awareness of my feelings as I do is because I was in psychology. Or not in psychology, I went through therapy.
Mm-hmm.
I got into a place where I was agoraphobic. I couldn't leave the house.
Mm.
I just got so overwhelmed with anxiety. And basically it was unresolved feelings. It was unresolved feelings that had been built up that I didn't know how to process.
And this has happened to me to a smaller scale with many things. Like I didn't open my bank account for like 5 months, and I was in credit card debt and all these
Yep.
things, and I could have resolved them if I was willing to open my bank
Yep.
account.
No, because you wanted to avoid
But
those
the
feelings. Those things
yeah,
brought up feelings for you that you didn't know how to resolve. And
right.
so it was easier for you to avoid the thing that caused you those feelings in the first place
Mm-hmm. Then to face
than
them.
to face them.
But this is something Jordan Peterson has said that's very relevant. And now I'm wondering if he's an INTP, by the way. Maybe you can look it up. But
I'm not sure.
I can look it up. But
Uh, I
Peterson,
was about to
MBTI. But
be.
he said conflict delayed is conflict accrued,
Yep.
right? And he said that in the context that he actually hates conflict, despite his personality and the way that he seems to be willing to endure
I think
public
he's a
ridicule and
J.
conflict.
I wouldn't be
He's a
surprised.
J. Yeah. Very bright INTJ is what someone is saying. He strikes me as an obvious, very bright INTJ. So let's look at INTJ.
I don't think
Because
he's
that's
INTJ.
okay. You don't think he's INT, basically.
I think he is.
Yep.
He might be INTJ. I'm just trying to think about. See the way I relate to other personality types is I think about people that I know who I know are those types. And I try and see if they're like that. Um,
Mm. But that has a flaw
he
because
might be
those people
INTJ.
could be misdiagnosed in your life,
Yes,
right?
yeah,
Or
exactly.
miscategorized. Yeah, that's the only flaw.
And
Yeah.
that's part of my.
Two people have said they're nearly certain he's INFJ. I strongly believe he's well developed INTP. So I'd like to. We'd have to go by their reasoning. I don't want to go by majority vote or something, right?
INFJ sounds right.
INFJ. Okay, so feeling rather than oh right. I mistook INTJ and INFJ as the same, but no, they're so three different categorizations so far. INFJ is seconded.
I
So let's
agree
see.
with looking at the reasoning. So
Sensitivity to other emotions.
yeah,
I've seen countless interviews of him.
but that
Yeah,
can be developed.
right. That can be developed. I can develop this, right? Like I do. I have cried in New World interviews with
Like
people, right? Yeah.
my feeling is developed enough that if I take a test,
Mhm.
online, I've had tests mistype me as INFP.
INFP. Okay.
Because of what I learned about my emotions and how I relate to my emotions now
Mhm.
after developing it through my
Therapy.
therapy. Thank you. Um,
Right. Mm.
I
And I was diagnosed ENFP or whatever through an online test, right?
right
Instead of INTP or ENTP
and
rather.
yeah, an
Yeah.
online test.
Yeah.
You're absolute I can understand why a test based on the values that you would tell a test that it would think that you're an extroverted feeler.
Right.
Absolutely. Because
Or an extroverted thinker. Either way. Yeah.
right?
It'll be different. Yeah. Each time,
Right?
kind of. Yeah.
Because you value making those connections, you value making those connections, but you don't do it from a place of feeling, you do it from a place of intellectual curiosity. And that's
Hmm.
the thing that online tests can't capture,
Yeah.
because they don't understand the why.
Yeah.
And like because most INTPs don't care about making connections with other people. But
Hmm.
each INTP has their own geek niche. Whatever the geek niche is, and for me that's video games and esoteric like occultism, right?
Hmm.
And like mysticism and occultism and comparative mythology and right. That's
Yeah.
my geek niche. Like, I can waffle all the time about. I can waffle on for hours about Celtic mythology.
And for me, I mean, my niches keep changing every few months, but the thing I've always come back
Your
to
core
is
niche is personal growth and and interaction between interaction between people.
yeah, I think it's because when I got into organizational psychology, organizational
Yep.
culture, business, like I think it's people. I think it's understanding people,
Hmm.
being really curious about like because I've realized that when I ask people some questions, they're like, I've never thought about that
Yep.
before. Let me think about it. Because I'll ask them questions of like, what do you think happened to you, or what did you go through that led you
Yep.
to have this mindset? And they'll be like, whoa, I've never thought about
Right.
that. Because I'm curious about the origins of people's thoughts and
And I
philosophy
and
and
there's a
the
part of me that
details.
is too. It's not my
Right.
top level driver, but I'm a people watcher. I always want to
Right.
know why behind things.
Hmm.
And this goes back to what we were talking about rules, about following the rules. Like, yeah,
Hmm.
I'm the kid that wants to know why. Don't I'm not going to do something because you tell me to do something. I have to know why you want me to
Right.
do it.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the worst things parents do, just as a quick aside, is when children have to do something before they are ready, before they believe in it themselves, it's causing like permanent damage, basically permanent harm. And parents do that thousands, tens of thousands of times over the course of a child's upbringing. Not just parents, but teachers and society, other adults, other kids, even eventually, right? And then kids start to self pressure themselves and self force themselves to do things before they're ready. And now I have that habit. I overreach all the time.
See, and
I will.
I was
Yeah.
always the kid that I was always
Yeah.
the kid that followed the rules, but I had to know what the rules were. I had to know why behind the rules. So if my mother
Right.
told me to do something a certain way, I would be like, why?
Mhm.
It's always about the why. It's like it's always about the why. and
Yeah.
it's like if you tell me to do something like just because I say so, that's not a rule that's going to sink in with me.
Mhm.
Not unless I'm doing it just to avoid punishment.
Mhm. There's something I'm looking for. I don't know if I'll find it this time. How are people so stupid? Here it is. Pretty short blog post by Elliot Temple. But somebody asked, how do people like Victoria get so stupid? I'm guessing this was a political thing. I think David Horowitz is political. But he said he wrote a generic reply which has nothing to do with the partisan political statements Victoria said, which I didn't even read before replying. So he wrote a theory of this. At age 2, her parents order her around. She doesn't understand most orders and is punished for clarifying questions. She has to try to follow orders she doesn't understand. So just to clarify, she's punished for asking clarifying questions, basically. Um, she has to try to follow orders she doesn't understand. She ends up lowering her standards for what understanding is and goes through school not understanding much. When she does understand something about reality correctly, it sometimes actually makes things worse. She learns the world is based on authority and social status. You can't correct the people with power over you. You must try to conform to their confused view of reality. And by the way, this is part of why I'm leaving my job, because once the government politician makes a certain order based on PR reasons, like 2 days work in office, my entire organization has to structure itself to follow that order. We cannot really question it or consider what's best by the science or the data or what is best for the business.
Right. I forgot you told me that they were doing 2 days per office.
Right. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but and that's why I realized this is not where I can be because I can't innovate. It's impossible to innovate in a bureaucracy. And when one single person can decide your entire organization of like 400,000 people's structure, it just doesn't. Can you imagine that? Right? Like, so yeah, she learns no one understands. Everyone is just pretending to understand and hiding their weakness. Her parents and teachers are confused in many ways, but have power over her anyway. She aspires to gain social status and power, to move up in the system, not to be a scientist. My main idea here is that overreaching begins due to pressure to act before one is ready. Even if the parent's orders make sense and are reasonable, it doesn't matter if a kid is being pressured to act according to ideas he doesn't yet understand. This is what you were saying, right? You wanted to know why. You wanted to make it to make sense to you before you did it. And my dad is like this too. Like he will tell me to do something because he believes he knows it is good for me. Now the thing is, even if he's right and it's good for me, it is still bad for me to do it before I understand why it's good for me.
Exactly.
Unless I decide of my own volition that I'm going to try it, it's my ranging shot, right? I'm shooting the cannonball till they get an idea of where it'll land and then fire my next shot with more accuracy. If that's my intention and that's my goal and it's clear to me, then it's not going to be harmful to me because I know what I'm trying it for. But my dad won't communicate it that way. He'll communicate it like, I know better than you,
Yeah.
I'm more experienced than you, therefore you should do as I say. And
Your
that's authority.
dad is
Yeah.
absolutely a censor and a judger, which is completely the
Mhm.
type of personality that we conflict the most.
Okay, so that's interesting because if I ever work under someone or form a team in the future, perhaps I should look not to be under the authority of people who are censors or judges, or at least talk to them and try to get a sense, right?
The problem is that people who are censors or judges are very, very good organizers.
Mhm.
And
So they work well in partnership
you
with me,
you
but
a-
not
you
in positions
absolutely
of
you
power.
absolutely need like INTPs
Mhm.
are notoriously bad at getting things done, and we need people like
Mhm.
that to on our team to help us to kind of push us towards getting things done.
Mhm.
Um, so
Interesting.
definitely in a partnership, but if they have an authority over you, the thing is, in my
Mhm.
experience, when people who are censors and or judges are in a position of authority over me, they can't understand. They can't understand me. I'm often viewed as lazy, um, or and my ideas aren't given a lot of weight because they're not anchored well enough to a framework that they
They
understand.
need proof. They
They
need
need
proof.
proof. of why I think
But your intuition will be accurate.
my
You'll be
my
right.
intuition is very accurate. There are things that I can predict, and I guarantee you that a lot of which is from historical periods were of the same mindset, where it's not prediction isn't like, it's not like looking into a crystal ball and getting a vision based on magic. No, it's based
Mhm.
on an understanding of the patterns and seeing the weave for what it is. And this is not mysticism. It's literally just it's logic in an abstract sense.
Mhm.
And it's not okay. So, case in point, I remember one day. This is when I was still in therapy. I was going to my the office there, and it was early in the morning, and I think it was just before the mall opened. And I was walking across the parking lot, and there was this really cold breeze that came through. And all the seagulls in the parking lot. I don't know why we have seagulls in Calgary, because we're completely landlocked, but there are seagulls. Anyway, the seagulls all scattered, and involuntarily, I didn't intend to say anything, but involuntarily I said it's going to snow.
Mhm.
By the time my appointment was done, I left, and it was snowing harder than I had seen it in a while. An hour away, and it's like, and I think I looked up at the clouds. I think I did look up at the sky, and I saw the cold wind, the way the birds scattered, the way the clouds were. I knew it was going to snow.
Mhm.
Okay, this is a skill that they put in D&D for druids. It's like, yeah, they can sense the weather up to an hour away.
Mhm.
Like, and we just dismiss that as fantasy because, yeah, okay, fine, they have some magical gift that gives them the abilities to. And it's like, no, there's nothing magic to it. It's just like, whatever reason, those combinations of things, I knew immediately that it was going to snow, and I didn't think about it. I didn't like put these things together to like I didn't draw out a diagram and like measure any barrel. It's like, nope, just like, okay, cold wind, bird scattering, clouds in the sky. I didn't think about any of this. It just, in that instant, I felt and knew immediately. And like I said, I didn't intend to say it's going to snow. It was almost involuntary that I just said it
Mhm.
out loud. It's going to snow.
Mhm.
And I just knew that it was going to be true.
Yeah.
And I remember once at work when the door opened. The door opened. There was a cold gust of wind. I was in aisle 3. It hit me. My assistant manager was standing right next to me, and I said, "It's going to rain." Just the smell of the cold air, the temperature. I couldn't even see outside. I was indoors, but I could feel the
Yeah.
I could feel the wind. I could smell the wind, and I told my assistant manager, "It's going to rain." And she was
Mhm.
like, "Oh, don't say that." I was like, I mean, but I'm right. It's like, yeah, you're probably right.
Okay. Two things I gotta say. One is, holy shit. I'm realizing I need to learn to trust and invest in my intuition, because probably my rational mind is often on the lookout for confirmation bias or
Yes,
other things.
absolutely.
And in the process, I actually suppress my intuition
Yes.
too much, because I have noticed that I can tell the feeling in a room when conflict is going to arise.
Oh,
The feeling in a room when
trust
somebody is
that.
not happy but not saying anything,
Trust
right?
that.
And I'm like, I need to bring this up proactively, or we're going to leave this, like, because it's actually fine if conflict erupts. That's good.
Yep.
What's worse is the meeting ends, people leave, and it never gets addressed, and then 2 months later it blows up,
I
and
had
I could have done something.
I
Yeah.
had an experience. I
Mhm.
was so I was seeing someone who was in a polyamorous relationship. I have to say that up front. So this
Sure.
person was married
Mhm.
to a man.
And their spouse was fine with them dating you
Their
as well.
this was their relationship was open, whatever. And we
Right.
were my relationship with this person was casual. Anyway,
By the way, was he dating a woman, or sorry, was he married to a woman or a man?
a man, we'll say, a trans man.
Trans man.
Um,
Sure. So started out as a
yeah.
woman, but actually a man. Okay,
So,
got it. Yeah.
this person that I
Hmm.
was seeing, we had
Hmm.
spent the day together, and we were in the mall, and
Hmm.
I remember going up the escalator, and there was something about his body language. The thing that I consciously noticed was that he was clenching his jaw occasionally, and I could.
He was crunching his jaw
He
occasionally,
was he was
meaning like
clenching his jaw. He was
clenching.
clenching his
So
jaw
he was
occasionally.
stressed. Okay.
I could tell that he was pissed off.
Okay. He was
He
angry.
was
Yeah.
he was he was upset about something, and I thought he was upset with me. I thought I had done something
Right.
wrong.
Right. But he had
And
spotted someone in the mall or something.
I basically started walking around eggshells because I didn't know what was upsetting him, but I could tell that something
And you
was.
didn't want to ask? You didn't want to ask?
I didn't think. Oh, well, the thing is that I thought that I had caused something. I didn't want to spark a conflict.
Understood.
Anyway, at some point later, I think we sat down to eat, and at some point he mentioned that his spouse was supposed to bring the car around. That his spouse hadn't texted him, and that this was towards the end. Like so basically, his spouse was supposed to pick him up, and never did. And so I actually spent the whole time thinking that he was upset with me. I was correct in interpreting that he was upset because I could read that, but I didn't. Because I just have this mental image that when someone's upset, they're upset with me, and that was not correct. So, but yeah, trust those and that's a common thing. I want to ask, when you say that your rational mind is looking for bias, is that because external factors have told you to do that, or is that something that you drive for yourself?
Well, no. So for example, one of the first things I did when I started learning all this stuff is I looked at the Wikipedia page on list of cognitive biases.
Yep.
That was something my colleague Scott, by the way, I recently reconnected with him.
Yep.
But he was the one who put me onto Crucial Conversations, the book, and got me on that journey where I read 100 books in like a year,
Yep.
right? Where I was just reading so much. So I read a list of these biases, and then the books
Biases.
I was reading also talked about different biases.
Biases.
And so I just became interested in so for example, because okay, you made a prediction it would snow, and then it snowed. But how many times have you made a prediction it would snow, and it didn't snow, and you didn't remember that it didn't snow? Right? So how many false predictions have you documented for yourself as part of your hit rate calculations?
I know that it's happened where I've been wrong.
Okay. Yeah. But that's my point, is that if we're not documenting it, we could end up cherry picking. We could end up having a poorly weighted understanding of what our accuracy is on predictions. Because how many people have predicted the world will end, and then there are people who get lauded for their predictions, but they made like 300 false predictions
Right.
before the one that came true. And then it's like,
And
well,
you
that's
talk
not
about
really prediction.
Nostradamus, and Nostradamus, you have to you have to really shoehorn things in the match. It's stupid.
Right. And there's something David Deutsch said that I liked, which was something like, prediction without explanation is prophecy. And we know prophecy is flawed.
But the thing is
But
though,
yeah,
to realize
the
is
thing
that
is, yeah,
when you're looking at these lists of cognitive biases, these are things written by censors and judges who don't
sure.
understand the value of intuition.
No. So, funnily enough, Elliot Temple writes about the value of intuition, right? So he's written a bunch of blog posts and articles on why you should not discount your intuition, and think of your intuition as, so here's one thing: your rational mind is not automatically correct. Your intuition can be more correct than your rational mind. You don't know yet.
Yes.
So when there's a conflict between your intuition and your rational mind, treat them as equals and try to resolve the conflict, understand and resolve it. It's obviously hard because your intuition is hard to verbalize and conceptualize and define. But you need to do the effort and the introspection necessary to understand what's going wrong and diagnose it. It might take some trial and error of trying different things and see how they feel, right? Because your intuition works through feelings. It's going to be hard to put it into words.
I disagree that the intuition works through feelings.
Okay,
And this is
I think feelings is one part of it, not all
this
of
is
it.
the thing. This is the thing. This actually comes up a lot in the pagan community, because a lot of witches are feelers, and so when they perceive of their intuition, they perceive it as coming from feelings.
Okay.
But the fact of the matter is that it doesn't.
How does it work?
Because for INTPs especially, our intuition comes from a recognition of patterns. That's all very,
Right.
very rational. It's not feeling based.
Okay, but hold on. I think we have a different understanding of what feelings are.
Yeah.
So my view is that all information. So the brain is a computer.
Yes.
And the mind is a software.
Okay.
It's an abstraction. It's the OS on the CPU, right?
Sure.
But that basically means that all information processing, all sensations that we experience, are a form of computation.
Sure.
That includes conscious thoughts, subconscious feelings, or sorry, subconscious thinking, as well as feelings, because feelings are just, I would say, faster information processing that happen more automatically and that were built in from a combination of evolution and our childhood and other things. And you can change your feelings as well, right? Because I could feel revulsion at spiders, and then I could learn to feel nothing or even like curiosity about spiders, right? So my emotions change in relation to the same stimuli over time. Like I think if I think a certain way, it'll change my feelings over time. So I agree with you. Pattern recognition, I would say that intuition is basically faster processing and often subconscious. So let's
Yeah.
remove the word feelings from the discussion and let's talk about subconscious.
Faster processing some conscious
Yeah.
faster processing subconscious
Mm-hmm.
faster subconscious processing of
Right.
stimuli that's not directly apparent would be an accurate definition of intuition.
Right. And there are books like, so Daniel Kahneman goes into type 1 and type 2, right? Fast versus slow thinking. And if you think about it, if you don't have to think in words, you can think much faster.
Yes.
Right? Because words slow us down, language slows us down. My typing speed is only 131 words per minute. So I can't type 200 words per minute. In a similar sense, my thinking speed, if thinking in words, is probably quite slow. But probably while I'm thinking in words to talk to you, I'm also thinking subconsciously way faster than I am without using language.
Correct.
And I'm converting that into language. I'm transliterating it in some form.
Yeah, and this is why I think faster than I talk. And oftentimes I stammer over words because my thought process is further ahead than my mouth, and my mouth has forgotten what to say next.
Were you the person who told me long ago that a stutter is caused because somebody is thinking faster than they can talk?
I mean, I don't know if that's always true, and it wasn't me
Okay.
that said that to you.
Okay, it was someone else.
It was someone
But
else.
someone else told me that.
But
Yeah,
but I
it's
can
interesting.
I can see why that is true for some people.
Mm-hmm. Not for everyone, but for some people.
I
For some
mean,
people, maybe it's
I don't
just
know.
nervousness. Yeah. Frankie McDonald, I wanted to tell you about him. Apparently, he has autism, and he's a Canadian amateur meteorologist. I don't know if you've seen him
No.
or heard of him, but he's got a very big following. I came across him through Reddit, and he's just like he predicts the weather really well, basically, and he understands it really well. He's a meteorologist, amateur meteorologist. He wasn't trained in it, and his YouTube channel is famous for the weather predictions he can make and for his personality, I guess. And like you said, you believe that autism
How does he make
is
his
just
predictions?
INTP. Okay, maybe we should watch a video of his. As a child, he wanted to be a weather forecaster. He made his first scenery video on December 27, 2007. On December 16, 2009, he made his first YouTube video. So, what age was he in 2009? He would have been 25
He's
years old.
forecasting prediction. I like Tosh.0.
What is Tosh?
It's a YouTube
this.
channel.
Okay,
BuzzFeed
Vancouver earthquake was featured. Yeah, BuzzFeed called his Hurricane Isaac forecast the only forecast you need for Hurricane Isaac. His videos have turned him into an internet weather broadcasting sensation. So let's find a video. He's presented the weather on CBC. So this is all prestige stuff. This doesn't mean anything to me. Like I want to find his
I
explanations.
want to understand. Like, does he base it on research, or does he just base it on intuition?
Or is it a combination? It's
and
probably
obviously a
combination
would be preferred.
Right. Let's find his Twitter. Why are none of the links working? Oh, I have to click the source thing. Probably Frankie McDonald. Let's just go Frankie McDonald YouTube.
Okay.
That'll work. Here we go. I thought he had Down syndrome because of the way his face was, but actually, I guess it's autism. And to be fair, his face is not super. That's actually not. It's now that I look at it, no, that is not indicative of Down syndrome. It's usually stronger than that. So polar vortex to hit Vancouver, British Columbia on Wednesday, Feb 20. This is relevant to me. This is happening in 6 days in my city. So let's see what he says in 1 minute.
This is Frankie McDonald, my own TV station live in Sydney, Nova Scotia. Polar vortex is headed towards Vancouver, British Columbia on Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023. It's going to bring very cold temperatures in Vancouver, British Columbia, and Fraser Valley, including Whistler, British Columbia, Squamish, British Columbia. Sense of polar vortex is going to drive all the way to Vancouver, British Columbia with cold air. It's going to bring very cold air for the rest of February for Vancouver, British Columbia and its surrounding areas. I want everyone in Metro Vancouver to be extra prepared. Wear warm clothing, wear warm clothes. Enjoy the warm weather if you can, because polar vortex is aiming towards Vancouver, British Columbia on Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023. It's going to bring really, really cold temperatures. It's going to bring chances of snow and chances of snowfall in Vancouver, British Columbia that can cause roads to be slippery in Vancouver, British Columbia and its surrounding areas, because it's going to bring very cold temperatures in Greater Vancouver, British Columbia, Fraser Valley and its surrounding areas as well. I want everyone in Vancouver to dress very warm starting on February 22nd,
So
2023.
here's my intuition at work.
Okay, go for it.
Because he can pinpoint a specific date, he's probably looked at the weather patterns that are currently existing. He's probably looked at like maps and meteorological things and has made a prediction from them. So that's an intentional thought process based prediction. Even though there's probably intuition behind it, he's probably seeing these things and he probably knows like the timeline of it. But he's done his research to form that position. It's not one of those instinct things like I was talking about earlier. That's my opinion based on what I've seen in that 1 minute.
I wonder if there are any videos where he explains his reasoning or thought
I know.
process. Probably the ones where he was featured on TV shows or whatever,
Yeah.
or CBC or whatever. Because like his Hurricane, whatever, what was it? Hurricane Isaac? Let me see. Because there he would probably have had to go into it a bit, or they would have asked him,
Like-
okay, Hurricane Isaac forecast. So let's look at number 15 in the sources. The only forecast you need for Hurricane Isaac on BuzzFeed.
This is Frankie McDowell, my own TV station live in Sydney, Nova Scotia. Tropical storm Hurricane Isaac is now heading for New Orleans. Track has shifted further west. It's going to hit New Orleans on Wednesday, August the 29th, 2012. People in New Orleans, be prepared for Hurricane Isaac.
Can you skip ahead to maybe the middle to see if he talks more about
Powerful
why?
storm.
No, he's just repeating himself.
It will be very powerful. Prepared. Have your medical kits ready. Your car to the floor. All kinds of trees will be down.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, what's up?
I apologize for laughing. It's just the way he
No, laughing is
the
fine.
way he repeats himself. I know, but I feel like I'm making fun of him because it's the way he repeats himself, even though it's like. So part of it is that
He's driving home a point.
he's
right?
driving home a point, but for me, it's like, okay, you said it once. You said that already once. What else? Is that it?
Right. I'm also waiting for other things, but this video is way less repetitive than the last. He's giving you information every few seconds, like how many things will be destroyed, warm.
Well, no,
water.
that's, to me, I interpret that as being hyperbolic. Like it's like, yeah, we know this firm is going to go there by that date. Sure, fine, that's enough.
The golf course waters are really warm.
The
What's that?
Gulf Coast waters are really
Gulf Coast.
The Gulf Coast.
Gulf
Gulf Coast.
Yeah,
okay.
the transcription.
Right.
Yeah, the way he talks, the transcription doesn't get it.
And YouTube transcription in general makes mistakes, even if I'm talking. Have your iPods charged. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, what he does is he makes factual predictions and then also gives you things you should do, like wear warm clothes, have your stuff charged, expect to lose power. But he doesn't seem to explain why he knows or how he
and
knows.
so, and you can, and if you've been watching a hurricane, like on a map, you can kind of get a sense for how fast it's moving. Like one of the things that I was really good at was I think I was talking about Call of Duty before this podcast. So we were talking about Call of Duty before the podcast. But one of the things I was really, really good at is shooting where people were going to be. Like, so people would do this thing where they would run at me and they would try and zigzag back and forth across my because they figure that if they zigzag, they're harder to get hit. And I was telling you how I would practice with the SMG, with the German rifle, because the German rifle was the worst weapon in the game. You had one; it was a bolt action rifle. You had one shot, and then you had to reload. And
so you put yourself in a situation where you had to succeed with one bullet, otherwise you would fail.
I had to succeed with one bullet, maybe two if I was lucky.
Right.
Okay, if I had time to reload and get another shot off, fine. But people would zigzag in front of me, thinking that they would be impossible to hit, and it's like your pattern is but their pattern was predictable. It was like a sine wave, right? And it's just like, okay, so all I have to do is aim in the middle of where you're zigzagging, and
wait until they're close to it,
and wait until the motion that you're moving. I can predict like a half second in front. You'll be where I'm aiming. I got accused of aimbotting so many times. It's like, you're such an aimbot. I'm like, dude, your motions were
just moving poorly.
I was weaving. There was no way you could hit me. I'm like, your motions were predictable though.
Yeah. So juking is different from weaving, right? So in League, this becomes really relevant because coaches have looked at my movement and they've said, look, you're moving. Yes, you're moving side to side, but you're moving in a completely predictable straight line each time. Instead, start to move in one direction and then try to randomly move back. Try to make it unpredictable. Try to switch the direction that it seems like you're intending to move.
Right.
For example, I'm running to safety, suddenly run towards danger, and then start fighting them. And they're going to put their skill shots where you're going to safety because they think you're trying to run away from them, and suddenly you're fighting them, right? So
Yeah.
they're surprised. Take them by surprise. And this is another key point, like the externals versus internals focus we discussed from Coach Cupcake and just stoicism in general. The people who are blaming you for aimbotting are hindering their own growth as a player
Mhm.
because they are not asking themselves, they're not taking responsibility like a good CEO would, right?
Right.
From the initiative and responsibility article. They're not asking themselves, what could I have done differently to beat this player, to succeed, to live in this scenario and kill him?
Yep.
And if they just asked that question once, if they were curious, just once in 100 times of failing, they would improve
And
significantly.
but that's the
yeah,
thing is the zigzagging was completely predictable.
exactly. So they stay stuck. They stay stuck because they see accusing you of aimbotting is a quick way for them to move on and assume that they'll just continue zigzagging 1,000 more times, and they'll die. They'll keep dying to people like you, every so often.
Right.
People who can see the sine wave.
And the thing
Yep.
about it is that I never, when I played those, I was always the top of the lead. I was almost always the top of the leaderboard in
Mhm.
either in free for all or team matches.
Mhm.
When I wasn't at the top of the leaderboard, I sought
Mhm.
out the player that was because I wanted to understand what they were doing better than me that
Right.
I could learn from.
Yeah, and this is the curiosity
And
thing.
this is the curiosity thing. And oftentimes they're just camping. They just find one place where they can hide out and kill people from. And then
Mhm.
basically what it was like I figured out their hiding spot and I kept killing them. Because like
Mhm.
that's not how I play. I basically go in circles around the map and I would find ways to kill the enemy players.
Let's play Warzone together because I've been playing that with a friend, the DMZ mode specifically. And the part that I'm worst at is actually the PvP. I'm actually best at like the PvE and like killing the AI
I
and looting
haven't
and
much
getting up. Okay.
enjoyed modern first-person shooters, but I would be
Okay.
happy to play this with you.
Okay. Try it and see how it feels. Obviously, if you don't like it, then don't play it anymore. Mostly negative reviews. um, it does have a lot of bugs and issues, but I've been playing it with a friend. I played it a while back and then I paused, like when it first came out, and I stopped playing. And I recently started again and tried it, and it was decent.
Okay.
I think if you like shooting people and you're good at shooting people, you'll probably feel good in this because even though I'm terrible at shooting people, like I panic and I miss and I spray, I still do pretty decently. Especially because my friend does the shot calling, and I think for myself and offer suggestions, and that helps. So teamwork. I think teamwork is my favorite aspect of any game,
Okay.
to be honest. League is the same thing. Yeah, same with co-op games
That's
like Dying
why I'm
Light 2 and
looking
other
forward
things.
to Ashes of Creation because it's going to bring back the team dynamic, or at
Yep,
least
I love team
it
dynamic. I
promises
love
to.
collaboration.
So
So is this normal for INTPs to love collaboration? Because that's the opposite of what the thing about them individually wanting to make decisions. Now I do make a lot of decisions on my own and then bring them to the team. I think I like collaborating when people are open to my ideas, not when they are closed off and want me to follow their thinking and they never want to learn anything themselves,
I
really.
think so.
Mhm.
This is strictly a gut feeling, and I haven't really thought enough about this to form a real concrete hypothesis. But at the top level,
Okay.
and I'm thinking back to what we were talking about, how in school I always got does not play well with others. But I think
Mhm.
it's because most other people don't think the way we do. So it's
Okay.
hard to collaborate with people who can't appreciate what you're
But I
bringing to the
don't think a
table.
team of see, I don't think a team of 5 INTPs would be the optimal
No,
structure.
because you would need someone to actually put the ideas into practice. So
So what if you had an INTP and then also like a judging or sensing person who actually, for whatever reason, has learned to trust the intuition of INTPs because they have the knowledge,
right.
like they've made that change. So you could have 2 INTPs. You could have what would it be like an ESFJ
So
or
there is something called considered a perfect pair. The perfect pair for the INTP is actually the ENTJ.
right. Now I think that is Evan. It might be. I should check because I told you right. Evan formed our league
I'm
teams
pretty
or his
sure
league teams
you
based
told
on
me that
Myers-Briggs.
someone that you were working with, that you were working under, was an ENTJ. And I was
Right.
trying to explain to you how that's a perfect pair. It might have been Evan. I don't know. I'm
Right.
not sure. Um,
Let me check. Yeah. I have a spreadsheet somewhere that I can pull up with, because basically he has used Myers-Briggs to form his team at his company.
Okay.
They apparently improved the product's revenue by like 50 million.
If you
Now I
look at
don't
the
know.
function charts, I can explain why the
Mhm.
ENTJ is the best. Actually, so the ENTJ, the other thing too is the reason that this is the perfect pair is that as you get older and gain more experience, if you develop yourself, an INTP will become more like the ENTJ. It's like the epitome of our growth, and
Is
vice
this the personality
versa.
chart one?
So actually, they're right next to each other. Hallelujah. So,
Wait, aren't they exact mirrored symmetrically? Yeah. Also, that's exactly how ISFJ and ESFP
Yep.
are. So they've kind of matched up them that way,
That's
right?
exactly how it is. The IP and the IP and EJ are mirror images of each other, just like the
Okay.
EJ and the IP. Or sorry, I said that backwards. The IJ and the EP are
Okay.
exactly mirrors of each other. And so,
Mhm.
what it's called when they're inversed, they're the shadow functions. So the shadow function of the INTP is extroverted thinking, introverted intuition, extroverted sensing, introverted feeling, which is
Mhm.
the ENTJ. And that is why these are the sort of the quote unquote golden pair, and also the path to which we aspire.
Oh my god.
So
Hold on. Okay, this is fascinating to me. We need to get into this. So first of all, this is Steve Jobs, apparently. Your time is limited, so don't waste living someone else's life. Now, in New World, there was actually do you remember Draco and I don't know if you were around for this. No, this was after
I
they
remember
left.
Draco.
You remember Draco? Okay.
Drop it,
So
Draco.
Draco, huh?
Drop it, Draco.
Drop it, Draco. Wait, what?
Wasn't that his name? Drop it, Draco.
No, it was just Draco. So he was an allied guild. Bad Mofraki was also his thing. What was
Okay, I
their
think it's
guild
somebody
called? I
else.
forgot. Yeah, it's somebody else. I think this happened after the fact, but we allied with them. I became friends with them. They gave me a lot of leadership advice. But basically, Draco. So after the server merges,
Was he in
a whole
Chad,
bunch
or
of
is this
new.
something else?
Not
Okay.
Chad. What was the guild called? It was one of they owned Morningdale for a very long time, like the first 4 months of the game or something ridiculous.
Okay.
Like, and they were very effective. They made hundreds of thousands of gold doing it,
Okay.
but also they put a lot of that gold back in. They actually spent more than like hundreds of
I
thousands of
know
gold
the
more than
guild
they
you're
made.
thinking of, and I think I hated that guild. Oh yes, I hated that guild.
What were they called, or what were they green? Were
They
they
were
green or
green.
yeah, that's
I
them. But
hated that guild.
uh,
I
why
remember
did you?
Draco now. He annoyed the hell out of me. What was that guild's
Okay,
name?
I forgot. Bad Mofraki was part of it too. It was. I can find out.
I don't remember. But anyway, keep going.
But yeah, I remember we collaborated with them. I made this tank team concept. But actually, it was Bad Mofraki and Draco's idea, and they had Chorizo Jenkins as well working there. I'm still friends with many of them, but so I made this tank team. Basically, they gave me credit for implementing the tank team concept, which is basically we were going to make a squad of 5 people who are extra coordinated, and it's just like it's like 3 tanks and 2 heavy healers. And the idea is they're going to be unkillable. It's kind of like your Monk Ball thing
Yep.
from Guild Wars, right? And the idea is that this tank team will be highly mobile, highly coordinated, and whenever there's a point, so it was specifically on defense in wars.
Right.
So just for the listeners, the way wars in New World worked is when they're attacking us, they'll have to take over 3 points and then break the gates and take over a final point inside the fortress within 30 minutes. And the idea is that as long as there's at least one defending player on the point defending it, the enemy team cannot capture the point, and the bar will slowly progress towards them capturing it, but it will not complete. So the idea is that this tank team will stay on the point that is most contested and will add more value than like they'll take 15 people to overwhelm our 5 tank team players, which means that we can be highly disruptive and basically like you did with your ice gauntlet at the gate. You were occupying 4 people. We're also going to occupy 3 people for every one of us in the squad.
That's the kind of build that I spec my shield into, because I spec a lot into the talents that gave allies in the area more defense.
So here, let me swap over to the engineering serendipity Google. I've been checking this more recently. but I remember I made a tank team. Here we go, tank team on defense. And I think the fact that I made a slideshow made a lot of people laugh, but I think they were also impressed because it's not something most people will do for a video game.
And slideshows are the kinds of things that censors like.
Right.
But these kinds of things bore INTPs.
I mean, I like making it because I think getting my thoughts out on paper
Mhm.
and formalizing
Yep.
them helps me understand the holes in them. So yeah, I started to
call
define
signs.
terms.
That was the thing. That just reminded me of the thing that we did in Guild
Yeah.
Wars, that we called targets over teams, over TeamSpeak, I think it was called. Um,
I remember you said, and you were doing this so effectively that the devs had to implement a sort of pinging
the
system
devs.
because it was an
So
unfair advantage.
anyone who's
Yeah.
played Guild Wars, who's had that, I think it's the T button to call the target so that you could just automatically target that person. That was because of us. We were
Yeah.
calling targets like, okay, let's drop freeze, and it's like everyone on a freeze. So we would target the player. We'd pretend to be attacking someone else. We'd be doing our auto attack on someone else. We'd start targeting you, and then it'd be like 3, 2, 1. We'd all spam our kill button at the same, all our major attack at the same time, and that one target would take so much damage in 1 second that the healer has no idea who we're targeting.
Right.
And then of course the counterplay to that was that people started naming themselves like ILLI.
Yeah, barcodes, which is in League as well. People name themselves barcodes
Because
for different reasons.
because
But yeah.
you can't single them out by name by doing that.
Right. Yep.
And
Yeah,
so
it's counterplay.
that's what got that T targeting system implemented into Guild Wars.
Yep. And this is probably the INTP in me, which is trying to define a glossary, define terms, value. So Badmofraki and Draco were both military-minded people. Badmofraki had military experience, and Draco just had that kind of mindset.
Yep.
So with Badmofraki, he was happy to answer my questions. He was happy to help me define these things. He gave me terms like this. And I loved working with him because I think he valued. So Draco and Badmo both said they have infinite patience for somebody who is willing to make progress, no matter how dumb or stupid or whatever they are, right?
Right.
And so I felt like a complete noob, but they valued me. Like after a war that I did at Morningdale, defending or an invasion, I asked Badmo, and I didn't know him at this time, but I just asked him at the end in voice chat with like 50 other people listening or whatever. Hey Badmo, could we go over the replay together? He was like, "Oh, I didn't record it." I said, "No, I recorded it. Can you help me go over it and improve what I did?" And he was like, "Oh, sure." And then we talked later, and I realized what I did is something that nobody else would have done. So that's an extraordinary choice, right? On theme with the podcast. But that's how I am, right? I like to learn. I like to be, because I know that if I review one VOD, I will save myself 50 more invasions of suffering not knowing what I did wrong, right?
The computer that I had when we played New World would not have been able to record, but that was definitely something. You know what? That's definitely something we could do together. Is we could record our play and see how we could
in Ashes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, in anything. Yeah, in League, in League of Legends, VOD review is considered one of the best things you can do, and also one of the few things people do, and it holds them back because many players just don't want to look at their games. They don't want to look at their mistakes. It can be emotionally difficult. But Coach Cupcake made a video pointing out that some of his most fulfilling moments.
This is one of the things that I think
Yeah.
INTPs excel at, is that we don't have an emotion because our feeling is the last thing we do. We don't have an attachment to ideas or to our mistakes, unless it's something that like I'm stopping because it's contradicting something that I said earlier about us avoiding our mistakes, but it's when other people criticize us.
Yes, I do feel that.
That's what hurts the most, is because we do have that extroverted feeling and we don't know how to express our feelings. So when we get criticized or we make somebody upset with us, that's how we get wounded the easiest. Is we get
so a lot of my emotions in game don't come because I hurt myself with a mistake, but because I hurt my teammates.
Right.
I caused harm to other people, and that is hard.
And if their harm shows and they lash out, it gets really rough.
Even if they don't lash out, because I've gotten, like, I guess I do the lashing out on their behalf on myself, right? Like that's
we
the thing.
We are our biggest self critics.
Right. Yeah.
And
almost nobody, like maybe Elliot Temple is one of the few people in the world who holds me to a higher standard than I do myself.
Right.
I'm having trouble thinking of anyone else in the world who globally holds me to a high standard. There are people who hold me to a high standard in certain areas of my life, like, some people hold me to a high standard on exercising and weightlifting, higher than I do,
Right.
and other things. But globally, like, there's almost nobody that holds me to the standard I do.
So, to the benefit of this is that on the flip side of that, when there's nothing
Mhm.
emotional, like when there's no external emotional factors to it, we
Right.
can be completely objective.
And that's the thing, is that I've had to learn to detach myself from my emotions. So notice when they're happening, notice when they're unproductive, and detach myself and just ask myself questions, become
Right.
curious. Things like, hey, if this was another player doing what I'm doing, how would I judge them and try to improve
Right.
them? How would I
Right.
help
But
them?
if it's not,
Yeah.
if it's not about letting other people down, if you're you INTPs can look at their mistakes and go, okay, this
Yeah.
is how I fix it.
So if I'm a speedrunner, then there's no
If
emotion.
there's
Yeah.
no, if you're a
Because
speedrunner, if someone's pointing out something that you've done that's not affecting other people, like a
Yep.
speed run, you
Yep.
can be completely objective to it, and you can talk about that thing with like
Mhm.
it's the like we don't we don't have an ego investment in things,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And
Because my ego.
this is
Yep. Sorry, go
why
ahead.
when we talk about I'll have conversations with people, and they'll be surprised that if someone presents a rational argument to me, I'll change my opinion. I'm like, that is so rare to see on the news. It's like because I don't have an ego investment in the ideas, right?
Exactly. And this is something Elliot Temple wrote about as well. He basically said that in a rational
Yep.
discussion where you're truth seeking, you should want to look up arguments for the other person's side.
Yes.
You should want to. And I was actually in Tropical in the first podcast I talked about this, and he didn't get that. It was
Right.
unintuitive to him. He was like, why would you want to strengthen my argument? Why would you want to look up stuff for me? You should try to present your argument. And that was kind of fair, like,
Mhm.
because if I don't advocate for my argument, he's not going to, right?
Most
So,
people
mhm,
who are, and I've had this conversation, and this is why people don't want to. This is why people don't change their opinions, is because their ego's invested into it. They get
right,
so emotionally. It's like their entire identity is based on their opinion. And when you
right,
try and challenge, and this is why rational discussions are so hard for an INTP, because people are so ego based on their opinion where they won't change. And for me,
mhm,
it has nothing to do with ego. Like I have no ego. Now, granted, there are things that I've had enough conversations with people about certain topics where it's like I'm pretty sure I know the answer, and you're going to have a hard time convincing me otherwise. But it's not ego based. It's based
mhm,
on the fact that I've had these arguments so many times that I'm reasonably sure that my opinion is objectively correct because no one has been able to unpeg me from it. But it's not
mhm,
ego based. It's not like I don't have a moral superiority to the fact that I have a certain opinion. And if
mhm,
someone were to present an argument that can overcome the rejections of the mental stack that I've built up,
mhm,
I'll change my opinion to incorporate
mhm.
it.
Yeah,
But
it makes
anyways,
sense because you want the truth.
because
So,
because
so here,
it's
this,
more it's more about seeking the truth. It's more about seeking
yes,
to be accurate than it is about anything else.
yeah, you want to understand reality
Yeah.
better. And if in any argument, one or both people are wrong, usually, right? Like there's a misunderstanding somewhere. Often you'll find a third shared, better understanding of reality
Mhm.
together, right? And then you're both learning something.
And so when it
But I
comes
think
to VOD
people,
review,
yep, yep.
INTPs don't mind seeing their mistakes so
Yep.
that they can correct them.
And personally, I didn't mind sharing our strategy or things like that. Like one thing people were uncomfortable with was that I was WOD reviewing our wars with the enemy. So there were people on Syndicate faction that I made friends with, and when they attacked us or we attacked them, I would record it and I'd go over the WOD review with the person who was actually shock calling for them. And he would tell me, here's what we were doing here, and I would say, well, here's what we were doing here to try to counter that. Here's what we noticed. Oh, damn, that what you did there was great. We didn't notice that. That's interesting. What do you think we can do better? And like, it's funny because I've noticed that when I go first, I'm trusting first, I'm vulnerable first. The other side doesn't feel the same threatenedness of like hoarding their ideas or holding back because they start to feel the value in sharing as well.
Hmm.
And then we both become better and the game becomes better because everybody's better, innovating. So I just see no downside to improving your competitor if it improves you as well.
So this comes
basically.
back down to
Yeah.
something that I was saying before we started
Mhm.
recording that I will repeat now
Yeah.
is that I've been
Right.
working on a neural network to predict market prices. And I was
Mhm.
thinking about having it set up such that we could have it decentralized, such that anybody could contribute to it, and anybody can train models based on the information. And when I've
Mhm.
expressed this idea before, a lot of times people are like,
Mhm.
"Oh, you don't want to share that with other people because you just want to keep that within your guild. Because otherwise, if everybody can use it, then people will scalp the prices and whatever."
Market prices in New World or somewhere
This will
else?
be well. It's I'm gonna I
Ashes.
want to start practicing it on New World, but it's going to be for Ashes.
Right. Makes sense. Yeah.
Um,
And no, you should share this. Like, why not
the
make it
thing is,
Web 3.0, make it open
but the
source?
thing
Yeah.
about it is that
Yeah.
if it's something that everybody shares the same information, why
Mhm.
more information is better. Like
Yeah,
if
it'll become far better as a program than if you worked on it.
someone else, even if it's an enemy guild, even if it's a competing guild, if they're putting in data for
Yeah.
their own use, it's
Mhm.
helping the system out as a whole.
Right.
This comes back down to swarm-wise. It's basically going to be a swarm-wise idea.
Right. Right.
Why wouldn't I want more data?
Right. And not just that, why wouldn't you want more data? So this is what I had an argument with Evan about this recently. Um, we'll eventually get on the same page, I'm sure, because I know that there's so much value in this that's untapped. It's just I think because I've read books like from Seth Godin and other people, it's like it's intuitive to me, but it's risky to others. So Bad Mofraki from that other guild, for example, he works in the military. His mindset is need to know basis, security. You should have clear structures of what you want to let other people know and what you want to keep to yourself. And my thing is like, yes, there's value in that. Of course, I don't want to share certain private, personal, confidential data that is harmful, like taxpayer data.
Right.
Obviously, you don't want to share that, right? Private military secrets of a country, you probably don't want to share that. But for the most part, if someone wants to know something and you don't have a good reason not to share it, default to sharing
Right.
it. That's my view. A lot of other people's view is if you don't have a good reason to share it, then don't share it. So default to hiding it and only share it in special circumstances. And I think that causes a lot of harm. It misses opportunities because you saw how much we benefited in New World from our transparency. People just jumped in saying, "Oh, I'm actually an expert at this. I'm an expert at that. I'm passionate about this. Let me help."
What I
And this,
observe is that the
Mhm.
people who feel like they have to hide information are the
Yep,
people who would misuse information if information were shared.
sure, but I'm not worried about it
No,
because
you're not.
yeah,
But I'm telling you, I'm
some people
telling you
are.
that people who are afraid of sharing information are the people that would misuse information. But
Yeah, and this is generally the thing of the people who are bad at trusting others
Mhm,
are generally the people who are bad at being trusted
exactly.
well, right? Like the people who think that I'm being lied to by everybody are usually the people who are lying a
Yeah.
lot. So because it's hard for them to envision. It's kind of like a thief um or a criminal, right? It's hard for them to have a trusting relationship with their family because those ideas are global. You cannot compartmentalize them fully. It's just not possible. So
One thing
it ends up being
that came to
yeah.
light recently, the last few years, a lot of very, very bad TV shows have come out,
Mm,
and movies, and they were people were saying, "Oh, these are being review bombed because you don't like the politics or whatever."
mhm.
Um, and when I bought you Harry Potter,
Same thing.
well, no, it was the reverse. They
Right.
were trying to cancel Harry Potter because of political views. They
But the
did this
game's actually pretty decent. Yeah.
and the game is the game is
Yeah.
amazing.
Because I'm looking at my Steam friends list and like so many people are playing
Oh
it.
my
And I'm
god.
like, damn, Shiva Fang bought me an $80 Canadian game. I haven't even played it. I felt kind of
Well,
guilty. You know,
the
I'm
thing of
like,
the thing of it was is like
yeah.
I had seen it. I had seen it the day before. I'm like, oh, that looks good. Maybe I'll wish list and I'll get it later. I didn't know about the
Mhm.
controversy. I found out about the controversy later. I'm like, no. I'm buying this. I am now definitely buying this game, and I'm going to buy a copy for. Oh, Babs has got a wish list. Okay, I'm going to buy a copy for him too. Right?
Yeah.
And so it was a boycott. Like it was like, you know what?
Yeah.
If the people who are if these people are gonna if these woke if these
Yeah.
people are gonna be so anti this game, then I'm just gonna buy it. They're so pissed off by this game, I'm just gonna buy it to piss them off. But it's a
Right.
really good game. I really love it. Anyway, the
Yeah.
point
I'm
being,
curious to try it. I wish
the
it had
point
co op,
being,
to be
the
honest.
point
Yeah.
being, the point being that
Mhm.
so many websites are now giving it 1 star.
Mhm.
So many people are leaving leaving negative reviews for this thing, even though it
Mhm.
is a genuinely, objectively good game for political reasons. And
Right.
what I just realized is that all these
Very
people,
positive
all
reviews.
of these people that are saying that that the only reason why shows like, Captain Marvel, what else happened recently? The Velma Scooby-Doo Velma show, um,
Mhm.
uh, Lord of the Rings of Power is another one that comes to mind. A lot of the Star
Mhm.
Wars movies that came out recently. The only reason
Mhm.
that they're getting such low ratings is because of review bombing.
Right.
They're saying that because that's what they would do. And
Right.
the Hogwarts Legacy game proved that that's what they would do, because Hogwarts Legacy is a good game that they're only review bombing because of ideological reasons, as
Right.
opposed
And
to all this woke
yeah.
bullshit the last few years, where
Mhm.
the thing was objectively bad. They're
Right.
objectively bad things, that they're not good shows on their own merits.
Right.
Um,
And to be fair, you bought the game for me for political
I,
reasons.
I
It was
did
more like a
I
political
did buy it
contribution.
for I bought it for myself for political reasons, but I'm
Right.
I'm
Exactly. Yeah.
genuinely enjoying it. Um,
Right.
I'm
By
having
the way,
way
so
more
look at
fun with it
this.
than I thought I would.
Yeah. So look at this. I would estimate, just based on very rough metrics, that they've sold 4 million copies of the game so far, based on reviews.
Mhm,
It may be a lower ratio because of how publicized it is, and they might get more reviews than the usual compared to sales.
mhm,
But we'll go with that for now. And so they've made $336 million net Canadian
mhm,
dollars at 80 Canadian per piece. And if we multiply that by 0.38, we get roughly what they would have made after Steam cut and refunds
mhm,
and VAT and regional taxing and all that. So $127 million net. And then they'll pay taxes on that
mhm.
amount. So,
This is
but that's
one of the most
very
this is
successful.
one of the most sold games in modern history.
In basically I mean modern history is human
Well,
history, right? Because video games are
I mean,
yeah.
games like Pong and
Mhm.
Tetris probably, so what I'm talking by modern history, I'm
Fair
talking
enough.
about like the last like 10 years.
Sure.
Um,
But in terms of like revenue, because Pong and Tetris probably didn't make revenue this
Probably
big,
not.
unless you think they did. Yeah, because the pricing was
The
different.
pricing
Video
was
games were a
different.
smaller industry.
Yeah.
The pie was smaller. Yeah, they might have captured a bigger portion of the pie at the
And the
time. I would
the
agree with
thing
that.
about it is
Yeah.
is that if it wasn't
Mhm.
for the outrage, it would not have sold as many copies.
Exactly. And
I
this is the what is it called? The Streisand
The
effect.
Streisand,
You try to suppress
it's
something.
an equi- it's equivalent to the Streisand effect. But the thing of it is
Right.
that I was not even going to buy a copy for myself. I was like, this game looks interesting. I'm going to wishlist it, right?
Hmm.
But after I heard the controversy, they're like, oh, now I know it pisses them off. Let me buy a copy for myself,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna. Oh, look,
And there are many people
look,
like you, right?
Vamsi's got it on his wishlist. Let me buy a copy for Vamsi.
Right. Apparently, some people find it unoptimized, but yeah, it's still got really good reviews. Like very
It
positive
is
means I believe
there
about
there are
80% or
there
so.
are things about it that
Yeah.
are sluggish. When I first boot up the game, I have to wait about 3 minutes for the shaders to compile or something every time I open the game. That's annoying.
Yeah.
When I have to open a door, there's like a second where the game like stalls because it has to like populate the stuff behind the door.
Mm. I might wait a few months for it to get better. Like
So
Fumbler was doing that with New World. He's like, it'll be a much better game in 5 years. I'll just
yeah,
wait,
yeah. There,
kind of
there,
thing.
there, there,
Yeah.
there's things about the game that I noticed that are a little bit wonky, but
Hmm.
it is so true to the world. Like it is actually genuinely true to the world. Like
I remember people were kind of memeing that Elden Ring has more spells than Hogwarts, and Hogwarts is a magic game.
I have not yet played Elden Ring, but Elden Ring is another
Okay.
one that has such good reviews from people that I trust, and
Right.
the industry hates it. The legacy industry. You talk about innovation. All
Yeah.
these open world games, like the people that make people that made the Horizon, whatever it's called, Horizon
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
They hate
Elden
this
Ring
game
has.
because it breaks all the industry standards that they have. But the industry standards that they have made the industry boring. I hate open world games. The open world formula that's been created is boring, and it's got
Yeah.
vapid empty worlds. You got
Hmm.
markers and quest markers and pinpoints on things. Like the last open world game I genuinely enjoyed. Actually, that's not true. I guess um it's Morrowind. Morrowind is the game I was thinking of.
I liked Skyrim. I liked
Skyrim.
Morrowind, I
That's
think.
the thank you.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say Skyrim was okay. Skyrim was
Mhm.
decent, and I enjoyed it. Morrowind was
Mhm.
better.
Okay.
I put
I would love a reworked
so
Morrowind.
much energy into Morrowind.
Mhm.
I played a religious the character that I wanted building was being a religious pilgrim. I followed both religion spell progression trees,
Mhm.
which was interesting. And then I wound up killing the god of one of them, which was
Mhm.
that was a weird game, but I loved it. There was something about Morrowind. There's a sense of curiosity because right near the beginning of the game, this wizard falls out of the sky, and you look in his bag, and he's got a journal about how he's trying to develop a jump spell, and you find these
Mhm.
scrolls. Um,
Yep.
and I and if you just blindly cast one of them and jump, well, what happens is that the spell gives you like plus 1,000 jump, and when you jump into the air, but jump also affects how much falling damage you take. So the spell wears
Mhm.
off, and you hit the ground and you die, which is what killed the wizard. But
Mhm.
what I discovered was if you cast that spell, you jump into the air, and then it wears off, and then you cast it again just before you land, you're fine.
Mhm.
So that's the other thing I loved about that game was the spell creation system, because you can tweak these spells and do kind of creative things with them.
Yeah. I think you'll really like the Dark Souls games and Elden Ring and things like that because here's an article. I was looking for a different article. This one I have not read. But what the article that I remember reading was from a guy who analyzed how Dark Souls, from a design perspective, focused more on lore rather than story. And lore has this idea of
Yeah.
like the world is rich with story that you can explore at your own pace. And he talks about how he likes lore, but he hates in game textbooks. But the way the Dark Souls games do it is the narrative is on the game item description. So
Mm.
whenever you're managing your inventory is when you'll run into the lore. And it kind of feels natural and doesn't it's not a jarring thing that you're doing separately from the game, it's just part of the game.
For
So
me,
that's really interesting.
that's how
Yep.
I felt about Morrowind. Is that
Yeah, and Morrowind is the same. That's what when you told me about the wizard with journal, that's what it feels like.
yeah?
I did play Morrowind a bit with friends, but I think the graphics were just janky for me. If there was a reworked version, I would enjoy it
I
more for
wouldn't
sure.
play Morrowind now with those
Yeah.
graphics.
But we like modded it to play co-op and stuff. He's a big fan of it. He probably had a similar experience to you. Look at this, 16,000 reviews.
Mhm.
It's like successful. Yeah. And by the way, Elden Ring sold 1.9 billion gross because of how many copies it has sold.
Mhm.
So, and multiplied by 0.38. Now, I'm sure they went on sale at certain times or they had
Sure.
other things that would modify it. $732
And
million
and
Canadian.
all these industry people who are playing what is that game
Yep.
called? Endless Horizons.
Endless Horizons? Horizon. I'll just search Horizon and see what Endless Horizon? What's it about?
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Oh, Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah, I've played that game, both of
Yeah.
them. Or no, I haven't played the second one. I played the first one.
Okay.
Second one is only on PS5, I think. When it comes to PC, I'll probably
Okay.
play it.
Yeah, well, that's the game I'm thinking about. Like the developers of this looked at
Mhm.
the sales of Elden Ring, and we're
Mhm.
like, this breaks all the things that we think players like in games. Why do people love this? I guess we had it wrong. I guess people love low quality games with it's like, well, no, they don't.
Why was it low quality? I mean, Horizon Zero Dawn is also open world. What are the specific differences?
So the thing about it is that Horizon has Elden Ring doesn't have a lot of the quality of life things that people
Mm.
that the developers of Horizon think that players want. It doesn't have
What are
it
examples? Like
doesn't have
parkour?
it doesn't have an in-game compass. It doesn't have
Mm.
quest markers. You kind of have to
Mhm.
you have to actually understand what your quest is and actually know where you're going and actually have to
Mhm.
reason through things rather than having a marker on your map where you can just follow it along,
Mm.
right?
So basically, we think gamers want to have their hand held, but actually, when you create situations that are more like real life, where they don't have their hand held, then it's more fulfilling when they do
Yep.
succeed, right?
And
Because then they're using their
this
mind.
is
Yeah.
a lot of the same development philosophy that active creation is using. Active
Oh.
creation is realizing that games suck because they're trying to be too quality of life. All the quality of life BS that keeps getting added to MMOs. Modern MMOs suck compared to the classic MMOs because of a lot of these quality of life features that people. So people, whenever people claim about, oh, this PvP system, is unfair, or oh, you need fast travel, or whatever else. Those are the kinds of features that have made games suck. You think you want them, but every game has them, and all those games that have them suck.
Yeah. And this is what we need to realize is like making things easy has as much a cost as making things difficult does
Yep.
in game design, right? Basically. Because the reason people play games is because they onboard them in such a way that they learn things and they make progress and they feel good. It's that flow, that progression of flow. It's
Yep.
that staircase of progression. So like players need to keep learning things. So Elden Ring and Dark Souls, they actually have surprisingly good onboarding because the first boss is designed to teach you how to beat the second boss and how to play the game. And if you find a way to skip past the first boss or cheese it or whatever, you'll actually have a harder time later in the game because you didn't learn the skills necessary to dodge and block and parry and all these other skills. So yeah, it's a really well designed game, like in terms of fundamental game design. And this is what we're doing with our indie game startup, right? This is
things like I am notoriously bad at active blocking. And one of my biggest struggles, I never mentioned this when we played it, but when I strongly dislike active blocking. And it's one of the things that I'm actually not very good at. And I wound up finding ways to make it work in New World. But I actually take way more damage than I should. Usually I can only complete a run if my healer is decent. And that's actually one of the reasons why I babysit the healers, is because I know that the way I tank, I need a healer more than most do.
I would probably just do cleric to be honest, because I'm the kind of person who generally just completely specializes and masters and just goes super deep on one
The
thing.
thing is, though, is that we don't know how the
We
augment
don't know what the
system
best
works.
healer will be.
So
Yeah.
cleric might not be. I might be too optimistic, but I don't think there's going to be one optimal build. I think it's going to be based on what you want to do.
Right. So let's say I just want to be the best at burst healing, keeping you alive. Like, I don't care about buffs necessarily. I don't care. And it might turn out that buffs are way more efficient. They usually are, right? Because they're harder to manage. They're more rewarding over time. They require patience and rotations. Whereas just being able to heal someone is just like you see their health go down, you put them out.
To guess for burst healing, and this is just based on just patterns.
Or maybe heal over time is fine too. It just depends how difficult the content
Well,
is, right? The harder the content,
for,
the more you need
for
burst healing.
burst healing, I would probably say would be the cleric.
Right.
For heal over time, I
Bard.
would put money on it either being cleric ranger or cleric summoner.
What about Bard? I thought Bard would have some healing.
Bard is a non-healing support class.
So buffs. Okay.
So
cleric
my
Bard could
thinking
have
is
some
that
healing and
cleric
some buff.
Bard would have riders that give buffs.
Okay.
But again, this is pure baseless speculation, just based on what happens in other games and based on what I've read.
Yeah, let's see what they do. I think they will be innovating in ways we don't expect, while also being the same in ways we also don't expect.
The other thing too is that we know that there's going to be 4 augments per class, and so
which will also add more variability.
Each class is basically going to have.
So 64 multiplied by 4, is that the correct number of permutations? 256 classes plus augment combinations?
There's 256, 257, no. 8 times 9 is 72. There are.
Why are there 9? Yeah.
Times 4.
Times
No, sorry.
Okay.
No, sorry. 8 times 8. 8 times.
No,
8 times 4. Hold on.
Times
Hold
8?
on. My brain is 8. Yeah, that's right. 8 times.
Which is 256.
8 times 4 times 8. No, 8 times 4. There's 8 for each archetype. There's 8 sub-archetypes. So
right. So 8 times 8 is the number
8
of
times
different classes.
4. No,
4 is the
I'm thinking about
augments?
something else. 32. There's 33. There's 33 basic permutations for each skill.
For each basic permutation for each skill. And how many skills does each class have?
40.
40.
I think it's
So you're saying there's
30 to 40.
so sorry, 33 times how many times 4? Is that the permutation? Times 40 or times 30?
So it's 8 times 4 plus 1.
8 times 4 plus 1. 33.
33.
And what is that number?
That is the number
That-
of variations for each skill. So for example,
and there are actually 30 to 40 skills.
and there are 30 to 40 skills. So
33 times, so there are this many varied skills, 990 to some
Yeah.
other higher number. Okay.
So
So a minimum of, let's say,
basically,
1,000.
if you imagine your basic heal spell, whatever that's called, we'll call it Flash of Light.
Right.
Flash of Light has the basic Flash of Light, which is just Flash of Light, has no augments.
Yep.
And then there's 4 augments that it could have for each archetype.
And so the 8 different subclasses I can have, there are 4 augments for each of those that will change it into a unique skill. So there are
Yes.
33 unique flashes of light that I
There
can
are
swap
at
in.
least 33 flashes of light for each skill,
Okay.
just from
it.
class combination.
So it's a
That's not
deeply
even
complex
counting
system.
in religious or social hierarchy or racial augments. That's
Right.
just from what
Okay.
we know from the class system.
Right. So basically, it's super deep as a system, and it will lead to a lot of variation and innovation capabilities
Exactly.
and customization.
And that's
Yeah.
just based on what we've been told so far. Now, people are saying
Right.
that augments won't matter that much. They'll just be a skin. It'll just be a very minor buff. At which point,
Yeah.
there's no difference between the classes. If that's true, then there's no difference between the classes, and it's going to be a very boring game.
Yeah.
But
And by the way, the discussion
based on the description that we read of the Warlock,
Mhm.
I think that the augments are going to matter a lot.
Right.
So
Yeah. I think they will. I think they will design it so the system matters, because why would the system want to exist if not to matter
exactly.
and have an impact? Otherwise, just don't make the system, because it's so much work to make that system. You might as well make it matter.
If it's not going to matter, then they should just have the 8 classes.
I agree.
And then I wouldn't.
Now
And then I wouldn't be following it, because the only reason I was drawn to this game in the first place was the multiclassing system. As soon as I
Exactly,
found
because
out
you
about the
want complexity.
multiclassing system, I was like, "Oh my god, I need to play this game."
Right. You want complexity, you want room for innovation, and you want
Yes.
room to make your own identity that no one else will
Yes.
ever copy, really.
Exactly.
Right? Because there's so much choice. It's just like in real life. In real life, it's actually impossible for anyone to copy me perfectly. There's just too many variables. But by the way, the discussion we just had, I just realized, because I've run into this so many times with so many people, they tell me I'm overthinking. And what I've learned to realize is overthinking is what I do best. And sometimes, yes, it takes a lot of energy and it's unproductive and it's bad for me. But many times it also leads to innovative
For an
and creative results.
INTP, thinking is an activity.
It's fun.
People,
It's a hobby.
no, it's an activity. People, sometimes people will ask me, like, "What have you done all day?" It's like, "Oh, I've been thinking."
Yeah, you told me this years ago, by the way.
I'm sure I have. And for most people, thinking equates to doing nothing.
Right.
No. For an INTP, thinking is an activity. If I can sit there thinking, and that is actually an active activity that I'm doing. It's not just sitting around doing nothing. It's actually like, no, I'm thinking about something. It's a deep thought.
Right. But what also I think you told me when you first told me this maybe a year and a half ago was something like, thinking is also enjoyable intrinsically for us. Whereas for many people, it is a means to an end. For us, it is the end.
Right.
Right. It is a hobby.
But this comes down to what we're talking about, perceivers enjoying the process. Right.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, they do. What was the other thing I wanted to say? Oh yeah, Josh, my co-founder at the indie game startup, what he specializes in is actually system design. And he's, as far as I can tell, he's probably one of the best system designers in the world. I don't have enough knowledge in the field to be able to say that, but just the way that I see, the way he thinks, the way he innovates, and the results he's gotten in previous like endeavors, and how he's trying to build our game and design it from the ground up so that it actually does what Ashes does in the sense that it leverages system design, effective system design, so that it is extremely scalable. So if our game does well, because part of this is a test, right? We know that it could fail, but if it does well, then we can add more content very cheaply because the system's already built
Mhm.
and the scalability is there. So with Ashes, it's the same thing. Like their challenge will be how do they balance these systems? So Josh is confident he can balance the systems in our game. It's not going to be an issue for him. With the Ashes devs, it's going to be a challenge. I don't know how they're going to do it because what they're building does seem even more complex than what Josh is building for our game. So I'm curious. I'll run it by Josh. I'm going to ask him about that. Like with this many permutations, how would they balance it? I want to ask him that question. I'll put a reminder for myself in the Discord. Balancing 1,000 plus, skill permutations and 256 class variation permutations in an MMO. And a PvP game is also more complex just inherently.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm really curious to see how it goes. Who knows? Maybe I can get Steven Sharif on the podcast at some point.
That would be
That would
nice.
be
I know he's
yeah.
done interviews for Jalon.
Hmm?
I know he's done interviews for Jalon,
Jaylon, wait, who?
one of the other YouTubers that does Ash's content.
Oh wait, Jalon. Oh
Jalon.
yeah, I know him. Paradox. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, this blog post, this was back to our original topic of like, or one of our we've had so many, one of our previous topics. Discussion is cooperative. Don't be biased. Don't argue for quote unquote your side. Contribute arguments, questions, and ideas for all sides in an effort to find the truth. And feel free to ask for help from the other guy about anything. He's your ally, not your
Mhm.
enemy. And this came up so much in New World discussions where I said, like, there were times that I said, hey, I'm not going to continue this discussion because I feel that it's no longer cooperative truth seeking. I feel it's become combative and adversarial, and we're just trying to beat the other person. That's not a good discussion, in my opinion. So I'm going to leave now.
Nice.
If you want to continue this another time, we'll do that. Right? And I did that with a guy after a discussion because I realized that he was actually really curious. He had a part of him that was really curious about the ideas I was bringing up and he wanted to learn, but he had a bigger part of him that was doing social posturing and trying to look good. As more people joined the voice channel, he became more like that. He was peacocking basically. And that's when I realized, okay, this is not going to be a productive discussion anymore. And I can't help myself or him now that it's got to this point. So I had to do that. And he said, sure, man, that's fine. Just send me the recording or whatever it was. And so yeah, it was fine.
I think I remember
Because
that
I actually went
conversation.
back in the recording.
I
Huh?
think I remember that conversation.
Yeah, I went back in the recording and because I basically told him, wait, the words you used, because his memory of the conversation 5 minutes ago seemed like different from mine.
Mhm.
So I told him, let me pause and go back to the recording and check what I said because I want to make sure I'm not gaslighting you. And I went back and I realized actually he was gaslighting me.
Mhm.
So I explained to him, this has happened 2 or 3 times now in the conversation where you have modified your memory of the past dialogue to fit your narrative rather than the truth. And I don't know how we're going to fix that. We might have to do it more rigorously or do it in writing or something like that. But basically, I realized that was going to be an unproductive discussion, so I left. But it's pretty rare for me to leave discussions like that because most of the time, I just find intrinsic value in discussing something with someone. But
I
probably if it,
I
yeah,
remember when I
mhm,
worked at Co-op Gaspar.
mhm,
Only one person was allowed to be on break at a time, and so sometimes the breaks got pushed back because things happened and things got delayed. And the
mhm,
person who was on break after me always accused me of taking longer on my breaks than I
mhm,
would. And so this one particular day, I said to the supervisors, "I'm on my break now. My break starts now," and then I went and had my break. She came in and started accusing me of being too long on my breaks. And I told her, it's like, no, no, I started my break at this time. And then she went out and she started yelling at the supervisor. And bear in mind, this is a small thing. Like this is like right outside. I could hear her talking to the supervisors. And she was telling them that I was saying that, too bad, so sad. And then I was like, that I was being rude to her. And I was like, that is not the conversation that we had at all. And I
mhm,
went out and I challenged her about it because that was not what the conversation that we had. And
mhm,
and that the supervisors knew what time I started my break because I told them what time I told them when I started my break that I'm starting my break now so that they could see it because I knew that this was gonna I had a hunch that this was gonna happen. The look on her face was so shocked. It was like she genuinely believed what she was saying was true. it was such a weird, surreal experience. This girl was clearly narcissistic, and I mean that in the clinical sense. I don't mean that in a pejorative, like, whatever sense. But like, she clearly had something about her brain that whatever she thought was real, even though it like wasn't. I don't know. It was weird.
So when reality and her mind conflicted, she was unable to reconcile it except to say that reality must be wrong.
Well, because to her, in her mind, what she believed to be true was true, and so when I
But
contradicted with what I said, the only understanding that she could have is that I was lying.
okay, but that can only apply to social situations or when there's some sort of realistic way that she can deny reality. For example, if
Yeah.
she believes she's not going to die falling off a 10-story building, that's going to
Yeah,
get her
well, it's
killed.
always about other people, right?
Right, it's always about
And
other people.
so
Yeah,
when you told me
society.
the story
Yeah,
about that other guy, it sounded to me like it wasn't necessarily so much that he was gaslighting you, it's probably that he himself
was gaslighting himself.
gaslighting
Yeah,
himself because that was the way
yeah.
he genuinely perceived the conversation. Like he
Right, and that's why that lying article has been on my mind so much. That lying essay by Elliot Temple, because the thing is, I knew years ago when I started to work on honesty that the most insidious and dangerous way that I could lie to other people is by lying to myself
But it might
first.
not be lying. It might just be simply that they don't have the capacity to remember the specifics.
Sure,
So
sure. So he could just get it wrong. Yeah.
one of the things about
Mhm.
humans is that that we can tell ourselves a story about why we
Yeah.
did something. So
Yeah.
um, it's been observed that sometimes we do things without being aware of that we did them, like we didn't do them consciously. But then when
Right.
we're confronted with the fact that we did them, we form a story about why we did that consciously.
Yes. This is the case. So this is pretty common in like cognitive psychology and neuroscience as well. This idea of um they've done lots of experiments with people who had, for example, split brain
Right,
surgery. Their left and right brains were not connected, and they would put a splitter between, for example, a kid's left and right hand, and he couldn't see one of them, or they would hide one of the hands,
right.
something like that. And so basically, they would ask him a question, like, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And his verbally, he would say fireman, but then his hand, I think his left hand or one of them, would write down on a piece of paper out of vision from his eyes, race car driver. And so basically, his brain gave two different
Right.
answers, and that's because he was two different people. He was so we are not just one person, is what the neuroscience seems to be suggesting.
So
Yeah.
when if you do not have the capacity to remember a conversation in as great a detail, you might form a conception of that conversation that might not be accurate to the recording. And so it might not necessarily that he was lying even to himself. It was just as a result of a faulty memory that he was able to put together. That was that was it's kind of like how if you have an event, a sudden event that
Mhm.
happens all of a sudden and people aren't expecting, and that people like like a crime is committed.
Mhm.
If you ask all five, like let's say there's five people in a room, they all witness an event. If you ask all five people independently what happened, you will get five different stories
Mhm.
because they only have a limited framework from which they saw and understood what happened, filtered through their own biases. So it might not necessarily be that he was intentionally gaslighting you. It might not even be that he was gaslighting himself. It was just a lack of memory of what happened. Hmm.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I don't make a distinction between subconscious lies and conscious lies, because I think that you have to be investing in more and more honest habits
Lies
over time to improve.
assume that there is a falsehood. That there's a falsehood intent, like
Like conscious
there's
intent.
a conscious intent.
I don't think so. I don't think they have to. I think that's an easy way to let ourselves off the hook. What is dishonesty? So here, let me read out this section here, self lying. So people lie to themselves because they don't like some aspect of reality and don't want to face it.
Exactly.
They see a problem and don't expect to solve it and don't want to live with an unsolved problem.
Correct. That's intentional.
Self-lies come in big webs, layers and layers of tangled lies supporting each other, and almost everyone has tons of self-lies. People cut off lots of negative thoughts without letting them reach conscious, clear expression so that it's easier to be dishonest about it. Honesty is for people who deal with reality effectively. Most people don't, so they take refuge in a dishonest relationship with reality. You can take steps to control reality, or you can distort your view of reality. If you do neither, you'll be unhappy because reality won't be the way you prefer it and you'll know it.
So that the part about the negative, the web of lies. So remember how we were talking before about the stack and how we can only and how I can really only accept new information if it fits on my stack. My stack is based on accuracy. Someone who's a narcissist, like this person that I'm talking about on the guest bar, and like I said, I mean that in the clinical sense. I don't mean that pejoratively.
Yes.
Their stack effectively is based on things that protect themselves. And so
Right. So their emotions, their
and
mindset,
so
their
the
everything.
reason why they don't remember accurately is because they have to filter it through their web, as described there, for it to fit on their stack.
But here's the thing.
And so they can
Because
only perceive of a thing.
Yeah.
She perceived that I said those things because the only way that what was happening could fit on her stack was if I had said those things. And therefore that
Right.
is self-lying.
But the thing is, yeah, to me, that is someone who is, they're hurting themselves,
Yes.
right? So I've interviewed psychopaths. So for example, do you remember, what was his, Snuffs or something
Yep.
from New World?
I remember
Right? He was actually officially diagnosed sociopath. And
based on what Zank said about him, yeah, I believe it.
and the thing is that he talked about how he but he was very effective.
Yep.
And he also didn't just cheat people for like personal gain for no reason. You know, like the thing is, like, I think if someone has good moral knowledge, and I think of moral philosophy as just, you know, the field of trying to figure out what to do next, how to make better decisions for yourself and the world. Because good decisions are win-win. You can benefit yourself and the world at the same time. You don't need to sacrifice. I think that's a misconception a lot of people have. They think it's win-lose and a zero-sum game. But basically, he seemed to me like he was effective in that sense. So a narcissist who cannot accept reality is hurting themselves in the long run, because interfacing well with reality is how you make progress in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we've built rockets and we've innovated and we've come up with cures for things and understanding pandemics and all this, right? It's because we face reality. It's because we have scientists doing the scientific method, and we have philosophers developing our philosophy of science and philosophy of everything, moral philosophy, all of it. Developing, basically, we have reason rather than unreason. And what your colleague was doing there was unreason. She was fooling herself,
Yeah.
right? That's the Feynman quote. You must not fool yourself, and you are the easiest person to fool.
Yeah.
So she's not doing any. So she's protecting herself in the short term, her emotional stability in the short term.
Yeah.
But she's hurting herself in the long term. So I'm sure there are narcissists who have learned how to protect themselves more long term, which is by accepting conflict that comes into their view and trying to resolve it to understand reality better.
Possibly.
Mhm.
It's funny because I've never thought about other people's stacks that aren't based on accuracy.
Right. So mistakes and ignorance aren't lies. But so when people are subconsciously changing their memory of the past, because I do that too, of course. I know my memory is fallible. It gets things wrong. I do wishful thinking and wishful remembering, right? I try to define the future and the past according to what I wish they were rather than what they truly are
Right.
or were or will be. But but I also make an effort to change that over time. I try to identify when it happens. It's why I'm conscious of confirmation bias and things like
Yes.
that, right? Because I want to engage in it less over time. So I think part of honesty, in a deliberate sense, is that you are trying to become more honest over time.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody is dishonest with themselves and they're not making an effort to change it over time, then they will only get more dishonest over time. And so then I cannot really free them from the accountability and the judgment that I would make, that, you know, hey, I can't associate with you. I'm sorry, you're dishonest. I'm going to move on and associate with other people because I need to surround myself with people who are trying to be more honest.
Right.
And it's like, and this, I'm not trying to insult you or anything like that. You're free to make the choices you believe are best for your life.
Communicating that you know more than you actually know is lying.
Right.
If you speak confidently when you don't know what you're talking about, you're being dishonest.
This is blasting, as you said, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
An honest
Blasting.
person makes his words and tone match his thinking.
So blasting in the INTP sense is basically, it's like, well, see, blasting is basically the energy of like sharing information, but a lot of people blast before they do their research. But
Right.
in a way, blasting is also like how they do their research. Like my roommate will come at me with his theory because he's an extroverted thinker. No, he's not an extroverted thinker. What am I talking about? But he comes at me and he needs to talk things out.
Right.
So
he needs to talk to define.
He needs to talk to define. So he talks like he knows something, and basically it's up to me to challenge what he's saying.
Right.
And so when
you're his sounding board, you're his criticism board, you're the one who will help filter out what is real and
exactly.
not. Yeah.
Except that a lot of the times that when I do say something, he doesn't hear me because he's so busy talking to himself.
Right.
I've had times where I've literally walked away from him and he's still talking.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't even aware that he's not even aware that I'm there.
Yeah, I mean, Henry Hazlitt had a book, Thinking as a Science, and I think he wrote this book when he was like 19 or something. But in that he mentions, let me just see if I can find a PDF. I mean, there is a free PDF on the Mises Institute. But yeah, he talks about, here, I'll download this or look at it. Yeah, so.
Oof, that's bright blue.
Yeah, I'll zoom out a bit. I'm just trying to find the part where he basically said, talk to yourself, oneself. But he says, like, you can talk to yourself as a way of thinking better. You can also write to yourself as a way of thinking better.
I talk to myself
But
a lot.
I just remember.
Actually,
you talk to yourself a lot?
So this comes back down to the self-critic. I will have fictional arguments over things that either are going to come up that are a conflict, or a past conflict that I had where I wish I had handled better. I will be verbally shouting at someone who isn't there, that's in my imagination, and I will be imagining what their response is, and basically having an imaginary argument, even though I'm arguing out loud. If I do this with an earshot of anybody, it looks crazy. Maybe it is, I don't know. But it's kind of a way of preparing for a conflict or trying to rationalize through a conflict that I've recently had. But it just helps me get clarity on how to manage conflicts better. I haven't done it recently now that I'm older. Maybe just because I'm better at handling conflict in general. Actually, that's not true. I did it last night because something happened at work that I was prepared for a conflict, and then the conflict never happened, so it was fine. But
should I go over it?
Oh yeah, if you found it. I stopped
I
talking because I was done speaking.
You were done talking. I was making sure because sometimes I interrupt you in a period of silence, but actually what you're doing is gathering your thoughts for the next thing. You're not waiting for me to start talking.
That's fine.
I almost realized like having like an over and out sort of signal, or over like walkie-talkie signal, probably would help us.
Possibly, because I was waiting for you to say something, and I was wondering why you were so quiet.
I was just waiting, yeah. And also, I think I was thinking about what you said about conflict. So does that mean you're better at dealing with conflict today than you were, say, 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay, you are. Yeah, you're consciously improving at it. That's good.
I'm not consciously improving it.
Or unconsciously improving at it?
Okay. I mean, I do have, those arguments with myself, they happen, but they're usually born from a period of stress. So I'm not consciously I'm like, oh, I'm going to set aside today to work on, that's not how that works.
Your circumstances force
My
you to.
circumstances forced me to
It's kind of
evaluate a conflict. And then the more I do that, the more I'm prepared for conflicts in the future. And then the less time I need to spend preparing for conflict. It's kind of like that. We were talking about that guy who did that perfect move. He has done enough parries over his time where he knew how to do it, and he knew the timing of that of channeling special thing, that he was able to perform it in a time of dire need. Um,
I'd be curious to interview Daigo about that moment. Probably there are interviews online. I could just look them up. I'm sure someone has asked him already. What was that like? What did it feel like? I'm sure he's talked about it.
sure.
And we still have to go back eventually to see his like 2 or 3 minute Twitter video here. We've gone so far off. But
Get
this is
2
how, yeah.
INTPs in a room and watch the tangent tree grow.
Yeah. Tangent tree. I like that. Tangent.
It is though, because each time we start a new tangent, it's a new branch on the tree, and then it's like you have to go back. Like I've had conversations where it's just like, oh, how did we get to this conversation? And then we go back, and it's like 7 different tangents that we've taken to get back, and then we go back to the original point.
Yeah. And I like that Elliot Temple also writes about that. Like he actually suggests keeping 50% of your calendar at least free, because the one way people overreach is they book their time too quickly. And yet, if you keep 50% of your calendar free and you also prioritize your problems and work on them from top priority to lowest priority, you should expect that once you start working on item number 1, it will branch out into other things that you need to do to solve it, or that you're interested in, or that become priority number 2 or even 1, right? And then, so you should expect tangents, you should expect branches, and that's just the normal part of life and problem
I'm
solving.
sure if
Like,
you listen to this podcast with the intention of looking at what the original topic was and like tracking each branch, it would be like a giant decision tree.
yeah, and one thing he suggests for learning is creating mind maps, creating discussion trees, like to see how things branch out consciously and then track them.
Right.
You don't have to create them in real time, that can help, but you can also create them after the fact, and then look back, and that'll help you also trace how you learned things and how the concepts are formed, and where disagreements actually began and spawned, and how to resolve them better. So that's something I want to practice, but I've had some kind of emotional block to doing it. Maybe it's too basic, or maybe I don't know how to start, but yeah, I'll have to get there somehow. So okay, this book by, and Henry has it, Thinking as a Science. Let me just check when he wrote it, because I'm actually curious about that. I remember reading it maybe on his Wikipedia page, but it was his first book ever, Thinking as a Science. And he was age 21, so
It's
thinking
funny how to find the answer of when a book was written, you look up the author, and then you
Right.
look at the date, how old he was when he wrote it, instead of literally just Googling when was Thinking as a Science written.
Right. But that's also because I remember reading this Wikipedia page when I first came across his book, and coming across his bio and reading it, and remember, like, that's where I remember that he wrote this when he was very young. So this was my original source. It's not that I was looking for this from scratch. Right? Like I've done this pathway once or twice before. That's why the third time it was easier to follow it again.
Whereas opposed to if you just type when was Thinking as a Science written, literally at the top of the page in Google it says 1916.
Right, but then I'd have to then look him up anyway to take his birth date and subtract it from that and get the
So
answer.
the actual answer that you wanted was how old he was when he read it.
How old was he when it
Because
was
that's
written?
not the question you asked when you started the search, which is why I didn't know that was the information you were looking for.
Yeah, but I did say he wrote it when he was 19 or something, but I'm not sure about that age.
Oh, okay.
And then I found out he's 21, so I was wrong by 2 years. But he was very young when he wrote it. His story of how he worked at the Wall Street Journal as like I think he worked for free to begin with or something like that. He was very determined to get in there, become a journalist and do his job. And I can tell that people who are successful, they have been driven most of their lives. And I want to be driven. You know, I want to make choices that build upon my ability to drive, and not to let external things stop me from. You know that saying? What is it? If somebody doesn't want to learn, then nobody can teach them. But if somebody wants to learn, then nobody can stop them.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, that applies too. But I want to become that unstoppable learner where literally nothing in the world can stop me, even like major disability or paralysis. It didn't stop Stephen Hawking, right? It's not going to stop me, kind of thing. Yeah. People have written books while being paralyzed just by blinking their eyes. and having
I
somebody, transcribe it.
saw
Yeah.
a video of someone who has no arms
Mhm.
who paints beautiful murals with his feet. He holds
That's
he
amazing.
holds the paintbrush in his foot, stands
Mhm.
on one leg and paints.
Mhm. Imagine his balancing skills,
Right?
right?
That the
Yeah,
balancing has to rival a lot of yoga masters
right.
on
And then
top
imagine his
of
dexterity with his other foot, his right foot or left foot, his
right?
dominant
Because he
foot,
has to
his
hold the
painting foot.
brush, and then he has to have the
Yeah.
creativity to create beautiful art.
And then fine movements with the brush for details and paint mixing as well,
Like,
like all the
the
skills that go into art. Yeah.
the murals would be beautiful if the person had 2 hands, but the fact that he does it on 1 foot is just mind-blowing.
Yep. Yep. And that's where determination can get you. And the funny thing is, I've often found that people turn their greatest weaknesses into advantages somehow, right? They overcome them and it makes them better at what they do than many of the people who had all the advantages in the world.
All of the time, your biggest weakness is also your biggest strength.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's
Chris Williamson. Yeah.
something that INTPs especially have to come to terms with because the society is so stacked against us, and we're perceived as being lazy, and we're perceived as being not living up to our potential. But it's because of the reasons why they perceive that we are special,
Right.
and
And we learn to leverage those
we have to learn to
things,
leverage.
we can be exceptional.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can be exceptionally productive and valuable. But if we accept their narrative and then we try to change ourselves in an unhealthy way to fit what is traditional, we will often fail or we will not live up to our
Oh, well,
potential.
a lot of INTPs get put on Ritalin or other things. I've been on
Yeah,
I
I was.
when I was diagnosed with ADHD, they put me on medicines that I didn't react well to.
Yep, and I was actually going to bring this up like 3 hours ago. I was going to say like there's a reason we have both been diagnosed with ADHD, and I think we even discussed this a long time ago. You said it's very common for people who are INTPs to be diagnosed with autism or ADHD
Mhm.
or other things, and this is why I think I mentioned Thomas Saz to you, right? The Hungarian
Yep.
psychiatrist. He was outspoken against the field of psychiatry. Elliot Temple corresponded with him and had a high opinion of him and his ideas. I still haven't looked into Thomas Saz too deeply, but I looked into him more when my mother was diagnosed with bipolar and she was involuntarily hospitalized. And it was all horrific to me because what he argued was that the mental health industry often imprisons people without a trial, basically,
Mhm.
right? It uses mental health diagnoses to segregate people who are just different. And I think Saz argued something like the things we think of as mental illnesses or even brain illnesses cannot be diagnosed at autopsy. So how can you say they're biological?
I see that link that you have there in purple just above there. That's called the book that he wrote called The Myth of Mental Illness. That one.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
I must have read the wiki page on
Yep.
this. I've definitely, yeah, I tend to read the wiki pages of books more than the books themselves these
Mhm.
days. Probably not the best thing, but also not a
I
bad
mean,
thing in
we're
general.
starting to approach
Yeah.
the age where you can ask ChatGPT the synopsis of a book, and it will tell you the
Mm-hmm.
key points. Um,
Right.
I just out of curiosity, I was just asking ChatGPT like, who is Eliphas Levy? Who is Michael? Oh, what's his name? Michael Green? Something Michael something Green? Um, and then I asked it to summarize the. I asked it to summarize the book, The Doctrine and Ritual of High Magic.
Oh, ChatGPT is at capacity right now. Okay, so I can't do it.
Okay, well, I could do it because I'm subscribed.
Yours. Oh wait, here I can go
Yeah.
here. We're experiencing. Please hang tight as we work on scaling. So let me try. Please summarize the book myth. Oh, what is it?
Myth of Mental Illness.
The myth of mental illness. Yeah, I didn't know if there was a the at the beginning or not. Okay, the myth of mental illness by Thomas Saz. Okay, and then if it takes a while, that's fine.
The Mel-
Oh wait, it
book
is.
written by
It's
Thomas Saz,
summarizing it.
first published in 1961. The book challenges the concept of mental illness and the medical model of psychiatry. Saz argues
Mm-hmm.
that mental illness is a myth created by society that is a metaphysical or moral concept, metaphorical or
Metaphorical.
moral concept rather than a medical one. He claims that mental illness is not a disease in the same way that physical illnesses are, and that labeling certain behaviors and experiences as mental illness is a way of controlling people who are perceived as being deviant or abnormal. SAS believes
Mhm.
a mental health professional is so much it's too much power, and their diagnosis and treatment can often do more harm than good. Well, I mean,
Can you slow down? Just slow down. It's okay.
we saw that during the pandemic, like after, like, oh
Mhm.
my God,
Yeah.
atrocious what happened.
Yeah.
SAS also critiques that the idea of mental illness can be diagnosed objectively through medical tests or examinations, as the criteria
Mhm.
used to make the diagnoses are often subjective and open to interpretation. He argues that psychiatric diagnoses are based on objective criteria,
Are not
are
based on.
not based on objective criteria, but on the opinions of experts who decide what is and what is not abnormal or deviant.
Right.
Homosexuality was considered a mental illness at one point.
Exactly. It was in the
Yeah.
DSM-5. That's why I don't trust the DSM-5, right? Like this is the same thing that Paul Graham wrote about with his conformism thing. Like slavery at the time seemed completely
Mhm.
normal, right? And people think today that they would have fought against it back then. But today people are not fighting against mental health diagnoses. But I think in the future we will realize just how inaccurate they were and how undetailed they are. There's so much we need to learn.
Mhm.
Like homosexuality as a DSM-5 diagnosis, people didn't fight against that until they started to, right? It was normal for so long. So yeah.
Overall, the myth of mental illness presents a radical critique of psychiatry and the mental health treatment, arguing that mental illness is a social construct that has been used to control and stigmatize people. The book remains controversial and has generated significant debate in the fields of psychiatry, psychology, and philosophy. Um,
By the way, I think controversial is good. I think generating debate is good. That's how improvement happens.
I've gone to
If
the
you
point where something's considered controversial, then it sounds pretty accurate to me.
Mhm. Yeah,
Because a lot,
you've seen the patterns, I guess. You've seen the pattern recognition that many times when something is controversial, it's usually the part that is against the mainstream that is true.
controversial just means against the mainstream.
Mhm.
And we're living in an age where the so-called mainstream doesn't reflect reality, to the
Mhm.
point where a lot of things that the media now calls controversial
Mhm.
are objectively true.
Mhm.
Eh, yeah.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
in What's the saying? I believe it's from, George Orwell's 1964.
Mhm.
In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a universal act.
Revolutionary Act.
Revolutionary act.
Fascinating.
19
Yeah, that sounds familiar. I think I did read his book 1984. Yeah, it's from there.
Yeah.
I didn't read the whole thing. I read parts of it.
I haven't gotten
Um,
past the first chapter, but it's in our cultural zeitgeist so strongly now that
mhm.
you pretty much know the book if you've even heard of it.
Right.
Um,
And this is how I felt during the pandemic as well, because one of my
mhm.
colleagues, he's actually in this Discord. One of my colleagues gave me some resources, like some pamphlets by some sort of underground journals in Vancouver. I don't know why they have to be underground journals, but I guess free speech and free publication is like rare and needs to be protected in a way. It's like graffiti artists, kind of, right?
Trying to
Um,
remember which
mhm.
organization this is.
Did I tell you about it?
No, no.
Did I
No,
send you
no,
the
no, it's just I just remembered something. No, you haven't sent me that. There is an organization, a health organization in the United States, I don't remember which one, that has very quietly and without much fanfare
Mhm.
recognized that ivermectin is a treatment for COVID-19.
That's the horse tranquilizer that people
Yeah,
keep making fun of,
pretty
kind of?
much.
Or not horse tranquilizer, what is it? Like some kind of
Horse-based.
weird horse based. Because the problem with free inquiry is that people start to ridicule things so much publicly, and that even thinking about it or considering it in a certain light becomes taboo. And then people's minds
Ivermectin
completely are constrained.
ivermectin was
Yeah.
on the top 5 of essential medicines. It is one of the
It's an anti-parasite medication.
it's
Yeah.
antiparasitical. It's used all over the place in Africa. It has been used off label for viruses since it was created. It has very few side effects. It's one of the few medications that we know of in the world that has so few side effects. Um,
Hmm.
and and the fact that the media got people to call it horse paste and to dismiss it outright is
Oh, so people were taking the product when it was mixed for animals such as
and
horses,
that's
sheep, and cattle. So they were
that's
overdosing
true.
because it was highly
That's
concentrated.
true.
Yeah.
That's true because
Do
after they banned it,
yeah.
there are stupid people that did take the horse dose for that was made for horses, and that was what the media
Right.
ran on. And so it's one of those things that's half true that's been used to create a bigger lie.
Right. And
But the
that's how
medication
many
itself,
lies.
when formulated for humans and taken as directed,
Right.
it's a proper medicine. And but because the media spun it with this lie, it became impossible to talk about without being ridiculed as it being a pharmaceutical. And of course,
Mhm.
veterinarians who use it for on horses weighed in because they use it in their practice, and that's the only way that they know of it.
Right. Dosage guidelines 3 mg or so. Where am I? I'm probably between 65 and 84 kilograms. So 12 mg orally one time. And you can take it one time and it does so much for like multiple months, several months. That's interesting. So it's actually a very uh low low cost treatment in terms of like maintenance. You don't have to take it every day. And it seems the side effects are relatively low. You might get
And
dizzy.
when you think about the broader picture of the emergency
Yeah.
authorization acts for the
Hmm.
vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine and all these other ones, emergency
Yeah.
authorization can only exist when there's no other treatment available.
Oh, so these are different dosages for different diseases. Interesting.
Yeah.
Different viral infections. Yeah. There isn't one for COVID, but there is a trial going on. I'm guessing that trial is being run by that American company you mentioned.
Yeah, I forget. It's not the CDC, it's
It's fine. We don't have to.
I don't remember.
Well, I guess we do because you're you and I'm me. We
I
do have to
will
find
have
out.
to I heard about it
Yeah,
from my roommate.
find out.
I'll have to double check with him.
Okay, sure. Yeah, just check with him. You're still living with the same
Yep,
roommate? Cool. It seems like you guys are a good fit for each
yep.
other. Yeah, so this is, yeah, so he viewed it as, so why did this come up? Let me just remember. Mental
You were talking about
illness,
INTPs and ADHD.
right, ADHD, right, and you mentioned, yeah, so I was diagnosed as well. My mom told me she took me to BC Children's Hospital. I got
And then
diagnosed,
before that, we were
but it
talking
was
about
weird.
medications. We were talking about ways people harm themselves.
Medication, ways people harm themselves. Uh,
We talk about ways people harm themselves by we're talking about leaning into our flaws and
uh-huh.
how people harm themselves by trying to avoid their flaws.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. I thought harm themselves with medications, but no, yeah. They harm themselves and their potential growth by trying to fit into
Yeah,
society and what they think they should
exactly.
be rather than leaning into their skill,
Right.
leaning into their strength, rather. So building up what they can be. So for me, what was it? It was my creativity. It was ADHD stuff that is like how my mind works and how I can ramble and think a lot about different things. Overthinking as well is one. Many people caution me against overthinking. I've had friends tell me that it must be exhausting to be in my mind, but I think
Oh,
that's
I'm sure it
because
would be for them. But
it would be for
this
them.
is the thing.
Yeah, but
This is the same thing we talk about extroverts because extroversion is considered a benefit in our society. People
right,
talk about how, oh, you need to get out more. I'm like, maybe you need to stay in more. Like
right.
when I go out to a party, it's overwhelming. I do not
Mhm.
enjoy a lot
Too
of
much
stimulus.
stimulation.
It's overstimulating.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
an extrovert, if they were to spend a day in my shoes, they would have cabin fever. They would be absolutely stir crazy bored
right.
because our
And I
levels of tolerance towards stimulus is different.
right. And yet I am a highly social
Mm,
person. It's just that a lot
I
of
am
how
too.
I socialize, huh?
I am too. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of how I socialize is either one on one or it's by reading the books of people I like, thinkers I like,
Mhm.
and I socialize by connecting with their ideas, right?
Okay.
I don't need them to be physically there having a conversation with me. I can just read their thoughts and I'm having a virtual conversation with what they've written before
Right.
and thinking about it and conversing with it and considering it.
Mm.
Um, by the way, I remember when you first joined the Discord for the New World and everything, I was able to sense that you were being overstimulated. There were times that you mentioned, oh, this is too much noise or things like that. And I was similar. Like when the voice chats got too big, I would say, I'm going to move to a smaller channel. And I would do that. Um, and there were times, for example, that we ran in front of the one of the dungeons. there were rabbits outside of it. It was one of the earliest dungeons, maybe Amarin Temple or whatever.
Okay.
And I remember there were too many people outside of it. And I remember asking you, like, is this too much stimulation? Should we go somewhere quieter while we wait or something? And you were like, yeah, this is too many people. Let's go. So even
I don't
in
remember that.
an MMO having hundreds of people, huh?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was something like that. I might be getting it wrong, but it was roughly that there were so many people around one spot and you just wanted to be in a place with less people, even in game.
Hmm.
And I
Are
remember
you sure that
sensing
was
that
me?
that would be the case. I think it was you. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think it was anyone else. And I remember thinking the only reason I thought that for you was because I felt similarly. Because I don't like crowded spaces, even in games. It just gives me less space to look around, to think, to absorb the nature, to consider things. I don't remember if people were talking on area voice chat or not. I mean, I think I would have had that turned off probably.
I don't even remember
But yeah,
using area voice
it's
chat.
not that
I think I
important.
turned it off.
Yeah, I turned it off as well. Although I do remember it working in certain cities, so maybe I didn't turn it off. But yeah, I just remember in general, both of us preferred quiet, low stimulus, low clutter environments in general, whether audio, whether visually, however it might be.
Mhm.
Which is ironic because my desk is a mess and usually is clutter.
Well, that's the thing, is that I can tune out, like, physical clutter. I can tune out.
Yeah.
Like, but when it comes to like audio visual clutter, I have a harder time.
Mm.
Like bright lights and large loud noise.
Oh yeah, I hate bright lights. I hate bright lights. My dad never gets it. He wants as much light as possible, and he doesn't realize that my night vision is better than his. So there are times I'm doing something in dim light, and he's like, "Why don't you turn on the light? You can't see." And I'm like, "I'm literally accomplishing everything I need to in this light, so I can see." But he doesn't get that. Yeah. But yeah. Okay, let me go over this thinking as a science thing. And then I guess we'll aim to wrap up in maybe the next 20,
I think
30
so, because
minutes.
I'm getting tired.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's also getting late for me. I should have gone to bed like 2 hours ago. But I think just like in New World, right, when I prioritized interviews over everything else, I think these conversations are I'm realizing it's the most fun thing I've ever done in my life and probably like can ever do with my
Mhm.
time. So I will always make time for conversations like
And
this.
we haven't talked like this in a while, so it's good.
Yeah. So okay, he talks about. I'll just roughly go over some of it early, and then maybe read more in detail at certain points. So it's been suggested that a great aid to concentration is writing one's thoughts, and then he explains how that kind of works. It forces you to put it into more concrete form to make them less elusive than in their original form. Finally, we keep our entire past train of thought in view, like an oarsman who cannot look ahead but guides himself by the objects he is constantly leaving further behind. We keep to our original course of thought by a survey of the ideas already written. So I think this oarsman idea is because the oarsman is rowing sort of backwards, right? He's facing away from the direction he's actually going because he's pushing forward with the paddles and moving backwards, right? So I'm thinking of some guy in like a small canoe.
Mhm.
I'm visualizing. But he's not going forwards, which is interesting. That makes sense because remember this guy wrote this book in like 1920,
Right.
so this is very old technology, and there
100
was
years
no
ago.
typing. He does mention, huh?
100 years ago.
Yeah, 100 years ago, and he did write about thought typewriting. Sorry, let's see. In spite of these great advantages, writing has certain serious handicaps as a practical method for concentrating. First among these is its slowness.
Hmm.
Thoughts flash through our minds much faster than we can write them. We either lose many ideas by the wayside or fail to go as far in our subject as we otherwise would. Another disadvantage is that we are forced to give part of our attention to the physical act of writing and thus cannot concentrate entirely on our subject. And funnily enough, I realized I write a lot in Discords, I type a lot.
Yeah.
But because typing is so automatic for me, it doesn't take really any conscious
No.
attention. It's just a habit. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to look at the keyboard.
Right.
And it's much faster than writing. Like if I was writing on a piece of paper, it would be so much slower for me. So yeah, there are two methods of writing comparatively free of at least one of these handicaps. Both shorthand and typewriting, if mastered to any degree, are much faster than ordinary writing. This is especially true, of course, of shorthand. But even with a good stenographer, shorthand has serious defects. Unless one is quite expert, it requires even more attention than longhand, and at that is often unable to keep pace with thought. Typewriting requires almost no attention from a touch operator, but it too is open to the charge of slowness, coming in this respect about midway between short and longhand. The irony is I can type it's sort of faster than I can talk, depends how fast I talk. But
I can definitely type faster than I talk.
okay,
I type about
interesting.
90 words per minute.
I type 131 words per
Oh,
minute, but
that's not that fast.
I think I can talk 200 words per minute kind of easily. Depends maybe.
I haven't
But
tried to see how fast I can talk. I can when
talk,
I
yeah.
type, I can keep up with most speakers when I'm transcribing what's
Right.
saying.
I guess I can kind of keep up. I find that I start to miss some words, so maybe. Yeah, I should look into that actually. I'm curious to see how fast I really talk. But yeah, but to those so unfortunate as not to know either shorthand or typewriting, the necessity for still another method is evident. Indeed, even those acquainted with these two arts cannot always use them. If every time we were to think we had to have with us a typewriter or even a pencil and notebook, we would not engage in any too much reflection. So you can tell he already values thinking, which many people do not. Fortunately, there is one method superior to any yet named, which requires no study during its application and no paraphernalia during it. It consists in simply talking your thoughts as you think them. One who has not tried this can have no idea of its effect. It possesses almost all the advantages of writing. You cannot wander without realizing the fact immediately. It makes your thinking much less vague than if you thought silently, increases your vocabulary, always keeps pace with your ideas, and requires practically no attention. It may be objected that silent thinking itself is put in unspoken words, but this is not true. Part of silent thinking consists of unspoken words. Part of it consists of images, concepts, and attitudes which pass through our minds and which we do not take the trouble to name. In silent thinking, too, there are also what appear to be occasional dead stops. All these processes drift into each other indefinably and are unrecognizable. This kind of relates to what we were discussing about unconscious thoughts and feelings and emotions and all of
Right.
that, right? Subconscious processing. Yeah. When we talk, we realize whether our images or concepts are vague or definite by our ability to name them. And we realize when our thoughts come to a dead stop by the fact that we miss the sound of our own voice. This is when you run out of steam, right?
Yep.
Same thing. I'm wondering if this is relevant. I can skip some of this, I think. If people are interested, this is like page 80, page 81 of the Thinking as a Science book by Henry Hazlitt. I'll link the PDF in the YouTube description and it's in the Discord thread as well. It's a free book by, sponsored by the Mises Institute.
Is the Mises Institute the same as the Mises Caucus?
I don't know what Mises Caucus
Libertarian
is.
Mises Caucus? No, maybe not.
But Mises was an economist, I think.
Okay, maybe. Probably something
So
different.
it may be related.
Okay.
Yeah. What did he say? Oh yeah, he talks about maybe you can close your eyes to reduce your distractions, and we're also more distracted by sights than we are by sounds. And then he writes, talking has one disadvantage, it cannot always be used. To practice it, you must either lock yourself up in your room, or sit alone in a forest or field, or walk along unfrequented streets and byways. You can by no means allow anyone to hear or see you talking to yourself. If you're caught doing this, some asinine idiot is sure to mistake you for one. I
Well,
remember
that was true 100 years ago.
yeah, today it's a bit different, but also
Today we have earpieces where people are talking on the phone and it looks like they're talking to themselves. So
right. True. But here's the funny thing. If I'm talking without a earpiece to myself as I'm walking along, people will mistake me for a madman. But also, that's fine. Because we have much more free society, it's going to be a lot harder for someone to mentally institutionalize me against my will
Right.
because I was talking to myself. Yeah. Like they can't just, call a guard and go like, "Hey, that guy's clearly a madman. He's talking to himself. Please get him some help or please arrest him or get the rabble off the streets or whatever it is," right? But yeah, occasionally you will need to think in silence. But he's right. Like, I should talk to myself more. I think I find that I only talk to myself when there's another person that I can talk with, kind of like your roommate, right? And Victus pointed this out. Victus was another member of our guild.
Yeah, I remember Victus.
He pointed out, like, hey, he kind of said it jokingly, but he was being assertive and true. It came out that way. It was like, hey, asshole, if you want to, listen to the sound of your own voice, talk to a wall, kind of. Because he said I had developed the bad habit of asking a question and then answering it myself for letting anyone else answer it. And he said that other people in the guild had picked up that habit from me because I was leading them, right? So I realized he's right. He's correct. And I needed to work on that. Like, so when I started asking questions, I would stop and wait and give it silence. And then in my mind, I might think of an answer and I would wait and then I would hold the thought and I would bring it up later, So I really like when people say those things. Like Victus, when he said it out of frustration, kind of like Moose might
Right.
have. Moose was another guy who was mad at me and a different personality. So he brought up problems, but he brought them up in a very angry way, like they boiled over. He didn't bring them up when they were small and when I could address them more easily.
Right.
But so when Victus was bringing that up, it was a way of him venting, not a way of helping solve a problem. But when you bring up a problem, it's usually a way
What's
to
the thing
help.
that I do with questions where I'll ask you a question and then it's like,
Yep.
oh, I could look it up, but it's just like, I'll
Mhm.
just ask and see if anybody knows before I look it up.
Mhm.
And then I wind up looking it up before somebody answers.
Yeah. 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 Okay, I'm gonna
I
start slowly
I
closing tabs
I
and
know
working my way
I know that
backwards.
I've annoyed you with that a few times where I'll ask you a question and you drop everything to answer the question and then
No, you never annoyed me with
oh,
that because I like finding the answer for myself too. But I think I annoyed you because I would put more effort than you expected. Because your thing was if it's quick and easy and off the top of your head, then answer me. Otherwise, tell me that you don't know and I'll look it up
right?
myself.
Yeah, that's
You didn't want me to look it up for you, but I would look it up for you anyway because I like looking up stuff.
okay.
Because once you ask the question, I want the answer because now I'm
And I'm the
curious.
same way. If someone asks me a question, it's like, now I need to know the answer. It doesn't matter if you don't care what the
Exactly.
answer is anymore. I need to know the answer.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay, so this was the tank team thing. We'll just briefly
Oh
go over the
yeah.
different
Never
slides.
finished the tank thing.
So I was laying out comms, sustain squad on defense in wars. Yeah, I called it sustain squad, tank squad. But goal, if they see us five standing on point, they're like, fuck it, we're going to go somewhere else. Sustain long enough that everyone else can come and clear out the point that we are preventing them from making progress on. So the idea is that because wars are 50 versus
How
50
does the tank
endeavors,
team handle siege?
handle siege, like you mean siege warfare, like cannonballs and
Yeah.
stuff? Yeah, so they do knock us off the point with siege, but we also have an anti-siege team, right? So
Okay.
usually in wars, the most skilled teams are the siege, or what did they call them? They call them the sapper
Yeah.
squad,
Cyber Squad.
right? Yeah, because basically those teams were the highest skilled players, the best gear, the most coordinated. They would have their own comms.
Okay.
So that's like an elite squad whose goal is to destroy the enemy siege.
Okay.
Because once you destroy the enemy siege, some of their tools are gone. But even then, like we got cannonballed all the time, but it didn't matter because like our sustain is so strong. We just run back to the point and put healing circles down and we're
Mhm.
fine. Like we just can't die. We can't die to that alone. They need more than that. They need grav wells and firestorms and
Well,
high DPS mages.
between healing wells and the top level talent for the shield, where you can block and give a defense to all your allies,
Which we did have our tanks. Maxwell and someone
right?
else was our tanks, and they had those talents. Yeah, they made us all really tanky, and our healers were rolling around and putting down
Because
balls of healing and
that's
all that.
exactly the kind of strategy that I built my character for, and it just never manifested.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, advanced judgment, terrorizing them with CC. If it gets to the point where we don't need to stand on the point, then go out and be a nuisance, get in between their healers and tanks. So yeah, that's another thing. We can be very disruptive when opportunity strikes, and we have openings to be disruptive. Because our tanks can start knocking people down. You know, our healers can can actually just start like poking their tanks, and basically we needed to be disruptive enough that they can't ignore us. And just standing on point is already disruptive enough when we're on defense. The idea is that since it's 50v50, and let's say we have 5 people on our anti-siege squad, we have 5 people on this healer team, and let's say we have 10 people manning our own siege turret. So that means we have 30 people on the ground running between points to defend them, the mass army. So what would happen is the mass army lacks coordination. It's hard to coordinate 30 people, but our team can be coordinated very well. So when the shot caller says sustain squad go B, we immediately know where we're going. We pop our super speed potions and we run to that point.
Right.
So we're first on point to defend it, and they do that because they're looking from up above, and they see tactically where the enemy is starting to send
Right.
resources. So the idea is that if the enemy starts sending 20 people to a point, we send our 5 sustain squad there to stall long enough for our main body of army to regroup, get out of the fight that they're in, and then run to that point to defend.
Nice.
So it helps our resource allocation measures because we buy more time for resource allocation. So we can afford to be more inefficient in our coordination as a big army because this small group buys us time. I mean, I'm realizing I'm explaining it now better than I understood it back then because I'm smarter today or
Right.
wiser today than I was then.
Yeah.
So overall goal, tanks go A, our call sign is tanks, stand on the point, sustain ourselves on point, siege team and dive team. Oh yeah, we had 2 teams, siege team and dive team, kill people. We're going to stabilize on A. No, siege team is manning our defensive siege turrets, and dive team is the one that is the sapper squad.
Mhm.
We're going to stabilize on A and we expect them to go to another point. Haste spot, go to C, very mobile. So yeah, as soon as they decide shit, these guys are holding A too strongly. We can't do it because the tank squad is so hard to kill. They start to move. We adjust. We immediately match them. We're doing our own thing. Zerg is what we expect to see. Zerg goes to A. Right. So the Zerg is our main group. Key tips priorities don't clump up on the center of the point where we can get lots of AoE and CC applied. First priority, stay alive.
That's a good point.
And then pre-war prep, strong incense elixir. And I even hyperlinked the recipe
Nice.
to see it. Yeah. So this reduces how much damage we take by a significant amount, or it was CC or something. Why doesn't it say what it does? Oh, here. Increases resistance to all afflictions by 40 for 20 minutes. And this includes poison, disease, bleed, frostbite, curse, blight. So that's huge.
Okay.
Right? Like we can't get CC'd as easily. We can't get poisoned, bleed. So yeah, try out some cleansing elixirs. I started to try these out and I realized they were really broken. They basically remove all of the debuffs. So once I get CC'd by something, I just drink this and I'm good for however long, 5 seconds. So it's a cleanse.
That's good to know, because the thing that I
Mhm.
struggled with the most was musketeers who had ice gauntlets, because they would drop down the line of frost. If you got close, they would drop down the frost line. And that was really annoying.
And then practice progression. Oh yeah, how do we improve? Because we can't always do wars. Wars are expensive. So individual duels, progressing into group duels 5v5, progressing into practicing in Outpost Rush, which is like a MOBA game mode, right? Where you have objectives and teams, and it's cheap to queue up for. The rewards are free. It's low risk.
I realize
and
just
then
now
wars,
that you're not explaining to me, you're explaining to everybody else.
I'm explaining to both. Yeah, both. Yeah, it's both. And then roles, tank 1, tank 2, healer 1, healer 2, melee DPS. Provide the idea that we can do damage and that we're killing people threat if people are dying. Terrorists, right? So we want to inflict terror because that makes us a higher threat psychologically. Right. And then team leader, like whoever is shot calling. So yeah, I actually ended up making a resume for each person and also their builds. So stay alive, protect the healers, weapon pairings, hammer, perks, and like moves that they want. And I just did this by asking people in Discord. Like I asked Brad Bofraki, how would you build hammer for this? And I asked some sword and shield specialists, how do you build sword and shield for this goal? And I realized this is what I'm great at. I'm great at interviewing people, getting information where they specialize, and then putting it together to create a group that is stronger than the individual parts.
Yeah, this is definitely not something that Ice Gauntlet would be used for. If I were building a character for this, I would probably be doing, I don't know, hammer. I would
look at this.
I would probably would have I know 4 of those people.
You know Heigl, Veneral,
I don't know. I don't
Fraglin,
know
and
Maxwell.
Maxwell. Okay, so Maxwell's a friend of Malifor's.
Okay.
Malifor is a healer. But yeah, they know each other in real life. They're brothers, actually.
Oh, okay.
I believe they're brothers. Yeah. So Heigl, squad leader. He'll run anything. He was very flexible. He had leveled all his weapons basically to max almost. He'll grind lighter, heavy faction commander armor. Interested in water view. Will take on leadership and shot calling responsibilities plus learning. Heigl ended up. He was the one I wanted to actually be the leader instead of me. But then they kind of ambushed me, and they said they want Victus to be the leader. They voted on it. So out of pressure, I kind of gave him the leadership role. But I think it should have been Heigl. I think he was far more balanced and thoughtful. And he actually agrees with you on a lot of political views, by the way. I don't know if you remember that.
I don't. Yes, I do.
He's a rational thinker, in my opinion. He's measured. He doesn't let his emotions get in the way. He was one of the few people who didn't immediately join my guild when I left and made my announcement because he wanted to take a few days to make sure he wasn't making an emotional decision. Right. And then he did join the guild and he made a rational decision. So that I respected because many other people left and they said that they left because they saw other people leaving.
Is he the one that said he was going to be my pocket healer? Or is that somebody else?
No.
I think
No, that might have been Veneral. It might have been
Veneral.
Me. I don't remember.
It was somebody else.
It wasn't Veneral. Okay, it was somebody else. So yeah, I don't think he was a healer. He was playing more tank, but he played everything. Been in one war, heavy armor, and then yeah.
Was it Malifaux?
Run. It might have been Malifor.
I'm having trouble remembering people.
Yeah,
I might be.
Because I think you left shortly.
I might be confusing a few people.
Yeah, because I think you might have left shortly before Malifor and Maxwell and the other people got really involved. They came over from actually the second guild that I started integrating into the first, right? Aqua, Maxwell, Malifor. They were all one group of people who lived near. You remember Aqua, yeah. So you definitely did meet them.
She played a healer.
And then, yeah. Yeah, she definitely played. She might have been your pocket healer, actually.
No, it was a guy.
No?
There's a
like
guy
okay.
who usually played a tank healer. He used great sword and staff.
It might have been Malifaux, because Malifaux liked sword and shield plus
I have
lifesteal.
a feeling it was.
He
I have
liked to be a
I have
tank
a
healer.
feeling it was Malifaux that said that.
It was probably Malifaux, because he really liked the idea that he's a paladin and that he's heavy armor, and that when he's a healer and people see the life stuff, just like with your ice gauntlet, they think, oh, he's going to be a squishy healer.
Right.
They start hitting him, and he puts out a sword and shield and starts blocking, and they're like, ah, shit, I can't kill him.
Except he didn't do sword and shield really. He did great X.
Okay, well, this one he had 19 sword and shield, level
For
19
this
great
build,
axe.
for this build, he absolutely would have used sword and shield.
No, but I think in general he just began to really like sword and shield. Yeah, you can see a sword and shield build here. But yeah, let's see. Heavy healer, and then yeah, I had his skills. So Veneral was going to be another healer. Malifaux, yep. And then there's Maxwell. He was the main tank. He likes tanking. He was full tank, interested in water view. So I kind of created resumes for each
Yeah,
player. And I remember other
he
people
put
being.
more into strength than I did because I was almost pure con, and that was one of the reasons why I hated the game, because when I wasn't playing with somebody, I couldn't do anything.
Yeah, he probably built in a certain way where he was still able to independently do
Yeah.
stuff. But also, I think he realized that like past a certain breakpoint, he's not going to die very easily. So it's better to be more of a threat and do damage and be able to like knock down a healer and burst them a lot, and then put them on the back foot.
And that
Force
was
them to have to pot up, right?
that was the part where I failed, was I couldn't figure out where that breakpoint was.
Right. Yeah. It'll take time, and it took him time, I'm sure, right? And this wasn't perfect. I think 300, 200 ends up being the optimal or something once you have all the gear, But anyway, Fraglin, this was me. Healer, 4 out of 5 pieces of heavy PvP armor ready, 100 constitution, 265
Why
focus.
4 out of 5? Did you like do body?
I think I just hadn't bought one yet. I just was short on the points so far. Interest in water view, interest in theory crafting, has been in 2 wars, 2 invasions, 3 to 4 outpost rushes. I realized something though. Like I got into a lot of wars and outpost rushes and invasions that I didn't have the merit for, that I shouldn't have been in, just because I made myself known. I did water view, people knew me and liked me, and things like that. And I used to do the same for my guildmates. I would
It
tell
was
them,
about
look,
the social connections, and that's the thing that's going to be huge for Ashes of Creation, is the social connections.
Right. But I also realized that there was an aspect of merit there, because if people know that I'm somebody who is invested and is improving, they would rather invest in me than in someone who is really good but is probably not improving that much.
Right.
Because I will get really good and also better than them eventually. And the other thing was, I think sometimes it's just about showing up and asking, because people can't have you on their mind all the time. Like I remember Maxwell had a misunderstanding where they didn't add him to the war board. And I said, hey, why don't you just join voice chat and ask them? And he said, nah, I'm not going to show up and beg. And then so I went into voice chat and I just told him, hey, did you guys forget Maxwell? And he's like, oh, who's Maxwell? I'm like, oh, Maxwell, main tank. These are his stats. And they're like, oh, yeah, we really need a main tank. Let's please let him know and ask him. We want him in. Then I went back to Maxwell and I said, hey, they actually want you. They just forgot about you. They didn't have you on their mind. He said, oh, okay, cool. And then he joined the war. So he wouldn't have gotten into the war that he wanted to get into because he didn't want to ask, right? So, but he learned his lesson, to his credit. Next time, instead of deciding he's not going to go beg, he just went and he asked. And it wasn't begging, right? He realized he was framing it in a way that was unproductive for himself.
Right.
And then he would get into wars more because he just showed up and he asked. And I think that's the thing. If you show up in voice chat before the war, people are going to put you in because already
I was
an
always
exception.
in voice chat, and I got invited to every war that I shouldn't have been in because I was weak.
Exactly. And that's my point. Like, because the subset of people who show up in voice chat ready for the war and showing that they're prepared to be in voice chat and all that is much smaller than the subset of people who are just in text chat or not in Discord or whatever. So immediately people want to put you in because obviously being in voice comms is a big boon. It's an benefit. All right. So the reason I opened up the commander thing, Steve Jobs and all that, is because Draco, once we did server merges, there was a woman, I forgot her name, Marin or something. And interestingly enough, she taught me a lot about project management. She's done a lot of project management type work. She's a process manager, process engineer. She had a bunch of different titles. But she explained to me that she hates leadership, but she does it because it's necessary and she's good at it. And she has, for example, a boss who can be very effective, but she has to guide him and schedule him and put in blockers on his schedule. Like he actually came to her at one point when he was failing to get things done. And he said, can you just put in blockers on my schedule for me to hold me accountable and to help me get my work done and things like that? And she said, sure. And then she did it and he was more productive. And so I think This is what you mean when you say INTPs and ENTJs are a good pair. They're natural born leaders, charisma and confidence. And the thing is that as long as other people are leading, she does not need to lead. So she doesn't just lead for the sake of leadership. It's only when things start falling apart and she sees decisions are not being made that she steps in and just makes decisions to move things forward. A ruthless level of rationality. Interesting. But yeah, I should actually talk to her again. She was an interesting person. I should get her on the podcast. I might actually go back and interview every New World person to put them on the podcast. I think that's a good. Let me put that somewhere in the content ideas channel. Go back, interview every interesting person from the New World phase. So that would be INTJ or ENTJ, right? Yeah, ENTJ.
ENTJ, yes.
Commander. Then there's Badmo Fraki. There's Draco. There's Chorizo Jenkins. Who else? Do you remember any interesting people? There's Sanctionite. I mean Moose. Moose, if he's open to it, I'm happy to reach out. AJ0413 was one. Basically, anyone I did an interview with already would be decent fit.
Right.
Oh, there was that person who was a stay-at-home dad for like 5 kids. I forgot his name, but we had some interesting conversations. And he labeled my conversation style and interview style like you this guy drops into the voice channel, asks if you're open for a 20-minute interview, drags you down to the channel when you say yes to a private channel, starts talking with you, and 3 hours later, you don't know where the time has gone, you don't know what you're talking about or why, but you realize that you're loving every second of it and you don't want it to stop. That's how he described it to Sanctionite.
I mean, that's how it goes.
Yeah. And Sanctionite was like, oh, I guess I can see that. And I guess Ralph, but Ralph kind of ghosted
I
me,
was
so I don't know if
thinking
I'm
about
gonna...
Ralph. I was like, well, I wonder what happened to Ralph. I hope he's okay.
He just hasn't responded to me on Discord. I mean, maybe I should send him
Oh,
a
you
message.
have him on Discord?
I did it back then. I can't find him now. Shit, what was his Discord name?
I have no idea.
But I know that he's just like, he went off Discord, he was offline, like, he never responded. I followed up with him a couple of times over the month or two after that. He never responded, so I figured he had just moved on. Because the way his life was, right? He was very busy. He had an autoimmune disease. He was supposed to die when he was 20, but he
And
was now in his
that's the
40s.
thing is I was kind of wondering if he had gotten like majorly sick. But
Possibly.
the last conversation that we ever had with him, that we ever saw him, he was very upset with you.
Right, exactly. Right. He might have just decided, fuck it, I'm gonna leave.
Well, and that's the thing. But if he's not been on Discord either, because I know he hasn't been in game, because I kept looking for him in game, but I didn't think to look for him on Discord. So maybe there was something else that was involved.
Right.
That had nothing to do with you. But he was pissed at you.
Yeah.
And you had
I wouldn't mind having him in Ashes of Creation if he was willing to give it another shot.
I mean, yeah, we just gotta not treat him. We just gotta treat him better.
Yeah, but also I can see him as very high risk, high reward in a way.
Right?
So, but yeah, I definitely need to not make any promises
But
I cannot keep.
it was the promise that you couldn't keep. That was the thing. You would ask him to do something, and you weren't there when he went to give it to you. And he vented about, and the way he vented, it showed an underlying thing that he hadn't expressed before, because he just went off, where he felt like he was being taken advantage of. And it's true, we had taken him for granted, but he had also like put himself in that position.
He said he wanted us to take advantage of him. Because every time that I said, like, hey, I feel like we're taking advantage of you, what can we do to give you some value in return? He said, no, it's fine. Just make good use of these things. So I realized he likes being useful and efficient.
And that's where the disconnect came, because when he vented about that and he said that, I'm like, but that's what you wanted. I'm confused.
But here's the thing. If we were taking advantage of him but not wasting his time, meaning I'm there to take the stone and I can efficiently process it and put it in a system that uses it, because I wasn't good enough to make use of his productivity and efficiency, basically. I didn't have the supply line set up that could use it. I had all these ambitious plans of a logistics system and a way to use it. But before those plans were implemented, I should have realized that I can't use him, right? He's literally like as productive as 100 people by himself. and we didn't have a
And
system
for
to
those
process his
listening,
work.
that he was like an Uber gatherer, like he did nothing but gather. Like he did not do
Right.
any questing. He literally just gathered, had all his gather
Yeah.
skills at max, and he found ways to like gather in high level areas. Like if there was any resource in the game that you wanted, Ralph knew the most efficient way to find it.
Right. And he had routes to gather, and he would like jump off a cliff and die and respawn
Like you
and
want to
do all
talk
sorts of
about
crazy things.
autistic level genius. That's what that was.
Right. Yeah. And as a person, he was far more interesting as well. Like he got into physical fights. He was diagnosed to be dead. I think he had leukemia or something.
Mhm.
He was diagnosed to be dead before age 20, and he was in his 40s, exercising every day, living a very regimented, healthy life. So basically, his life view was whatever he does, he'll full send it, no regrets. He doesn't half-ass anything in his life. He was also an expert at physics, hydrodynamics. He had multiple PhDs, like something crazy.
Know
It
any of
was
this?
insane how much he knew. Yeah, and he also had a machining business where he created very specific, beautiful machining parts.
Hmm.
And he believed that when you create a product for a customer, it should actually get better over time, not break down more. So he had very expensive, I forgot what machines they were, but they did some function. And he would, when he replaced the parts or serviced the machines, he would actually make them better than they were the first time he made them.
Right.
So customers who got his service would be improving their machines over time, not deteriorating or not just maintaining them at parity. So he was a very interesting person. Like I would love to have him on the podcast. He also told me about how he raised his daughter and how he never lied to her. Right? He told her the truth about Santa and all these other things. He valued honesty. And his daughter was in her 20s. His daughter was about my age when we talked. So it's interesting to me that I've noticed a correlation between people who value honesty and people who are effective at dealing with reality.
I have a feeling that there's a definite correlation there.
And I have a feeling there's a causative link too, which is that, of course, like we read in that article, if you lie to yourself about anything or lie to other people about anything, you're distorting your view of reality. And so, of course, you'll be less effective at solving problems because problems are based on
Well, it
reality.
comes down to that stack that we talked about. If you
Mhm.
formulate a lie, it has to be part of your stack in order for you to be able to express it.
Right.
And if
Or
it's part of your
one,
stack, then you're also building other stuff on top of it.
exactly. Yeah. It's not possible to tell a lie and then completely extinguish it, like expel it from your mind. And it's kind of like keeping two books on reality, right? You're bookkeeping reality itself
Well,
and you're
and
bookkeeping the lie.
that's the other thing is that
Mhm.
if you never lie, you never have to worry about contradicting yourself, unless you do contradict yourself just because of an error, and then it's fixed. But the thing is, it's the idea of the snowball effect of lying is that one little white lie requires other lies to keep it alive.
Mhm. Exactly. You have to start ending up building upon it, justifying it.
Exactly.
You have to spend so much mental energy keeping the lie in mind for the next time you need to tell it.
Right.
And then you'll get caught eventually, and then you have to deal with the shame and guilt. And it's like so annoying. Like I so much prefer just telling the truth, even when it's hard, because it's hard only for a very short period of time sometimes. Like it's embarrassing. And then I often find it's not as embarrassing as I thought it would be. People are much kinder to me when I tell the truth than my imagination. My fear
If
of
you
it
tell
was
the
worse
truth
than
and move on,
yeah.
then it's behind you, whatever it was. It doesn't even matter how bad it
Mhm.
was. But if you tell the truth and move on, then whatever. But if you have to hold the lie and
Mhm.
then continually try and justify the lie, like what's up with that?
Mhm. It means you're carrying forward the burden of that lie,
Mm-hmm.
and it makes it harder to do other things in life.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you're right, with the truth, it temporarily goes behind you. It's now in the
The
past.
truth will set you
You
free.
should, sorry,
The
what?
truth will set you free. That's a Bible quote.
Yes,
It's one of the fundamental Jehovah's Witnesses. We were talking about Jehovah's Witnesses, and
it's absolutely true
but
though,
it's absolutely true though.
because a lie is like a shackle, and you're adding more and more shackles for every
Yeah.
lie that you tell, and it's holding you back to the past and to the ideas you once represented, and to the promises the lies represent
Yep.
that you now have to build upon and try to make true. If you just tell the truth, such as, hey, I'm sorry, I just can't do this thing I said I could do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was wrong about myself. I'm not good enough at right now. I need to get better. Or I'm not interested. I was wrong. My level of interest is not what I thought it was. I'm sorry. I won't be able to do this. I hope that's okay.
Yep.
Right? That's better than sort of digging deeper and deeper and deeper, and then eventually disappointing them 6 months later by saying like, well, I did my best, but I failed.
Right.
But in reality, you could have admitted that much sooner,
Right.
and you could have seen it coming. Yeah. Right. Okay. So back to Daigo here. He talks about sustainability, and this part is the limit testing and intrinsic goal. So in fact, wins aren't Daigo's goal at all. Of course, as a competitor, he strives to achieve, but he sees wins and tournament success simply as markers for his personal development, which is his true goal. He's not trying to be the best Street Fighter player in the world. He's trying to be the best Daigo Umehara he can be. Street Fighter is the conduit, but the principles apply to anything. And this is what I realized in League, because Coach Cupcake explained that it's kind of insidious, but people think he's teaching them League, but he's actually teaching them life and learning through League. And so the skills that he taught me in that 1 month of intensive daily coaching, I am now applying to podcasting. I'm now applying to everything in my life. It's what inspired me to pursue my passion, right?
Right.
Because it made me realize what's possible. And yeah, here, this is related to your assertiveness at Safeway. So we'll just watch this 2-minute clip.
梅原さん、こんにちは。私は食材に対して感謝しましょうという風潮に違和感があります。人間は食材
Okay, this is going to be weird for people on the podcast because he's speaking Japanese. I might have to
You might have to
translate.
translate. So I think it's strange when
Okay.
people say to show gratitude to your food.
しましょうという風潮に違和感があります。人間
Some people think we should be thankful to cows and pigs.
Actually, let me just do it because I've noticed I read the words more accurately
Oh,
than you do.
did I miss a word?
You said think instead of
Oh,
say.
okay.
That's why I asked you to slow down on the last thing you were reading, but I'm realizing it's not, even if you try to slow down, or maybe if you're paying attention to the accuracy of the words, you will
It's
be able
also partly because I'm tired. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. So some people say we should be thankful to
は
cows and
食材の
pigs
材料になっている牛や豚などの生き物の命を奪って自らの
since we take their lives as food to sustain our own lives. So I think this is like a Japanese culture concept, but we've seen it in other
It's
cultures
Western.
as well. It's not
It's a
unfamiliar.
Christian concept as well.
It's also a
When
Christian
you
concept. It's also
when you pray for food, well, you're thanking God, but it's kind of the same idea.
and when you and I think gratitude is a very common theme in religions as
Yeah.
well, right? In general, but also Native Americans or Native First Nations, let's say Native North Americans, they also talk about this idea of using every part of the animal and caring about the food that you are using, or rather thanking the beast that gave its life, the sacrifice, honoring the sacrifice.
命にしている。だから牛や豚などに感謝しましょうという人がいますが、牛や豚が
But it's not like the cows and pigs are glad when we thank them. This is still part of the question
感
or
謝され
asking.
たからといって喜ぶわけではありません。何のために感謝する
So why give
まあいろんな
thanks?
感
So then Daigo responds, let's say different emotions fulfill
情
different
に
roles.
役割があるとして、まあ、例えば
For example, I think anger is a response to
怒るっ
threats.
ていう感
Yes.
情は、きっとその自分にこう危機が迫ってるとかね、そういう
You
反
don't
応
get
だと
angry
思う
unless you're threatened.
Or unless you feel
Yeah.
threatened. And this is where it's important because some people get angry when they shouldn't, but then they should realize, why am I feeling threatened? Is it a healthy reason or an unhealthy reason? And sometimes the unhealthy reason is somebody's trying to teach me something or I have something to learn, but my ego is threatened and I don't want to learn. I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to be inferior.
んですよ。だから必要
Then he says, that's why
な
we
感
need
情
it.
だと思うんだよね。殴られても
After all, it would be dangerous if you didn't feel anger when someone
全く
attacked
怒
you.
りが湧いてこなかったら、まあ、危ないから、感謝って
As for
じゃ
the
あ何
role
の
of
ためにするの
gratitude,
かなって考えると、当たり
I think it's to prevent us from taking
前
things
じゃ
for
ないって
granted.
いうふうに思わせるためだと思うんですよね。要するに本
It's so
来な
that
ら
when
ば
something
価値が
has
あることなんだ
intrinsic
けど
value to
も、
us,
その価値があるということを
we feel that
知らせ
value
るた
on
め
an
に
emotional
理
level
屈ではな
without
く感
logic.
情で知らせるために感謝があるんじゃないかと思ってるんです。そう別に牛とか豚の
I
ため
don't
を
think
思って
anyone
感
is
謝
showing
してるわけじゃなくて
gratitude for the cow
自分
and
のため
pig's
に
sake.
感謝してるっていうかね。
The gratitude is for your
前に
own
俺
sake.
が感謝ってあまり
One
に
time
も
I
美
wondered
しくな
why
い
people lose
感
sight
情
of
な
their
のになぜ人は
gratitude,
感謝を忘れるんだろうっていう
even though the emotion is
こ
for
れ
their
を
own
思
good.
ってで俺は俺なりに考えて答え
The answer I came up
答
with,
えではないんだ
well, it may not be
俺
an
なりの
answer,
納
but
得
it
が
made sense to me.
感
If we never
謝
got
をして
over
た
our
ら先に
gratitude,
進まない
we'd
だろうな
probably never
っ
move
てい
forward.
うふうに思ったんですよね。
感謝をしてた
例えば
ら
自転車
Think how
で
incredible the
歩くし
bicycle
かなか
must
った
have
時代
seemed
とか
when people
も
could
のす
only
ごい
walk.
発明じゃないですか。早いし
そうですね。
楽だし
It's fast,
ね
easy to
長
use,
距離
and can
とか
travel long
であれが出
distances.
てきたばっかりの時ってみん
When
な
the
すごい
bike
感謝
first
するん
came
だろう
out, people must have
すげえ
thought,
乗り物だなっていう
what an
感
amazing
想だったと
vehicle,
思うんだ
it's so
けど
fast.
けど、それをずっともし感謝
But
を
if
忘れ
they'd
ず
held
にい
on
た
to that
ら、
mindset forever,
車出てこない気がするんですよ。
I feel like we
車
never
輪
would have
って
gotten the
もう普
car.
通だよね
It's
っていう
because
ふう
we
に
reached a point where
思っ
bikes
ちゃう
seemed
か
run
ら
of
こ
the mill
そ、次の発明だったり、
that the next
いろいろ
advent
ある
came along.
だから、まあ結果論かもしれないけど、
You may
感謝
only
は
see it in
忘れる
hindsight,
人を
but
先に進ま
gratitude has to fade for
する
things
こ
to
とは大
progress.
事だけど、感情
It's
として
important to
感
have
謝を忘れ
gratitude,
る忘れるという
but the
感謝
loss
が
of
な
that
くなるのは、
emotion is in some ways
まあ
beneficial
ま
for
あ
human progress.
人類の発展ってことを考えるとプラスなんだろ
So you can tell he's actually a good philosopher too. Or at least he chooses to think about these things and ask himself these questions, which many people do not.
No.
I wonder, what do you think his
Oh.
personality would be?
It's hard to say because
う。私は
I'm
食
not
材
hearing him in his native language and hearing translation. But it definitely sounds like the kind of thing that an INTP would say.
Mhm. And would it fit whatever else
It
we
could
know about him,
also
for
be like an
example?
INFP or something like that as well,
Mhm.
because it's based on values rather than logic.
Mhm.
Or not necessarily rather than logic, but those expressions could also be made from a place of values rather than rationality. So
Mhm.
he could be an INFP.
Mhm. So I'd say this is the last thing we have to go over. We actually gone all the way back up the tree with
Well,
the
that's
last
because you
link.
had the bookmarks open. I will have bookmarks open for days and not look at them ever again. But you're actually closing them and working backwards. So
Yeah, that's the same for me though. I tend to have a lot of tabs
it's
open.
not. It's definitely an INTP. One of the signs you know you're an INTP is if you have a billion bookmarks open and you never looked at and you haven't looked at them once.
Yeah. So yeah, here, where did we leave off? This was Paul Graham's
Did we
conformism.
talk about closing the loop and how
Yes, because now I remember you sent me a video about INTPs having lots of open tabs.
Yes,
we did. You sent me that
and
video.
one of the things he said is you got to close the loops so that you're not always thinking about things. Yeah.
Right. So basically, and this is why I think I made a Trello to learn League of Legends. Right, I'll pull it up here. But the reason I made that is because I realized I don't want all these things on my mental stack, even unconsciously.
Right.
So all the things I eventually want to learn, I'll just put them on a list for the
Nice.
future. And then I can prioritize later, I can do them later. But now once they're written down, they're off my
Yeah.
mind, clear my mind. And then my mind only has currently working on. So have a plan for every wave. Pressure or punish on every single last hit. So when the enemy goes to get a last hit to get gold, I hit, or I walk up and I pressure them so they have to choose to back off or something. Focus on getting every CS, wave management, have a plan for every wave. So Coach Cupcake is the reason I was able to simplify these things, because he said he prefers simplicity. So while I'm overcomplicating wave management and all that, he's just saying have a plan for every wave. That's it. Pressure or punish on every CS that you can. That's it.
Yes.
Simple one-line statements. Yeah. So maybe he's an ENTJ, I don't know, or ENTP or whatever it is. But I don't know. I'd be curious because he seemed to be able to direct and guide me. But I think any good coach should be able to do that for any personality.
Mhm.
Just like any good therapist should be able to help any personality type. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he talked about how the customs protecting free inquiry have been weakened. This happened even more during COVID, right? People were ridiculed for talking about ivermectin or
Right.
talking about how the vaccine may not be helping or the mask may not be helping, or that our economy is being weakened and there's a serious trade-off that we are paying by choosing to have lockdowns and things like that.
Never mind that all of those so-called controversial statements were founded on rational arguments that people have known about for decades. And that the way they described mass working was literally been debunked in the Middle Ages.
And unfortunately,
Miasma theory was debunked after the Great Plague. It's so painful.
yeah, and unfortunately, people like the future started to show the past, but it's too late, right? The harm has been caused. People are already dying of poverty because of the economic lockdown, like the economic
Yep.
harms, and we're going to see economic harm. And I don't think people realize the cause and effect of these things, and that
No, because
like
they found the media has allowed them to blame Russia for the what's going on in Russia for their economic hardships. Never mind that the economic hardship started before that happened. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, and I guess just in general, like I get the sense that some people think that money, resources, wealth, supply chains, like production goods, like these are all like infinite
Hmm.
resources in a first world country where we're wealthy. That we won't run into the problem of supermarkets not having items
I
on
was
shelves.
this. There's a lot of videos going around about the new wave of young adults that are coming up, who
Mm-hmm.
are talking about how they don't want to work. They shouldn't have to work to live. Like how they shouldn't have to
Right.
work to put like basic food on the table. They shouldn't have to work to put roofs over their heads. These things should be universal
Mm-hmm.
and basic. I'm like, someone has to work to create that food for you. So
Right.
if you, this is the same argument about, well, okay, let me finish my thought first, and I'll go on to the next one. Someone has
Sure.
to work to create that food. And if you're not working to compensate that person for the labor that they put in to put your food in your belly, like what the hell? And
Right.
that thread always goes into universal basic into healthcare as a right. If healthcare is a right, then it becomes an obligation to provide it. It means healthcare workers are basically slaves because because in order to serve a basic right, if it is a right, someone has to provide it, and then healthcare workers become slaves. And that is not
Right.
a just society. Therefore, healthcare cannot be a basic intrinsic right. It has to be something that is worked towards until we actually are in a poor scarcity world where healthcare and food production is completely automated and doesn't require labor. Those things cannot be rights. They simply just can't.
I was actually going to say that, yeah, because I used to be a fan of UBI, Universal
Yep.
Basic Income, but my view on it was always that basically, to the degree that we are able to automate more and more things as a society, is the degree to which we should alleviate the burden of labor on people
Yes.
so that they can do more creative things and focus on the things they enjoy,
Yes.
because robots will be doing the more manual
Hmm.
things. They'll be servicing sewers or whatever. They'll be taking out the garbage. They'll be manually creating widgets, whatever the factory work is like. Because I think it is a shame to turn a human being into an oxen or a buffalo,
Right.
right? When they have a creative mind that is capable of so much more. It's a waste of potential. It's a shame. But I also understand that that's kind of the world we live
Hmm.
in, that for many people, that is their best choice. That's their best economic option. Um, and that's why I think there's so many misconceptions, like this idea of tax the billionaires or eat the rich or all of these ideas. It doesn't make sense because, first of all, as long as someone is not lying or stealing or cheating, and it's not crony capitalism where they're lobbying the government to help themselves and hinder their competitors, then somebody becoming rich is a sign that they added value to society.
Exactly.
It's not that they owe society something. It's actually that society owes them something.
Exactly.
They have a positive
But
ledger,
that's
right?
the mind of the ANCAP. Sorry, the ANCOM, the anarcho-communists, where
Right.
the fact that they are rich means that they are stealing, just
Right. And many
intrinsically.
people I've met
They don't think
do have that view. They believe that if you are to get rich, it means you must have stepped on
exactly.
someone, you must have taken from someone, you must have hurt someone. But I think that comes from a zero sum mindset of
It
wealth
comes from a
and a
zero-sum
misunderstanding.
mindset, and it comes from a value-based decision process. This is where feelers are thinking from their values and preconceived concepts rather than from
Mhm,
rationality.
mhm. Actually, oh man, there's a video I want to watch with you. I think it's a 10-minute talk. It says, show this to any woke person or something. You might have seen the speech, some kind of Oxford address. But do you think you have the energy to
Sure.
watch it with me?
How long is it?
All right. All right. 10 minutes, I
Okay.
think. Well, let me see if I can find it. This one, comedian. Oh, it's actually 5 minutes.
Okay.
Is it? Let me just check. Hold on. I'm gonna find the. I sent it to someone else. Um, Trigonometry is the name of the
Oh,
channel.
I
Let's
love
see. This might be
trigonometry.
a 8 minute. Yeah. So the 4 minute version must be a cut
If
version. We'll
it's
watch the
if it's
full one.
trigonometry, I may have, no, I haven't seen this one already, but I watched this channel.
Why is it on Polish subs though? Okay, because English is auto generated. That's why. So somebody like voluntarily wrote Polish subs as not auto generated. That's why it defaulted.
Okay.
But before we go into that, I guess. Okay, so we'll just try to
Let's
finish on
close our
this.
loop first.
Yeah, close the loop. So he basically says, um, in free inquiry, you can't judge that unless you yourself are independent minded. Basically, you can't judge what ideas to censor unless you yourself are independent minded. You can't know how much of the space of ideas is being lopped off unless you have them, and only the independent-minded ones have the ones at the edge. Precisely because of this, they tend to be very sensitive to changes in how freely one can explore ideas. They are the canaries in this coal mine. The conventional minded say, as they always do, that they don't want to shut down the discussion of all ideas, just the bad ones. You'd think it would be obvious just from that sentence what a dangerous game they're playing.
Who decides
But
what's
I'll spell
bad?
it out. Exactly. There are two reasons why we need to be able to discuss even quote unquote bad ideas. The first is that any process for deciding which ideas to ban is bound to make mistakes. All the more so because no one intelligent wants to undertake that kind of work, so it ends up being done by the stupid. And when a process makes a lot of mistakes, you need to leave a margin for error, which in this case means you need to ban fewer ideas than you'd like to. But that's hard for the aggressively conventional minded to do, partly because they enjoy seeing people punished as they have since they were children, and partly because they compete with one another. Enforcers of orthodoxy can't allow a borderline idea to exist, because that gives other enforcers an opportunity to one up them in the moral purity department. This is all virtue signaling and stuff related to that as well. And perhaps even to turn enforcer upon them. And this is what you mentioned about Hitler's party. Or sorry, maybe this was my
I
previous
think it was
podcast
previous
guest, Tom. Sorry.
podcast. I didn't say that.
Yeah, yeah. He told me about Kristallnacht, and he said, "Don't you know about the two important sort of nights in German sort of Holocaust history? One was Kristallnacht, where there was Hitler Youth and other people going around doing a pogrom of Jews, and the second was when the Hitler Party, or the whatever they were called, kind of turned on people within the own party
The
to enforce
second one is the one I've heard of, the Night of Long Knives.
Night of Long
Yep.
Knives. Okay, the other one was Night of Crystal Glass, because I think they smashed a bunch of windows or something. So Kristallnacht. Okay, that's interesting. So that's what he's saying. Like when you can turn enforcer upon the other people who are enforcing things, and this to me this seems so dangerous and so like
Well,
wrong.
that last sentence there, read that, because that's the most important part.
Yeah. So instead of getting the margin for error we need, we get the opposite: a race to the bottom in which any idea that seems at all bannable ends up being banned. And this is kind of what happened with Twitter. It might still be happening. I'm not sure. I haven't kept up with Twitter.
This reminds me of. Oh, I lost my train of thought. I was waiting for you to finish so that you could finish, and then I forgot what I was going to say.
You should maybe take notes in the Discord. You can even put them in that thread, podcast episode 4, should be fine.
Oh yes, I remember. So we're talking about sunlight is the best disinfectant. It's you banning.
What is the best disinfectant?
Sunlight is the best disinfectant. So
yes.
Banning bad ideas doesn't need to be done, because if you're rationally minded, you're going to filter out the bad ideas just based on the fact that they're bad. So here's an example. When Richard Spencer first got on my radar, it was because he was wearing a Pepe the Frog pin at a rally. I didn't even know who Richard Spencer was. I just thought he was some conservative, maybe he was a politician. Anyway, he had a Pepe the Frog pin on, and Antifa beat him up because he was like, "Oh, what's that frog symbol?" He started telling me about it, and he got beat up by Antifa. So in my mind, he seemed like a perfectly reasonable conservative person, because anyone that Antifa hates can't be that bad. That was my line of thinking at the time. I barely knew who this guy was. Of course, they were calling him a white supremacist, because anyone to the right of Karl Marx is pretty much a white supremacist these days, and so it was easily dismissible. Like there was nothing that could be said about Richard Spencer that I could believe, because the people that were saying it were so far off the deep end that it didn't, like, they just weren't credible. So Andy, what's his name? Andy Warsaw has like some kind of discussion thing that he does every once in a while. It's a big thing. He had Richard Spencer and another figure that I like, named Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin.
That guy sounds familiar.
Okay, yeah. So Carl Benjamin is something that I listen to a lot. I actually quite like his ideas on classical liberal philosophy, and he talks a lot about Stoicism, and such. So anyway, Andy Warsaw had them both on this channel, and Sargon was late. And so Richard Spencer pretty much had free reign to talk about his ideas unchallenged. And genuinely, and I say this without hyperbole, some of the things Richard Spencer said, other than the fact that they were in English, I would have believed could have been in a speech given by Hitler. Unquestionably, he was talking about like and I'm paraphrasing because these aren't my ideas, so I'm not using the same words that he is, but he was basically talking about national ethnostates and how people who are not part of the ethnicity that the state is based on should be in a different country, and he wasn't even making and the way he was phrasing it wasn't necessarily about white identitarianism, because as far as he was concerned, the black ethnostate should be its own state, basically he was talking about racial segregation and all this such, and it did not I would not have known how vile his opinions were had I not heard it from his own mouth.
Mhm.
Sargon got there. He was three sheets to the wind. He wasn't taking it seriously. He debated kind of half-assedly. But just the fact that Richard Spencer's ideas were brought to light, his whole movement collapsed shortly after that, and everybody blames Sargon for it. But all Sargon literally did was give him a platform from which to speak, and it wasn't even his platform; it was Andy Warsaw's. But Sargon was the catalyst to debate it. Honestly, I would have to this day thought Richard Spencer was just a stand-up regular conservative if it wasn't for the fact that I heard him speak his ideas. So yeah, bad ideas will bury themselves once they're spoken of. All banning ideas do is drive them underground and cause them to become more radicalized.
Right, the Streisand effect again. So when you try to hide an idea or suppress an idea, it actually gains more traction and more publicity.
Well, it festers. It festers.
Yeah, it festers, and then it builds on the fringe and then
Yep.
spreads. But yeah, to me, it's like bad ideas. We'll figure them out. Like yes, sometimes bad ideas will be accepted by the masses. That's okay. It happens.
And if bad
It's
ideas
not worth
can be
risking.
discussed, they can be ridiculed, like in an open
Yeah,
forum. Like it.
yeah,
Why don't we ban? Flat Earth theory if it's so bad? Because
right.
because we can easily discuss them and we can debunk them with facts and evidence and logic and reason and the science that we have. Why can't we debunk creationism? Like, right? Because we can talk about creation, we can have those conversations, we can figure out whether or not it's true or not and whatnot. Why don't we debunk why don't we talk about the people who are moon landing deniers? Because we can have rational conversations about those and discuss them and have facts and counter arguments and evidence.
Yeah,
Why
and the way knowledge grows.
discuss why can't we discuss global warming? Oh, because it's settled science, and any question of that is absolutely forbidden.
Right. But I think there's a lot about global warming we don't know, and that we should be willing to
Well,
discuss to
global
improve.
warming and climate change is real, but man-made anthrocentric. What is it? Oh my God, I'm so tired.
It's
Anthropogenic. I
okay.
think it's anthropogenic climate change.
Okay.
Man-caused climate change. That
Mm-hmm.
is the challenge. That
Yeah.
whenever someone talks about, oh, it's settled science, like no, settled science isn't science, is dogma, flat out.
Right.
If a science
And
is
Alex
settled,
Epstein.
it's not
Yeah.
science.
Yeah. And Alex Epstein wrote a book called The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels. And I think a lot of people, for whatever reason, do not seem to realize that growing our economy is a moral good. Lifting people out of poverty is a moral good. Getting people cheaper electricity is a moral good. Like the Fukushima disaster happened, and people overreacted and shut down
If
nuclear reactors just for the
we
possibility that they might be dangerous.
completely eliminate fossil fuels without a substitute, we
Yep.
would have to eliminate, I estimate as a ballpark off the top of my head, this is not an exact number, but I would say 60 to 80% of the population. Because we would not have the agriculture required to feed everybody
Hmm.
without fossil fuels.
Mm-hmm.
And solar and wind do not cut it with our current technology.
Right. And think about it this way: if we use fossil fuel power and other sources of power, whatever is efficient, whatever is cheap, like the economic cost of something is actually a good metric to judge how valuable it is and how easy it is to access. Like if something is cheap, if it's cheap to produce energy, there's value in
Have
that.
you seen the documentary? I believe it's called Planet of the Humans. Michael
I
Moore?
have not. Planet of the Humans. It
I think
sounds
it's called Planet
familiar.
of the Humans.
By Jeff Gibbs. Michael. How do I watch it? Is there a way to watch it for free? This one, 13 million views?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I will link that in the show
Yeah.
notes, and also I will post it later.
Michael Moore said he
Mhm.
he is as left wing as it gets, and he set out to prove that fossil fuels that green energy was the way to go. So he did it. He
Mhm.
did it. He started research for a documentary on green energy, and he basically wound up debunking green energy. Green energy
Right.
is a scam from the top down for rich corporate elites to make a lot of money while absolutely destroying our civilization and a lot of people's lives.
Yep.
And a lot of the rare earth metals that are needed for all these solar panels and whatnot, there's child labor, and they do not create less fossil fuel, less carbon, because these rare earth minerals need to be mined. It is actually more carbon intensive to create the so-called green energy than fossil fuel does.
Mhm.
And so the whole thing
Yeah.
is built on a lie. And it's
Yep. And actually,
frustrating that people just don't look beyond the surface level to see that.
right. And it's in part because there is a moral superiority value that is added by supporting global
Yes.
warming or supporting recycling. So the last interview guest, I didn't have the space or the willingness, I guess, to disagree with him on the spot because he was making it as part of a larger
Hmm.
point. He was making a point about how he believes extraordinary choices are when somebody uh, lives closer to their true self or their true values rather than fitting into society, which is a point I agree with. I think you would agree with
I
it
think
as
so.
well. We discussed
I'd have to
INTP and
listen
all
to that
that.
more, but
But he
yeah.
said the example he used was putting up, a Diet Coke can that's used in the recycling bin instead of the garbage. So he's living closer to his true values of being an environmentalist and wanting to support the environment. And to be fair, once he learns about why recycling is economically bad, right, and why it actually harms society, then he may change his mind and realize that environmentalism is closer to what is economically good for us. And for example, landfills are actually surprisingly good for the environment compared to the alternatives that we've been using because people started to hate landfills.
Right.
Yeah. So that's just one example. But yeah, so because there was a New York Times article by someone, and I think he did a follow up like recycling is bad. Elliot Temple linked this to me a long time ago, but the main argument is that forced recycling is bad, right? So corporations were already doing the recycling that was efficient, which is things like aluminum. So the Coke can might be correct,
Right.
things like aluminum, things like high value. But then trying to recycle paper, cardboard is actually like more expensive than the value you get out of it.
Mm.
So it ends up being really bad. But now governments and districts, like for example New York's municipality, has made it seem like recycling is the end rather than a means
Yep.
to an end, meaning that we will spend hundreds of millions of dollars recycling, even if it's not helping our economy or community or anything.
In Calgary, we have reduced garbage to every other week and recycling to every week. But what
Mhm.
happened was under Mayor Nenshi, um, we there was a scandal where I don't remember. I don't know if it got contaminated or whether it was just because they had nowhere to send it. But all this recycling that we had collected wound up getting put in the landfill anyway. It wound up going to
Oh, this is what I'm just reading. This is new info to me, but I'm just reading an article about how nearly half the recycling stuff just ends up in a
yep,
landfill
and
anyway.
Calgary just did it straight up. It didn't even go anywhere.
Yeah.
And most of the they started to trace the plastic in the oceans. Most of it traces back to rivers that go through. I think that comes from comes from two major rivers. One of which flows through India, one of which flows through China. And of course,
Mhm.
the naysayer says like, yeah, well, it's because we're sending it. It's like because we create so much plastic that we send to China. It's like, yeah, there was a period when China was buying plastic, and then they had so much plastic that they just dumped it. They didn't just do anything. They just couldn't do anything with it. There was too much of it. And then they
Mhm.
stopped accepting plastic. And I think that was the catalyst by which the stuff that we had here went into landfills. It was shortly after that. I don't know if there was a cause and effect there, but shortly after China stopped accepting plastic was about the time when Calgary put all of its recycling into the garbage. So yeah, I mean, I absolutely, I get that, but the fact of the matter is that carbon emissions are not the problem that we're facing. If we were talking about cleaning up the oceans and pollution, absolutely, I would be all on board with that. But ending fossil fuels has other motivations than what it's claimed to be. It has to, because the what's being said about that narrative doesn't scan. It does not fit in a rational debate. And the fact that we're not allowed to have that rational debate shows that they're afraid of the rational debate rather than they can't win the argument, so they have to silence it.
Right. And this was some kind of, was it Godwin quote?
Oh yeah,
Violence, reason, bend me. Let me see if I
Godwin's
can
law is something else, but go ahead. Might even be something else. You might be thinking something else. Go ahead.
I don't know if it was Godwin or another like classical liberal. Ah man, this is gonna be tough to find. It's something like,
What I know is Godwin's law is the first person to reference Nazi Germany loses.
oh, that's something else. Yeah. And I've brought up Hitler came up in the last one. He came up in this podcast. I have no issue mentioning
No, I
Hitler. I
know,
don't know why he's
but
yeah.
people leap to Hitler way too hyperbolically.
For what? Oh,
Like
like to accuse people of
just in
fascism?
general. Well, yeah, well, just in general, like just how, but this was before Antifa. Nowadays it's just like, okay, everything's Hitler. Anything to the left of Karl Marx is Hitler. Fine, whatever. Anything to the right, excuse me, anything to the right of Karl Marx is Hitler. Fine. Yeah.
It might have been a different classical liberal. Hold on, let me see. Classical liberal thinkers. Basically, the guy said something like, these are not the people I'm thinking of.
Summarize it, and well, we can probably find it from what you say.
Okay, so basically, it was something like, the man who seeks to bend me to his will through force does so not because he is strong,
Yep.
but because he is weak, because he cannot convince me or persuade me through reason and words, and so he uses violence or resorts to violence.
I would
And
be willing to bet,
Mhm.
As a friendly wager, that might be Marcus Aurelius.
I don't think it was Marcus Aurelius, because it was definitely one of the classical liberals. But I can try to find, maybe Marcus Aurelius said something very similar. But this wiki page is terrible because it's listing all these. Edmund Burke.
Found
There
it?
we go. Edmund Burke. Okay, as I was saying how bad this page was, I come across the name. So Edmund Burke, man
That
who
sounds like the
bends
kind of
to.
thing Marcus Aurelius might have said, though, which is why I said that.
Right. Yeah, it does sound like. I mean, I don't know too much about him. Man. Okay. I might have to look for it tomorrow.
No, sorry, Edmund Burke. Man who seeks to force.
Here, maybe this is it. Force, weak.
Edmund Burke.
This argument is due to William Godwin. Here, consider when force will be used. It will never. This is not the exact quote. It's Elliot Temple writing about it. It will never be used when the people in power have a persuasive argument. They won't use force when they could get their way with words alone. At the least, words are much cheaper than force and will maintain a better reputation for them. Instead, force will be used in exactly the cases where their argument is weak. Force will be used when they cannot persuade people. They pretend to back up their decisions with force because they are wise, but in fact they do it because their reasoning is weak. So a system that uses force at all will be less rational and make less good decisions.
Yep.
In brackets, this argument is due to William Godwin. So it was William Godwin. Force quote leak. Maybe there's a way I can.
And this was the same thing with the vaccines when they started becoming mandated. Is like, okay, so you're not going to convince me through like actual reason. You're just going to convince me through fear of punishment. Got it. When all I wanted was just a list of the side effects. Although that said, once the side effects became known, the first one that was known was myocarditis, and that's a no go for me. I already have a heart condition. Myocarditis, I don't even want to entertain. But when reports of myocarditis came out, they tried to suppress it. They said it was fake news. They said it was conspiracy theory. And now we know beyond a reasonable doubt that in young men under the age of 40, which I am not that much above, young men under the age of 40 absolutely have a worse risk of myocarditis from the vaccine than from having COVID-19. And this is undisputable. We have the evidence for it. However, the way that's reported talks about across the board, across all demographics, it's higher for COVID-19.
But that's because the people between 40 and 70,
and
for
all
example,
the women
are at higher risk.
and all the women. So they mask the risk by suppressing the demographic that's at risk for it.
Right.
And it is infuriating that they do that.
And that's cherry picking, right? That's selective statistical reporting. It's all the bias.
They select the cherry picked statistics to hide what they need to hide.
Right. Because they want. But this is what's weird to me, because don't they want people to be healthy?
Clearly
they
don't.
To survive?
Clearly, health is secondary to whatever their actual motives is. Otherwise, they would be reporting this honestly. If it was genuinely about health, first of all, they wouldn't have banned ivermectin, because even as a placebo, ivermectin was better than nothing.
Right. I mean, I didn't know it was banned, because that's funny, because have we banned Tide Pods? Because people were eating Tide Pods. So I don't, we haven't banned Tide Pods as far as I know. I still use them in my washing machine. So basically, if people are using a substance badly, we can teach them to use it better. But banning it does not help them use it better. It probably makes an underground market that will continue to use it badly, right? So anyway, it's yeah. If Tide Pods were banned, I bet that trend would have gone even stronger somehow. Right. Underground Tide Pods on the black market.
Well, there's already memes about Tide Pods being the forbidden fruit. So
yeah. But here's the quote. One from Mises, Ludwig von Mises, and one from Godwin. Okay. So Mises wrote, "Repression by brute force is always a confession of the inability to make use of the better weapons of the intellect."
Yep.
And then Godwin, "If he who employs coercion against me could mold me to his purposes by argument, no doubt he would. He pretends to punish me because his argument is strong, but he really punishes me because his argument is weak."
When the vaccine first came out, I said, give it time. Let's see what the long-term data says. Let's keep an eye on what the side effects are. I could have been easily convinced by rationality. I was not vaccine opposed. I was just generally concerned about how quickly it went through, and I wanted to know what the side effects are. Dina Hinshaw spins this lie, this that's not necessarily a lie, but this propaganda about safe and effective, and it became a buzzword to try and drill into your head: safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective. Like, that's suspicious. Then she comes out and says something like, there is no health risks to women who are pregnant or breastfeeding. The very next day, so this is just after the FDA authorized in the state, fully authorized it, not just emergency. In Canada, our health agency, Canada Health, said the effects of the vaccine on pregnant women and those who are breastfeeding is unknown. Literally the day after, Dina Hinshaw urged pregnant women to get it and said that there was no harmful side effects. So what data was she basing that on? What studies? Because Health Canada could not make that determination the very next day.
Right.
And that's
So
when I
people
lost all
speaking without
in whatever they were spinning.
right, people making claims without trying to find out if they're wrong first, or having some
Exactly.
data to back it up. Yeah,
Exactly.
having some
They
explanation
were
behind
basing
it. Yeah.
their entire negative on the values. Again, this is values versus reason on the feeler level values of we need to
Mhm.
protect everyone
Right.
without looking at the potential long-term harms they might be doing, because we still have no idea. Like now, and actually now that the Pfizer documents have been revealed, we now know that the side effects page is like 90 pages long.
Mhm.
There's a whole
I didn't know that.
no, the side effects list that were known at the time is huge. It's absolutely
Mhm.
huge, and yet they suppress it. Whenever you get
Mhm.
any vaccine at the doctor, any medicine that you get at the doctor, usually there's an insert that has all the health risks. It's in very, very tiny print, and it's like a full legal size paper. It's usually
Mhm.
like there's whenever you hear an ad for a medicine on TV, they usually have to speed read through a laundry list of side effects, possible side effects, which includes nausea, drowsing, blah 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 blah. Right? They
Mhm.
have to spend like 5 seconds out of a 10-second ad to read the side effects. And
Mhm.
yet, when you ask about the side effects of the vaccine, you're not allowed to talk about that. And this page
Mhm.
is intentionally left blank.
Oh, this page is intentionally left blank when it should be 90 pages of side effects.
Yeah.
Okay.
With
So that's basically censorship.
the insert for most vaccines that you get, you open it up, it has all the side effects and all the precautions and all the counterindications for medicine. But if you open the ones for the vaccine and open it up and have a look at it, it's blank, and right in the middle it says this page is intentionally blank. So that you don't wonder why it's blank, because it's intentionally blank. There's like they didn't put anything on it.
Right. They chose to make it
They
blank.
they deliberately chose to make it blank because reasons. And I
Mhm.
want to know what those reasons are, because that all those side effects should be on that page because they were known at the
Right.
time.
You need to make an informed decision.
Informed consent has been the pinnacle of medical sciences since the Nuremberg trials,
When were those?
just after
Rough.
Nazi Germany.
Okay, Nuremberg. Is that because they did human
Yes,
experimentation and weird
yes,
stuff? Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
yeah. The Nuremberg Code,
Nuremberg trials, 1939,
yeah, the
1945. Okay.
Nuremberg Code is the foundation of all the.
So for the last 80, roughly, or 78, say,
Every
78
8
years,
years
this has been a
we've
thing.
had we've
Yeah.
had. I mean, the Hippocratic Oath is longer, but for at least
Mhm.
80 years we've had the Nuremberg Code, and the doctrine of informed consent, and that effectively went out the window like 3 years ago,
Mhm.
where we just chose to ignore it as
Yeah.
a doctrine. We weren't allowed to ask questions. Anyway,
That's crazy because, like, I don't know. Questions are the
when you're not allowed
questions have to be the base.
not allowed
Yeah.
to ask questions, that means that they're afraid of the questions. They're not able to answer the questions. Like you said, you
Right.
can't convince it through reason, so you have to do it through force. And
Right.
now anytime
And
someone
that's
that says settled science in any
Mhm.
context, science never settles. Science never settles. The basic
Right.
foundation of science is to prove everyone else wrong. It is literally
Right.
that. No, we give out prizes for people who prove the quote unquote settled science at the time wrong. That is the
Right.
fundamental principle of the scientific method. So if you're saying that the science is settled, that is not science, that is dogma every single time. And I don't care what context or what you were talking about. I will immediately
Yeah.
reject whatever you tell me is quote unquote settled, because that's not how science works.
And this fallibility applies to all knowledge. Just philosophically, I think it's just a
And
principle.
that's
Like,
the other
yeah,
thing. When Dr. Fauci said, I am the science, he is putting himself as a god among men. Doctors are fallible. They're not, scientists are fallible. They make mistakes.
everybody is.
Everybody is.
Everybody's fallible.
So when you
Yeah.
when you make science your new religion and you put a figurehead at the top saying that this man has all the answers, he's our savior.
Mhm.
No, you're talking about a religion at that point. And
Right.
I'm not anti-science. I'm
Dogma.
not a Luddite. I'm not some kind of weirdo person who rejects science, but that's the point. It's because the people who are claiming to be science, literally claiming to be the science, are the ones that are rejecting the science, the actual science and the scientific method.
Right. And that's the thing is like scientism
Scientism.
is not scientism is anti-reason, not pro-reason. Yeah. It's not just unreason, it is anti-reason, it's anti-rational.
Anti-reason.
It actually works against rationality. Yeah.
And so,
It's not just neutral.
yes, then that's exactly what that is. That's exactly what that is. That is anti-reason scientism. And it's just mind-blowing how it became the dominant talking points overnight. It became the document zeitgeist of consciousness in all aspects of our society overnight, where people just assumed that I would be vaccinated. Like, no, fuck no. After the lies that have been spun, there is no way I can do that. And I wasn't, like I said, Dina Hinshaw made me anti-vax because she wouldn't give me the facts. She would just spun the propaganda.
Right. Although, I mean, she was the triggering spark, but it was still a decision you made once you realized.
It was more than just her, but yeah.
She was the straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah.
And then later on, she was on Twitter talking about what all the fake news that drove us. Like, no, the only fake news that drove me to be anti-vax was you. Oh gosh.
Basically, you lost trust in the politician's ability to advocate for good personal decision.
I do not trust the medical establishment anymore, and I'm not alone. My roommate never did. My roommate was always kind of anti-doctor, but I always did. I tried to go yearly to my physicals. I stopped taking the flu vaccine because I noticed that on years that I took it, I was feeling more ill than when I didn't. But I wasn't necessarily anti the vaccine. I just realized that for me, it didn't seem to do what it purported to do. Now we are talking about an experimental new technology with all kinds of like we don't even necessarily know for sure how it works. Like, this is the first time we've ever used this technology in this specific way. I know it's been used for other things, but in this specific way, it's brand new. I want to know what the risks are because this does not seem. David Suzuki wrote a book called "From Naked Ape to Superspecies," and in it he cautioned that this was right around the time when we were starting to grow ears on rats to use for transplants. That's the one. And he was reasonably sure that humanity's downfall would come from a virus jumping species because of an experiment like that. Because scientists were too busy questioning whether or not they could to figure out whether they should. And it's very, very easy for them to create a biological accident. And so that very same thinking, it's like people in the United States don't know the thalidomide tragedy. Thalidomide was a drug given for prenatal. It was a prenatal medicine, basically. It was horrid in the UK. Fortunately, in Canada, we postponed authorizing it. It was authorized for a month here before we realized that it was absolutely harming babies. It was people were born with birth defects if their mothers had taken thalidomide, and it got pulled from the shelves immediately. There are thousands of people alive today who are born as a result of the thalidomide tragedy. And people forget, and people in the States never knew because the FDA never approved thalidomide in the States. Yeah, no, I don't. I am cautious about new medicines, and my caution paid off because I put off, and then anyway. I'm tired, I'm rambling, and I probably sound crazy at this point.
It's cohesive so far, but yeah, I do think we should wrap up just for the mental health and sustainability for both of us. Because we probably, I mean, I probably could do a 6-hour podcast every day, but I don't know that you
could if
could.
it was like first thing in the morning and not like already past bedtime when I've already just
not after your work day, because I haven't worked today. You have, so
well, I
that's a
worked
factor
and
as
I
well.
was sick, so I went to bed and then I had a nap, and then now it's
the sickness
this
also.
is usually the time
By the way,
when I wake up, actually.
Do you have Friday off? Like the day,
Sort of.
sort of. Okay. So yeah, you have work
I
tomorrow,
I work
potentially.
in the evenings on Friday, Saturday. I work half days.
Okay. That's sort of better. Yeah. Okay. At least you don't have to wake up early. Um, okay. Yeah. Let's watch this and then probably call it. I think this conformism thing, we'll cover it next time, or we're basically done anyway. But yeah, he says he's hopeful long term. The independent minded are good at protecting themselves. If existing institutions are compromised, they'll create new ones. That may require some imagination, but imagination is, after all, their specialty.
Well, the
And
institutions
I agree
are
with him.
so entrenched that I don't know if they can be displaced.
I mean, make Discord communities, make whatever. Like you have your Unwoke
True.
Army, right?
Oh,
Like,
I'm not doing that anymore.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think I stopped because I went on to other things, like I usually do. But why did you stop?
The leader announced that she was going to quit. She wanted taking a hiatus, and then she came back, and then I just kind of lost interest after that.
Oh, I didn't even see her
Yeah,
announcement.
yeah.
Okay.
She was kind of burned out. She was being attacked from all sides, and she kind of just took a hiatus, and then
I guess it is hard to withstand that kind of social pressure, right?
things were bad. We'll just put it that way.
Oh, so she said that in a live chat after her September 6th announcement, probably. Because she didn't put it in text, so I can't see, but
I don't. Yeah, no. She made a video. That's okay.
she made a video. Okay, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that's fine. Um, I thought it was a meaningful project, but also the way it was going didn't seem very productive
Yeah,
to me.
it kind of fizzled. I think she's doing more with it now. And for the
Right. On
leaders,
her
for
own, or
the listeners, we're talking about Karlin Borisenko. Yeah, but
mm-hmm.
I mean, she's still producing content now. She took a hiatus, she came back, and she is working on. She's pivoted from as I understand it. I haven't talked to her a lot recently. As I understand it, from what I've seen, because I'm still kind of on the edges of what she's doing, it sounds like she's pivoted towards trying to teach parents how to fight for themselves and find out the information for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So related to indoctrination in the schools. So yeah,
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, yeah, I hope she succeeds at it because I do think it's an important
it's
cause to counteract some of
absolutely
the
important.
groupthink. Yeah.
What we started with that. So I hope
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
continues, even if I'm not part of it anymore.
Yeah. And this talk is definitely relevant to that because the thumbnail was something like show this to
Yeah,
uh, every woke person or something. So anyway, let's take a look.
I like this. I like these comedians.
You will not know this, but I was supposed to be the first non-student speaker for the proposition. I've now been the fourth, which means that I now have to thank all the previous speakers for making my best points for me. And I find that the main reason now that I have left to be in support of the motion is that I am so tired of talking about woke culture. That's why it's gone too far, more than anything else. And I thank the other speakers for making the points for me, because it means I don't have to reiterate the point that no, free speech is not some right-wing reframing of whatever. It's the foundation of Western civilization. Upon this civilization is built, and the Enlightenment values that led to it. I don't have to make the point that has been made by far better people in the past, that the only way to deal with the problem of racism is to treat people on the content of their character and nothing else. And the fact that woke culture seeks to overturn that is a new form of racism that we must all oppose. It means also I will not use this opportunity to say I told you so, as someone who
Even though
spent the
you're
last 5 years warning people in the West that if we continue to erode our culture, if we continue to undermine our confidence in Western values, that our enemies like Vladimir Putin will seek to capitalize on it. I will not make any of those
he's
points
Russian, by
tonight,
the way.
at all. Instead, I am not going to talk to those of you who already agree with me, which I imagine is most of you. I'm not going to talk to you because I imagine after everything you've heard tonight, you're going to vote for the proposition. I'm going to confess I will take your vote for granted. Tonight, I am the Labour Party and you are the Red Wall. Now, I want to talk to those of you who are woke and who are open to rational argument. A small minority, I accept. Because one of the tenets of wokeness is, of course, that your feelings matter more than the truth. But I believe in you. I believe there are those of you here who are woke, who are open to rational argument, so let me make one. we are told that your generation cares more than any other about one issue in particular, and that issue is climate change. We're told that many of you suffer from climate anxiety. You wish to save the planet. And for tonight, and tonight only, I will join you. I will join you in worshipping at the feet of St. Greta of climate change. Let us all accept right here, right now, that we are living through a climate emergency and our stocks of polar bears are running extremely low. I join you in this view. I truly do. Now, what are we to do about this huge problem facing humanity? What can we in Britain do? We can only do one thing. You know why? This country is responsible for 2% of global carbon emissions, which means that if Britain was to sink into the sea right now, it would make absolutely no difference to the issue of climate change. You know why? Because the future of the climate is going to be decided in Asia and in Latin America by poor people who couldn't give a shit about saving the planet. No, thank you. No, thank you. It's going to be decided by poor people in Asia and Latin America who don't care about saving the planet. You know why? Because they're poor. Because they're poor. I come from Russia, which is not a poor country, it's a middle-income country. 20% of households in Russia do not have an indoor toilet. What they have is an outdoor toilet. And I don't mean one of those nice portaloos that we get here. I don't even mean a Glastonbury portaloo. I mean a wooden shack with a hole in the ground that holds a collected fermented memory of the last 10,000 visits. How many of you are going to go home tonight and say, let's rip out our bathroom and erect a Siberian shithouse in the back garden? And if you're not, why should they? 120 million people in China do not have enough food. I don't mean that they don't get dessert. I mean they suffer from malnutrition. That means that their immune system is breaking down because they don't have enough food. You're not going to get them to stay poor. Imagine you're Xi Jinping, the leader of China. When you were 10 years old, there was a revolution, a cultural revolution in your country, and people came and they put your father in prison. Your mother had to denounce him. Your sister killed herself. And you, no longer enjoying the protection of your formerly powerful father, were sent to a village where you lived in a cave house. And here you are, decades later. You have clawed your way up the bloody and greasy pole of Chinese politics to be the undisputed supreme leader of the very Communist Party that destroyed your family. And you know that the main thing you have to do to survive and to stay in power is to deliver the one thing that the people of China want: prosperity, economic growth. Where do you think climate change ranks on Xi Jinping's list of priorities? A third of all children who live in extreme poverty in the world live in India. That means they are starving and dying of preventable disease. Now, about 15 months ago, my wife got pregnant. Not me, because we're old school. And for 9 months, we talked about what our boy would look like, what he might do when he grows up. We looked at baby scans and videos on YouTube about what the fetus looks like at 9 months and 12 months and 20 months. And eventually he was born. And he is this cute little bundle of joy. He's cuter than about 80% of puppies, right? Now, if you said to me that I had a choice, either my son had a serious risk of starving or dying from a preventable disease in the next year, or I could press a button and he would live. He would go to school. He would bring his first girlfriend home. He'd go to university and graduate and become a woke idiot. And then he'd get a job and get married and have children and become a man. But all I have to do is press this button. And for every day of my son's life, a giant plume of CO2 is going to get released into the atmosphere. Now, you're all very young, and most of you are not parents. Let me tell you something. There is not a parent in the world who would not smash that button so hard their hand bled. You are not going to get these people to stay poor. You're not even going to get them to not want to be richer. And so, I put it to you,
Question on
ladies and
India,
gentlemen, there is only one thing we can
religion
do
is
in this country to stop
wealth
poverty.
is religion.
Sorry, what
I
was
just
that?
wanted to say, especially on India, wealth is practically a religion in India.
Status
No,
and
no, no,
wealth,
wealth
yeah.
itself.
Posting
Wealth
lavish parties.
itself. Krishna is like the goddess of wealth, and yeah, like
Mhm.
gaining.
I thought it was Lakshmi.
Oh yeah, it is Lakshmi.
Yeah.
Thank you for correcting me.
Okay.
That's more your culture
Yeah.
than mine, actually. I don't know why I'm telling you about your own culture.
No, I don't actually know much about it. You studied Indian mythology more than me.
Yeah, like
Your name is Shiva
you're right.
Fang,
Yeah.
right?
Well, actually, my name comes from Final Fantasy, not from.
Right, Final Fantasy
It
Shivas, right?
happens to also be the goddess of
Mhm.
or god slash god. I
Some of them are
have
multi-gendered, by the
have
way. Some of them.
all the gods. The divine is neither male nor female in Hinduism. Um,
Mhm.
so all of the gods, as I understand it, this is not my culture. I have read a lot into it, but yeah, they.
You're not going to offend me by being wrong.
I'm just saying this for any of the viewers who might who might get offended. So I'm just pointing this out.
Sure.
But as far as I
Yeah.
understand it, the divine in Hinduism is neither male nor female, and that is why all of the gods in Hinduism have both feminine and masculine qualities.
Mm.
Especially Shiva. He's often called Lord Shiva, but there's a lot of art where Shiva is very feminine.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah. And funnily enough, so I guess Hinduism, like for 4 or 5,000 years, has had 9 non-binary correctly, before we figured it out.
I mean, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. The divine is neither male nor female, and
Yeah.
that has other implications as far as philosophy goes that I don't want to get into right now. But yeah,
We don't have to. Yeah. All right. I will go back
yeah,
a bit and then play the video. Yeah.
wealth is literally part of their religion.
Mhm.
So you're not.
Meaning it is
Yes,
good to get wealthy.
yes.
Yeah. And I think that's a good value. Like, I think greed is good
Hey,
economically, especially
in
because, like,
Hinduism,
so.
greed is good. They
Mhm.
I've worked with people who are Hindu at Safeway, and then they talk. This was a conversation that was actually had between my
Mhm.
boyfriend at the time and someone's like, yeah, they were talking about greed being good. It's a good for
Mhm.
society. It's a good for the individual. Um, yeah, it was kind of mind blowing to hear that from a concept of a ethnicity that wasn't my own. Because even in
Mhm.
the West, we don't talk about greed that, even in capitalist Western society, we don't talk about greed that positively. It was,
Yeah, I don't think the West is as capitalist as it should be, in part because I think Christianity carries a lot of altruistic ideas with it. And so altruism, a lot of it is about self-sacrifice,
yes.
right? It's about putting others before yourself. But I think a true capitalism and good philosophy is about win-win, right? Win-win collaboration, mutually beneficial collaboration, symbiosis.
I would have to
But we'll get
now that we've had
Mhm.
this conversation, I actually do want to read more into Lashmi. Um,
Lakshmi. Okay, yeah, go for it.
because I wonder how that because I know that in order to give, you have to fill yourself up first. This is a very, very
Yes.
basic principle
Mhm.
that is lost a lot of times when you talk about altruism.
Yeah. And I miss that myself. I don't get myself sustainable. I do things for free. I help others. But I've also found that helping others is how I built all of my skills, all of my knowledge. Like, I'm far more motivated and brave and courageous and determined and
If you're
persistent on
helping
behalf of others.
others for your own purposes, especially if it's to gain knowledge, I don't see that as
Mm.
a loss.
It's not altruism. Yeah. As long as I'm not homeless because of it, right? Like, that's the key thing,
Right.
right? Or, I need to not be starving. I need to have a secure financial foundation to continue helping others. It needs to be sustainable for me. If it's not sustainable, then I'm doing something wrong.
Anyway, I didn't mean to derail the video this
That's
much. It
okay.
was just like we're talking about you can't convince people in India to not get rich. I'm like, yeah, definitely not, because it's literally part of their
Definitely not India for
literally
sure.
part of
But it's true for China. It's true for all of
it's
them, right?
true for
Because
everybody, to be honest, but
yeah,
especially not.
because I think we lose that empathy. We take for granted what it's like to live in a first world country. Our fridges are full. We have heating. We have lighting. We have all these things. We have electricity. We have
Communism
internet. We have
is
computers.
a first world luxury.
What is a first world
Communism
luxury?
is a
Communism.
first world
Yes.
luxury. Veganism,
Yes, that's
people
actually
are
true.
talking about cattle farts being a problem and that we should stop eating meat. Veganism is a first
Mhm.
world luxury. In order to be
Yeah.
a healthy vegan, you need to source minerals from all over the world that all had to be
Mhm.
flown in from planes to get to your table.
Yep. I mean, the average first world person eats better than a king did 200
Yeah.
years ago, basically. Yeah. We have more
We
options. We have more choice. It's higher quality.
we
Yeah.
would not have the ability to be vegans if it were not for fossil fuels. Period.
Right.
There is no single local society anywhere, with the exception of maybe like coastal sea pescatarian areas like Greece, who
Mhm.
live on fish and pasta, that could be vegan.
Mhm. I mean, fish. I don't know how fish are vegan, but yeah, pescatarian, like
Pescatarian,
you said.
like I said, like
Uh,
they're not vegan. It's the closest you can get. Like
mhm.
Greece and Japan have a pescatarian
Mhm.
lifestyle, so there's no beef. That's the closest
Right.
you can get, but that's not sustainable worldwide.
Right. Okay. Now I understand. You're talking about vegan in the sense of fossil
I'm
fuel
talking about
reduction, or
I'm
sorry,
talking about
carbon
I'm
emission.
talking about
Carbon
the woke
emission.
vegans who say we need to eliminate fossil fuels. We need to stop eating meat. We need to change to a diet of crickets potentially. Like all
Mhm.
that extremely woke left wing like batshit crazy stuff. Because it is batshit crazy when you actually look at it rationally. It does not work.
And I think on an individual basis, people can do what they
In an
want.
individual,
But yeah, to
as
advocate for
as a
society to
as a
change,
first world luxury, yes, they can do what they want
yes,
because we have access.
if they were in the third world,
The
they could.
individual
Yeah,
has access to those things,
right. Yeah. Uh,
but not on a worldwide level. We would not survive a vegan diet because our bodies are
yeah.
not designed for that.
It's funny because I guess I'll tell you about this next time, but I was trying the carnivore diet, which is the exact
Yep,
opposite. It's just
I have
animal
more
product.
faith in the carnivore diet than I do in a vegan diet.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is there was so much evidence, anecdotal evidence, and some small scale clinical trials, and a doctor who has actually over 1,000 patients that he helps with the carnivore diet, and he's on the carnivore diet himself. His name is Ken D.
Yep.
Berry, and he makes videos explaining the mechanisms of it, why it works. Stan Ekberg also made a video explaining that meat is the most neutral food. So it is, in terms of an elimination diet to eliminate possible allergens and inflammatory foods,
And
meat
that's what
is,
Jordan Peterson's
yeah,
daughter did.
yeah, that's so I got the Lion Diet from her, Michaela
Yep.
Peterson, and Jordan Peterson switched to meat plus greens, and a lot of his symptoms improved, but he still had anxiety in the mornings and a couple of other issues. So she told him, why not try cutting the greens out? So he cut the greens out, and he said his anxiety in the mornings got better and better every single day until that day he was doing that interview, and it's still getting better every day. So like,
For
yeah,
those who don't know, Michaela Peterson has an autoimmune disease.
a bunch of
Bunch
them,
of them,
a series of them.
like
Yeah,
really, really bad. And
yep.
when she first heard of the idea of changing her diet to accommodate them, she first thought it was crazy, but because she was so sick, she tried anything. So she
Hmm.
reduced her diet little by little, and then she realized that the only food that she could eat literally was beef with a little bit of salt on it. And
Hmm.
then
Or now she's doing lamb, ruminant meat, basically.
I
Yeah.
watched a video with her. She has also started to do green tea, but
Mm.
every time she tries to incorporate new food, she does it in small amounts to see how it affects her body.
Yeah.
And again, she's not a stupid person. She's not doing this because it's a fad. She literally had to try and do anything to stop being sick, and she did it based on rational reasons. And I can't fault
So for yeah, so for some context, She had juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. It was very serious. As a kid, she had multiple hip replacements before she was even an adult. Very painful. Her life was full of suffering and stress and pain, surgeries, medical visits, all sorts of problems. Her Jordan Peterson talks about how her brother was a trooper. Like he realized he would have to take care of his own life. His parents didn't have time and capacity to pay him attention because his sister was taking up so much. But he didn't build resentment for Michaela. He actually just became a stronger person from it, which is very respectable. Jordan Peterson compliments his son for that. But then the other thing is Jordan Peterson talks about how if Michaela ate the wrong thing, they eventually realized it was allergies, but it took them a very long time to realize. But if she ate the wrong thing, even a little bit, she could go through weeks or months of pain, like intense pain and inflammation and swelling. So she literally has a very low margin for error. She cannot afford to cheat on her
Right.
diet or make a mistake. It's very painful. So for most of us, like for me, so my psoriasis, the reason I'm doing this, it's an autoimmune condition that manifests as patches of my skin aging like 10x faster, basically, and becoming these skin flakes that you see and patches of scaly skin. It's actually been going away since I started. I wasn't able to stick to the carnivore diet. So now what I'm eating is basically chickpea soup, but it is enough of an elimination diet because I haven't had any processed food. I haven't had any like sugar. I haven't had it. Like I basically cut out everything except like chickpeas and some spices, and that's it.
Nice.
That's all I eat. Yeah, and it's been working over the last 2 months or so. So I'm gonna keep doing it because it's working, right? And because my alternative was topical treatments that only address my skin, or trying to take powerful biologics internally, which would suppress my immune system and cause other side effects that ideally I shouldn't have to deal with if I can solve it through
I
diet
have
and exercise and
I
sunshine.
have reduced the amount of meat that I have. I won't eliminate it
Mhm.
entirely, but one of the things that I've taken to doing is when I make ragu is I will cook and ground up chickpeas as well.
Mhm.
So basically, the amount of meat that I would use normally is now half
Mhm.
chickpeas. So
Interesting.
basically, once it
What was the reason for that?
actually it was actually it was financial originally.
Yeah, it was
It,
just to save money. Makes sense.
chickpeas are just cheaper than beef. But that was the original reason why I was doing it. But it's just like, you know what? If we're talking about reducing our meat intake, sure, I can make this accommodation. My bad.
Mhm. Makes sense.
But to eliminate it entirely is just asinine. Not unless you can get your nutrients that you get from meat somewhere else. And like I said,
Mhm.
you have to source rare ingredients from all over the world, and that is not sustainable worldwide. And if we're
Mhm.
talking about eliminating
Yep.
fossil fuels on top of that, we're talking about reducing the global population by 80%. That is the only way that will work, which is ridiculous.
Mhm.
Anyway, carry on.
Let's carry on with the video. All of this discussion, in my opinion, is good, by the way. Like, I'm happy it's taking place.
Yeah,
Stay poor.
I'm glad. Go ahead. Sorry. I
Mhm.
didn't mean to.
No worries. No worries.
You are not going to get these people to stay poor. You're not even going to get them to not want to be richer. And so, I put it to you, ladies and gentlemen, there is only one thing we can do in this country to stop climate change, and that is to make scientific and technological breakthroughs that will create the clean energy that is not only clean, but also cheap. And no, thank you. And I want everyone to get home on time today, which is not going to happen. And the only thing that wokeness has to offer in exchange is to brainwash bright young minds like you to believe that you are victims, to believe that you have no agency, to believe that what you must do to improve the world is to complain, is to protest, is to throw soup on paintings. And we on this side of the House are not on this side of the House because we do not wish to improve the world. We sit on this side of the House because we know that the way to improve the world is to work, is to create, it is to build. And the problem with woke culture is that it's trained too many young minds like yours to forget about that. Thank you very much.
That is 100% right.
Yeah, it's a well put together argument. And it hopefully helps people realize that, well, for one thing, their feelings cannot change the reality that, yes, the way the world improves is through innovation.
I've
It's
watched
not.
trigonometry for quite a bit now. Constant Kisher.
I think this was my first
Yeah,
video.
that was Constant Kisher. There's another person that he co-hosts with whose name I can't remember at the moment.
Konstantin Kishin, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'll try to watch more of his stuff. That's really
he's pretty good.
we live in a world where a comedian makes more sense than the majority of the academics.
Right. What he said about work, though, is it's so fundamental. And there's this concept of the rise and fall of society, where it also comes down to the idea. We'll simplify this to the concept that great men create great times create weak men create weak times, bad times, and then bad times create strong men. We
Right,
live
yeah.
now in a world where things are so easy that the children being brought up do not know what it's like to truly have to work. And
Mhm.
as a result, we are destroying society. We're at peak decadence. And this is the same as it was. This is kind of the same as in the Roman era. The Roman era was peak decadence to the point
Mhm.
where it collapsed under its own weight.
Mhm.
And that's where we are. Well, actually, I think we're just past that. I think we're in the midst of collapse right now.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's all about.
I mean, I was just discussing this with a friend. Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah, soft times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft times create. Wait, no, weak men. I forgot how it was. Oh yeah, no, I guess it's soft times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. Hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times.
Yep.
So, but I would say one advantage we have over the Roman society is that we have the internet, because I am one of those people. I've never done a hard labor job like construction or anything else. The closest was literally shoveling snow outside of my real estate company one day when we needed it. And that was good work for me. Like, I'm glad I did it. I would probably benefit from doing a construction job for 3 months, for example, to teach me some real reality based,
I think,
knowledge and
though,
skill.
that the internet
Yeah.
is part of what makes our society weak, because children these days are trying to grow up to be influencers. I mean, and I guess that's not different than when they tried to be rock stars back. When I was a child, everybody wanted to be a rock star.
Mhm.
But at the same time, like, we forget where food comes from. People literally don't
Right.
understand where food comes from. They think they go to the
Right.
supermarket and get food. No. The food comes from somewhere before it gets to your supermarket.
Right. But we do have economies of scale and specialization such that because of the knowledge we're creating and the innovation we're creating, I don't need to make my own
Yes,
food. One person can literally make the food for 500,000 people
exactly.
because of their farm and tractors and other
As long as
things.
they have the
And
resources to do so.
right. And then one person can even get paid, like, say, $60,000 a year to do esoteric, deep mathematics or philosophy or something that wouldn't have been viable 200 years ago
You heard
economically.
about
But it
so
is, yeah.
In Sweden,
Hmm.
they are basically trying to eliminate their agriculture. They are
Really?
yeah, there's whole kinds of protests about it. The government is basically just trying to take over the farmlands.
So socialized farming
No. They're trying to get rid of the farmlands to put up housing
and build something.
developments for immigrants.
But where would are they going to import
Yes,
food
they're going to
internationally?
import the food. They're
Isn't that really expensive?
right when the global food economy is going on downward after COVID and all this other supply chain issues. Sweden wants to get rid of its food source. I mean, I think it's Sweden. Maybe might be Denmark.
I mean, maybe they did the economic math and just found that the cost benefit made sense, that having more rental housing or, living housing
I don't think they
for the
did do
growing
the
population.
math. I think they're just basing it on values. And
Okay, rather than fact.
this is what all the pro there's been riots. Um, in I thought it was maybe it's Denmark.
Mhm. This is interesting. The Farmers Federation declared Swedish farmers as world leaders, best in class, and on the only right track. they have launched campaigns like Swedish farmers on the way to the world's cleanest agriculture, the Swedish model.
It's Dutch. What country is Dutch? Netherlands. It's the Netherlands.
Oh, so apparently that actually made them worse because once they became the most superior, they stopped innovating. And this was something I used to say in the New World days, right? I don't want us to build a throne and then sit on it. Like, there's no point in becoming the best. It's important to value the ability to innovate and create, not the things that you create individually.
Right.
You should share those freely, and you should be willing to keep creating better and better things over time. Because it's the creativity that is the only valuable thing, really, in the grand scheme of things.
I linked it in our podcast stuff
Oh, yeah, I've
for
opened
the
it
Dutch
up.
farmers on
Dutch farmers
Wikipedia.
protest. Oh, so Dutch, not
Yeah, it
Swedish.
was Dutch.
Okay.
I had it
see,
wrong.
I see. Netherlands. That's even, yeah, that's concerning.
And so, yeah,
Half the country's livestock in an attempt to limit agricultural pollution. So this is a misconception. Like, because I don't think
it's
people realize that it's prosperity that leads to innovation, that leads to problem
yep,
solving. Because a lot of people advocate for reducing population because they think overpopulation is an issue. They have this Malthusian view that we cannot feed more people and that there are too many people for the resources we have on the planet. But my thinking is, first of all, our problems are knowledge based, meaning if we have more knowledge, we can
yep,
solve them. And the solution to creating knowledge is to have more
yep,
people creating
exactly.
knowledge. So people are the solution, not the problem. And every time we've thought we've going to run out of resources in any area, we've innovated and
I
solved it. We
remember
found
when we
new.
were talking about
Yep.
peak oil back in like the year 2000, year 1999. Peak oil was the
Mm-hmm.
big conversation that we had when I was a child in high school.
Mm-hmm. And we
We've
hit it.
never hit it. We've got oil sands, we've got fracking, and I know people have a disagreement for fracking. That's the other thing. Oh my God, don't even get me started on the oil sands. Alberta has the clean. Okay, I'm started. Sorry, but Canada has the cleanest oil you can possibly get with the least carbon emissions possible. We don't have to
Mm-hmm.
drill for oil. It literally rests on top of the surface. We literally just scoop it up and put it through a refinery to take out the sand. And so
Mm-hmm.
what does Trudeau do? No, he limits oil production. He blocks deals that we can use for oil companies to take advantage of this sand, and instead has oil shipped in overseas by freight ships from Saudi,
Which are using oil. Which,
themselves from Saudi Arabia. How does that
where
make
they're probably not super ethically
where
sourced
it's not
either.
ethically sourced? And never mind that
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia's, human rights issues with you want to talk about
That,
equality of gender, fine, right?
yeah.
How does
That's part
that,
of why I meant not ethically
if
sourced.
your
Yeah.
goal is reducing carbon emissions, you should
Mm-hmm.
be focusing on Alberta oil because it is the least carbon efficient possible. But no,
Mm-hmm.
that is not what Trudeau does.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly the goal is not as stated. It is all
Mm-hmm.
NIMBYism, not in my backyard.
Yeah.
And it pisses me off and it fires me up, and that's why I can go on a rant about it. Yep, I'm over.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. Yeah. I think we'll close out over there. It's been a good
We could
chat.
probably talk
It's
about
almost
this.
7
We could probably
hours.
have another 2-hour discussion about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my
NIMBYism
God.
and economic growth and just decision making, I guess, on a country level in terms of what is really good. Yeah, we'll get there. Uh, I'm definitely tired, and I have a meeting in 7.5 hours for the esports thing.
All right. This
Mhm.
was fun. We'll do it again
Yeah,
sometime.
I'm gonna end the recording here. It was really nice to have you on, and thank you for joining. And yeah, I look forward to having you on another time
Sure.
for sure.
Just let me know when you want to do it.
Mhm.